Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome to another hopefully awesome live stream. It's funny. It started off being just Tom Buck, and then we decided to add on multiple people, and it became this wonderful, amazing, awesome thing. But we're going to be starting off with Tom and introducing him right now. If you're not familiar with him, Tom Buck is a channel and a person, actually, that helps you to take your audio and video to the next level. And, of course, we were talking recently about some sound-related things, and we said, hey, let's do a live stream. So there he is right now. Welcome everybody, Tom Buck. How's it going tonight, Tom?
Hey, it's good. Thanks for having me here. I appreciate it. I'm very excited to watch your other guests tonight because the lineup is amazing.
Well, it's you start us all off. So
Yeah.
hey, we got some people already out there. Let's see how many we have. As of right now, we only have 4 people watching. That's pitiful. We need to get
Very
this thing up.
lucky.
And we are right now open for questions. So if anybody has any questions, or Tom, if you want to start off by asking something that's sound related, then by all means go for it. But anybody and everybody can ask questions. So start us off because we are here to answer your questions.
Yes.
As we
I
said.
did want to say quick shout out to Paul, who's in the chat because we were just talking before this. Paul's going to take his Part 107 drone license test tomorrow, and everyone send him good vibes because it's not that the test is hard, but you get up in your head and you mess with it, and it costs like $150 to take it. So if he passes on the first time, he doesn't have to pay again.
Yep.
So, Paul, you'll do just fine, Bert. Don't worry.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine. I've actually been studying for it. I signed up for one of those courses at the Pilot Institute, and I got about 4 or 5 hours into it, and then stepped away from it for about 2 months. And then I said, okay, well, let's jump back into this thing. And I start trying to watch the videos again. I'm like, I don't know half the terms they're talking about here anymore.
You gotta.
I have to go back and restart it all. So it's terrible.
I've had to rewatch my own video about it.
He says it's 175 now. I think there's a place you can go to take it that's cheaper, like $25 cheaper than most others. I forgot the website, but it's like a company that does them all. And if you get it there, then it's cheaper than it is in other places. So anyway.
Cool. Anyway, good luck, Paul.
Yeah.
He
says he's got the faith.
audio.
Yes,
we were talking about it
sound.
yesterday. So Alan was helping me with a video that I was editing today, and everything was great. So thank you very much. You saved my butt because
You're fine.
I have been trying for a long time. I've been working with a microphone on a boom arm right in front of my face, which I love mics. They sound great. I love that. But sometimes this is not a practical setup, especially if you need to show something or do something. So I've been looking for a way to get decent audio without having a mic in the shot. And I've been trying out all kinds of different mics. And one thing here, I can switch to my anamorphic side shot with lens
Which is
flare.
going to answer Ping Pong's question right here. Is this to do with the anamorphic lens? Of course it is.
Boom.
He's got
Well, it's just for demonstration purposes because
I'm sure.
Yeah, right here I have the Sennheiser MKH50. I've been playing around with the positioning after we talked yesterday. That's a mic I've been testing out and playing around to get good sound with the mic being out of frame. And we talked about that, and I learned a lot yesterday. So something I was going to ask you yesterday.
Sound better than you did yesterday.
Well, see, I did what you said. I set up a camera on the side. I played with positioning. I don't know if you can tell from here, but the mic, yesterday the mic was here.
It
grab
was
this Rode mic. It was kind of more like
a little more square down to the table. I was getting a lot of play off the table.
And now
it
it's
was
more
just
like
it was
that.
extremely bassy. And the 50 is a very bass heavy mic. It's got an extended bass on it. And it was just radiating that bass from his chest cavity right here, which was on the table, just bouncing it right up towards.
And and that's I have a hardwood table and I have a monitor, and that's bad. So I've been trying to play around with this, but I really like it. So one thing I was going to ask you yesterday, but I was like, I'm getting off topic, so I'm not going to. But I thought,
Oh no, there's no such thing as off topic with me. I'm Mr. Tangent.
True, but that's okay. I wanted to know if there was, when you look at YouTube in general, if there's a recurring mistake that you see people making just all the time, that if you could just tell people stop doing this and do this instead. I'm sure there's 10,000 different things, but something relatively simple that the average person can go, oh my God, I can't believe I've been doing that.
All right, there's one big thing. All right, first of all, the thing I'll tell you here is that I have to shut off my brain a lot of the time after work. I spend my entire day at work just constantly thinking, what is it that I'm missing? What is it that I'm missing? And trying to dial in on that little bitty sound, because the sets are noisy. Sets are extremely noisy. We have people all over the place, setting a light, setting a fixture, turning, this lighting instrument on and the fans reset. The camera fans have kicked in high gear or something like that. So I'm constantly trying to hear all those sounds before we shut it down and get quiet. And then they say, let's roll. Oh, I hear something. We can't adjust it now. I'm sorry. Let's just roll with it. So one of the things I spend all day doing is trying to dial in exactly on any and all noise sources. So if they bring something to set, I'm like, is that going to make a noise? And I have to be conscious of anything they bring to set, whether it's a lighting instrument, a ballast for that lighting instrument, a camera fan, an AC with a noisy fan, and that particular model of monitor that they're using, the CRT or whatever, is like overly loud. I have to be aware of all this kind of stuff. Which monitors that ACs use have fans on them and stuff. So anyway, what I'm constantly doing is listening for those sounds. So when I leave work after being there 12 to 6 hours a day, I'm usually like, I don't want to care. I don't care anymore. I don't want to listen to anything and be critical. So I'll get home. Half the time I'll be zoned out and not paying attention. My wife or daughters will say something to me and then I'll not pay attention. That's even if they're awake. And then they'll say, "Did you not hear me?" And I'll say, no, I wasn't paying attention." And they're like, "You're home now." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I don't bring my work home with me." And then they're like, "You always bring your work home with you." I'm like, "All right, fine. Well, I just wasn't listening."
You're like, I'm physically home, but I'm not mentally
Exactly.
home.
Yeah. I mean, my brain is still like asleep. So anyway, when I watch YouTube, most of the time I shut it off. And I'll be talking to Bandrew and he'll say, "Wow, this sounds really bad." I'm like, "Oh, does it? Let me turn on my ears for a second." And then I'll start listening to it. But for the most part, here's the thing that I'll tell people. They feel the need to get up on the microphone and swallow it. That's the biggest thing that drives me crazy about YouTube. People that have to put their mouths practically on the microphone. They have to put it like right up to the mouth, and they feel that they need to just, just nail it with plosives. Even if they don't have it, even if they have it and their mouth is going besides it, they just kill these microphones with plosives. And it's so irritating to me. A microphone is not designed to be swallowed. You don't need to swallow a microphone to make it sound good. I even have a microphone. I even have a video about this where I basically say I think I forgot what the title of the video was called. It was something like, there's the one piece of advice I have for YouTubers or something. I forgot what the video is called now, but it was one of those that I was like, a microphone is designed to pick up sound. It is tested at a distance of 1 meter in an anechoic chamber. You're obviously not in one of those, but as soon as you get closer than that, and you're in a quiet environment, that microphone is going to be picking you up just fine, no problem. And people always will say, "Why aren't you, like you use the SM7B a lot?" I don't use a windscreen when I use my SM7B. I used it for a couple of videos and then I stopped using it because to me, yes, you can still, you don't have to be right on the thing. You can back off a couple of inches and you're never going to hit it with plosives as long as you have awareness of where it is and know how to use it. And that's the big thing right there that drives me crazy about people when I see them online is a lot of the times people will put a microphone directly up to their mouth and they'll just, just nail it. And that drives me insane when I hear it. And people don't need to do that. Microphones are not designed for you to swallow. You back off on them a little bit, and they're going to be just fine.
There's probably a good market there, though. A swallowing microphone, and then it just hears everything, the whole journey.
Well, I think there's a guy that did that. He swallowed a lav to get a sound. He was a. I remember reading a story about it like last year. A guy who was a special effects recordist. Something like that. He swallowed a microphone because he wanted to hear what the sounds were like. And he quite literally swallowed a lav and had it in his throat and heard the different sounds. And I don't think it's what he was planning on it being, but I'm sure he got something that he put into like an alien in the movie.
He's dead now. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. But it's like the guys that in the early, it's at least better, I should say, than the guys that were in the early days of radiation photography. Like I'm sure you've seen those videos on YouTube. In their infinite wisdom that they have a camera that sees radiation and they put it on a profile shot of someone and then they gave them some radioactive drink to drink and they see how it passes down through their body. And it's like, well, that person's probably dead. You killed them in this video. Yeah. Thanks for doing that. I'm sure they're very appreciative.
Great clip.
Yeah, we got a great clip that's going to be forgotten to the ages to some cat video. Someone's going to say, watch someone drink liquid or see a cat. Let's see what it's going to be.
Yeah. The
Oh
internet
my
got the
goodness.
win.
All right, well, let's look at these questions here. We're starting to come in with some of them. Is that, yes, it is the MKH, well, that's MKH 50 P48. That's correct. And then he says also, he shouldn't have delayed taking the test so long. But before that, he said the renewal is free and online every 24 months. Ooh,
Yes, they've
that's actually
changed that.
cool.
It's so much better now.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that because I've been waiting to take the 107, and of course I need to retake the course now. But anyway, coolness. So let's get into this. I just started using the NTG5 with the Sony K3M, and I love it. Cool. Comfortable closed-back headphones for monitoring while streaming. Okay, here's the thing about headphones. Well, actually, how would you answer something like this, Tom? Let me just not just have this be another video where I invite a guest on just to lecture to for an hour.
No, this is perfect because I'll give an answer and then you'll give the right answer and it will be great. Because I suck at headphone stuff. Yesterday, I called you talking about audio and I was using my Apple earbuds because I was like, they're comfortable. I use these headphones a lot for everything. These were gifted to me. There's a YouTube channel called New Record Day. And the guy who runs that channel, his name is Ron. It's about like high fidelity, like audio record players and stuff like that. Super great channel. And last Christmas, Ron just sent me these headphones. What are these? These are Mezzi 99 Neos, Neo 99s. I didn't know anything about them, but I was like, Ron is smart and these must be good. And I put them on and they're so freaking comfortable. They're huge, but I think they look cool.
It is.
And I forget that I'm wearing them. Like I can wear them all day long and I totally forget it. And I think they sound fantastic. And I noticed once I started using them, not that the audio in my videos is anywhere near perfect, but it got better when I was using these to monitor. And so I really like these, but I don't know that they're a common like AV monitoring choice.
Well, let me throw out my thoughts on this. Closed back headphones for monitoring while streaming. First of all, what kind of content are you doing? If you're doing a gaming channel or something like that and you stream for 3 or 4 hours, the best thing I would say is go for something that's comfortable on your head. Like these are the Audio-Technica ATH-M50X headphones. To me, they sound a little, they emphasize the bass a little bit, so the fundamental vocal frequencies you hear a little bit more. My voice is pretty high-pitched, so to me, it kind of gives me a little more masculinity. So it's a little bit of a testosterone boost in my ears, at least. And normally at work, you can't hear through these very much. My wife or daughters will be yelling at me or something like that. And I'll have to be like, wait a minute, what? And I'll have to listen for them. But at work, I like to use the Sony MDR-7506s because what those are kind of like a magnifier. They'll magnify. They have a little bit of a presence boost. And so you're able to hear detail a little bit more, in my opinion. And plus, you can hear through them pretty well. You can't really isolate. So if I hear a sound, I can directionally hear because anything that comes through a single boom or through a lav is going to be mono in your ears. But if I hear something that sounds to me like it's coming from that direction, I have a move where I'll go like this with my boom up over my head. I'll just knock it off my ear and I'll listen and I can dial in on the direction. So I will intentionally use something that I can hear through a little bit, like the 7506 is on set, and I really prefer that. And that's, but the other thing is also you want to be comfortable to your ears the way it sounds. So comfortable in the way it fits, comfortable in the way it sounds. All headphones are different. All your ears are different. You could have had, in your younger days, you could have spent a lot of time like listening to concerts and going to concerts, blasting loud music in your room, at a racetrack. You could have presbycusis. And lose your highs, earlier in life, or you may be older, whatever the case may be, you have the ability to hear different than anyone else. The shape of your ear even changes how you can hear. If you've had hearing damage, you do a lot with guns, you were in the military, 22-year-olds will have their hearing completely damaged for the rest of their life because they didn't take proper precautions with their ears when they were in the military. There's a whole bunch of different aspects to it. And so you have to pick something that is comfortable to wear if you're going to be wearing it a long period of time. And then that sounds pleasant to your ears. So when you talk about closed back headphones, the best thing I can tell you to do is try different ones. If you have the ability to go to some place like Best Buy, I don't know if there's really Fry's Electronics anymore, Guitar Center, maybe any place, local sound shop, and listen to them and see how they sound and what your thoughts are about them. Because, that would be very, very helpful. As for your question, did the video downgrade from 1080p to look like 360p for anyone else? This is StreamYard, and StreamYard by default is 720p unless you want to spend like $40 a month and get the 1080p streaming. So this should be like 720p. Tom is leaving. Oh, he's getting the microphone that he has so many questions about. So
yeah, I just saw a question pop up, so I wanted to be ready.
Tom,
with
who's
props.
the guy hacking you? I guess that's what it is. I guess that's what the question was, is who's the guy hacking you? That's a question. I guess your video broke up there for a bit.
It's the Russians.
It's the Russian. Good thing you never saw an old video from original Dubbo stream. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, okay. Here's a comment right there. Sometimes based on your internet connection, YouTube will automatically downgrade the quality so you can continue watching it without delay. There you go. And Bandrew, wait, you're not supposed to swallow the mic. Yeah, I always get into this conversation, always with him. He loves having microphones up close. He likes, if he can hear, his nose whistling in his ears, he likes it. I don't like that sound personally.
I just can't criticize Bandrew for anything.
Oh, he's great.
He's an outstanding person with excellent musical taste.
Yeah.
And
Also, I tell you, I visited my 96-year-old grandmother today, and I played some stuff from his Bandrew Plays channel for her. She didn't understand it because she doesn't know the music, but I tell you, she looked at it and watched him play multiple occurrences of the same guitars and singing and stuff, and how it splits on the screen and stuff, and she thought that was fascinating. I knew she'd like it. That's why I played it for her. But she was like, that's really neat how he does that. How does he do that? I'm like, it's editing. Oh, well, that makes sense. But he's really good at it. What kind of dog you got?
We got two. We got a golden retriever and a corgi, and they're on the other side of this wall, and they bark a lot. So got my finger on the mute switch.
Gotcha. It doesn't bother me. I've heard him a couple of times now.
They are there's that, and then across the hallway, if we want to talk about audio things, is the laundry room, and our washing machine and dryer play a song when they're done, which is I have it memorized now, but I don't know, it's like a chiptune classical song that goes on for like 30 seconds, and every time I'm recording a video, like
it always happens, and you're like,
I just have to sit there. There's so many videos where I have to edit it out or just try to like put some background music over it to hide it.
Yeah,
the real pro things.
There was these automatic hand sanitizer machines when I was on Black Lightning last year, and those things, when you first turned it on, whoever the first person was to put their hand under it, it'd squirt. About 2 seconds later, it'd squirt again. It just constantly squirt until the entire 2-quart thing was completely empty in this big pool underneath the thing on the floor. I had this video compilation of me just recording it. And it was hilarious because we'd be in the middle of a take. Nobody would be anywhere near this machine. It'd just go, and people were like, unplug the damn machine, because it was driving everybody crazy. And the actors and us, we'd all start laughing on set because it was terrible. So, but yeah, those, okay. So now we know, you sound that way, Alan. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Bandrew, that's just good practice. Then there's the Blue Yeti for those who like to talk into the top of that. Well, you know what? If you use the Yeti,
I came prepared.
Get that thing off the screen. I'm going to remove you until you remove it. I'll bring out the destroyed.
I can put it in anamorphic.
Oh gosh. I'll get the destroyed Yeti and I'll put it up against that.
Mine's in perfect shape. Very high sentimental value.
No ping pong. Let's see here. I guess if you can feel the microphone in your throat, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I mean, of course, I guess depends on the person. Some people, I guess, may be into that kind of thing.
Yeah, whatever.
Stats for Nerve says 1080p. So just wondering if StreamYard is going to do the YouTube publish. Who is that ping pong? I don't know. Let's see. Is that the ATH M50X headphones you're using? Yes, indeed, it is. It was the very first review I ever did on the channel, and it's funny. It seemed like such a good idea at the time. But the problem that I run into with headphone reviews, and the reason why I have not done another one, is because they're so difficult.
Yeah.
You can't properly do them because here's the thing. It's a shared experience. If I want to say, oh, here, Tom, you're here with me, put these on. Tell me how you like the sound of them. But if you're listening on your, 7506s, you're not going to be able to hear how these sound. If you're listening on your phone using Bluetooth speakers that are, what's that? The Dr. Dre one.
Beats.
Beats. If you're listening on Beats, not going to be able to hear the way the ATH M50X headphones sound. If you take your phone and you stick it inside of a glass cup like people do, you're not going to be able to hear the way that the headphones sound.
The subtle
It is a
audio
shared
differences.
experience that we cannot share with you on YouTube because there's no standard for, oh, if you use this is a modeling headphone. It's not like if you use an Earthworks or some sort of measurement microphone, you can use that to calibrate your microphone. It's not like that. You can't do that with your home listening experience. So I ran into a big issue when I was reviewing those headphones. I was like, how do I review this in a way that's going to be useful? So the only thing I could think of was putting them on, playing a bunch of different things from speaking to talking and to describe the way it sounded to me. And I was like, all right, well, the bass is really good here. And I really like the way this girl's voice sounds. And I like, and this is the way my outro sounds. It sounds really, and I was like, well, this is it, hope you like, this video. It was terrible though. Because I got part of the way through it and I'm like, headphone reviews suck. There's really no way to convey anything in a very realistic, proper manner.
Yeah, I've never even tried it. The amount of like feedback that I get on, no pun intended, I get on like mic reviews or anything you review, you're gonna get told how wrong you are a lot. And headphones are an area where I just don't even want to begin. So I admire anybody who has like a headphone based channel where they do that every single week. It's not a job I envy.
And no, but people will always say, well, if you're going to review headphones or anything that involve listening, you should get the ears, with the little lavs in there. And I'm like, why? Do you hear like those lavs? Do you hear like a DPA 4060? Or do you hear like somebody that has real ears that are shaped in a certain unique way and you have a certain experience level to you? As you get older, you lose the highs. I mean, if you listen to the same exact video and someone else's ears are completely identical to you, the difference is about 40 extra years. The person who's older is going to be hearing less highs. There are some sound mixers that I go to work with, and they use some very harsh sounding microphones, in my opinion. They have a way too much high boost. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you like the sound of it, we'll use it. And they're like, oh, I love it. I'm like, it sounds very, very flat and natural to me. I'm like, it's not at all flat, but okay, if that's what makes you happy. And I can't help but think in my mind, they must be losing a lot of the highs in their ears right now. Because to me, the presence is really high on some microphones that people will use on set. They're overly present.
That's interesting. I never really thought of it that way. I've noticed a lot of people who have like backgrounds in radio, in like maybe like the 80s, early 90s, and even before, and they moved into podcasting and stuff, they do tend to have a really compressed, it sounds like kind of a high sound. And I've always thought it's because they're going for like that kind of like real broadcast sound. But a lot of those people also are older, and I wonder if they just can't actually hear, if they're hearing it differently than other people are hearing it.
Well, there's a lot of compression used in radio, and it depends. Some studios, they'll compress it before it goes out over the air. Some studios, some radio stations will compress it inside and then send it to master control or whatever where it goes out. But a lot of those guys, they would also have their headphones up overly loud in their ears. True, and so if they use it overly loud, they would do that, and then they would hear, if you listen at a regular level, someone will say, hey, turn down your radio. When they take a call and you're like, I didn't hear that. And it's like, because I use my headphones at a normal volume, they must have cranked theirs. There's a reason probably why people like Rush Limbaugh go deaf by the time that they're older, because they blast their headphones out. No, I didn't ever listen to him, but I know that his ears
I was just
started
going to stay quiet.
I mean, who cares if, but no, I think I listened to him during the Clinton administration because he was hilarious at how he'd always complain about him. But that was like, a teenager at the time. But no, I know that his ears started going bad. And so he started doing really weird things on the ear. So I heard about it, being that I was in sound. I would start to hear, I was like, wait a minute, he's doing what with, watermarks, audio watermarks now? And then he, for a while, I think had someone like a stenographer typing questions because he couldn't hear anything. I'm like, okay, well, if that's all right, fine. That's cool. Anyway, more power to you. You guys ever deal with tinnitus? My hearing is definitely degrading as I get older. That's presbycusis. I actually have a video about that. What is it called? Is it part of overtones, harmonics in the human voice? in human speech?
10 things about tinnitus.
I don't remember. I have a video somewhere. And I talk about hearing loss. I'll try to remember the name of that video, but it's something where I talk about. Now, I do know in my colors and noise video, I talk about how I think it's violet noise actually helps with tinnitus. There's one form of noise that if you listen to, it kind of helps to calm your head because it's something that interacts with tinnitus and shuts it out. Tinnitus is one thing you might consider doing is with regards to it is try to not ever have yourself in something that's overly quiet of an environment. Like, make it quiet, but don't make it overly quiet because it will drive you crazy. At least the people I know with tinnitus will complain about that.
I'm terrified of it. I started playing drums about 6 years ago, and that was like the number one thing that's such an easy way to just kill your hearing. So like we were talking about headphones and monitors and stuff. I found really great, there's like musician earplugs that you can put in, which are awesome because they don't really seem like they degrade the sound quality, but they just like really lower the volume. I started wearing those to concerts and stuff because it's like, oh, everything still sounds great, but it's like, it's not killing me. And then I have some great monitors. Actually, they're not even very expensive, which are awesome because I can listen to music or a click track and play to it, and then they protect the hearing. And I was trying to use those for streams because they're so nice. They come up from behind you and you can't see them. They just go in your ears. But I learned that when I'm like talking on a stream, my jaw's moving so much that the monitors keep falling out and I keep pushing them back in. They're falling out, pushing back in. And I realized, when I'm playing the drums, I'm not talking. They stay in. Yeah. On streams, they don't work. It's just big headphones like this never fall off.
Yeah, I know that some people will wear those single ear things that attenuate sound. I tried some, and I could not find them that equally. This is like years ago that could correctly attenuate all frequencies at the same amount. Now they probably dialed it in a lot better back then. I mean, this is probably 8 years ago when I first tried them. I think they were called dubs or something. I don't remember. All right, here's a question for you, Tom. I'm sure you get a lot because I know I've seen you answer it in your videos many times. But, hey, do you realize how cool the windscreen is of your SM7B? Where do you get that?
Wow. Yeah, so the most popular question I get, because the most important thing about a microphone is how it looks, of course, are these little foam windscreens. These little windscreens here. I got one for fun. It's from reporterstore.com. You would think that a little foam windscreen, you could get colored ones only from reporterstore.com, and they're based in Denmark, I think. So like just order a bunch of them. You can get them for shotgun mics and stuff. They're actually fairly decent quality. They don't seem to change the sound too much compared to the one that comes with the SM7B, but there's a little bit of a difference. I'm sure, like Alan, I'm sure you could hear like, oh my God!
When he had one, Tom had a video, and and he was like, yeah, it doesn't really change the sound that much. You change it out of like typing, away. I'm like, it does change the sound. Of course,
it definitely does, but
it changed just a little bit. But
to
you know what? All windscreens
normies
do.
As myself, it's fun though, because the thing is, like, as much as you can bemoan the idea that like anyone cares what a microphone looks like, I think it's kind of fun. It's one reason I love the Shure Super 55. Like, I love the way it sounds, but it's also like, it's a freaking cool looking microphone. And if you're doing stuff that's on camera a lot, like it just becomes part of the conversation. With the SM7B becoming so ubiquitous, it's like, everyone's talking into the same black cylinder. If you can add a pop of color, it's kind of cool. And that's sort of my thought on it. But reporterstore.com, I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I would like to be, because I think we've helped keep them in business this year at this point. But they're awesome and super fun.
I'm going to throw out one more thing that Bandrew mentioned, and I thought it was brilliant. And I think he's exactly right. So you hit mute. Is that the microphones that people used to use, the broadcast microphones like the SM7B, the RE20, things like that, they were never really designed to be on camera. Those were designed to be on radio stations or something along those lines. But as soon as they started being used for live streaming, for things that they were showing up on camera, probably one of the reasons why Shure has the word Shure across the side of their MV7X is because and the MV7 is because they recognize brand recognition now. It's one of the reasons why Deity has the word Deity going down the side. If you use a Sennheiser, they don't do that. You use many other shotgun microphones like Rode does. They have it across the side. They like the brand recognition, but more of the higher end, if you get Sheps, you get yourself a Sennheiser, get yourself a DPA. They don't do that because to them, they don't care at that point. You're in a pro level. You're not trying to ask for the brand recognition. You're not trying to get somebody who's got a YouTube channel to try to buy it. You're aiming just at high end pros that are going to use it for movies or film or ENG sound, that kind of thing. So they don't care about the brand recognition, but many other brands do. So that's probably one of the reasons why these microphones like the MV7, MV7X started doing that, and because they wanted the brand recognition on camera. And I thought that was a brilliant point. I was like, wow, you're right. I bet you that's exactly why they did it.
It is. So there's two things. One, we saw the Eternals a couple months ago. Feels like an eternity ago. And there's like a subplot in the movie where there's like a guy who's sort of like vlogging and documenting everything, and he has a Rode mic on his camera in it, and it's just obviously I'm guessing they had to be some sort of product placement or something, because it's so easy to just swap out.
You have to have it cleared.
The whole half of that movie, there's a giant Rode logo on screen, and I was like, gosh, they must be so happy about that. And then at one point he took the Rode mic to Australia, and I was like, wow, it's back where it came from. But when Rode came out with this boom arm, the PSA-1 Plus, which has big giant logos plastered all over it, I have removed mine, and I don't think I've heard from Rode since then. So anyway, I asked them about that because I was like, yeah, I want to make a review of this boom arm, but the logos are going to be like the thing that dominates the conversation. It doesn't really matter because people are going to see this giant white. There's literally 4 logos on the boom arm, 2 on each side, and they're huge. And Rode said, like, yeah, we know it's a divisive issue, but we're really proud of it. We like having it. We know it's going to be used on camera. And they said that while some people don't like it, they have found that some of their customers like it because it makes them feel more legit because they have like a name brand thing on their screen. And it's like, I don't know if it's like, if you're like an up and coming streamer or something, if you feel like you're sponsored because your microphone says Shure or your boom arm says Rode or whatever. And I've gotten feedback on my video where people have said that they're like, I feel like I have like a legit product because it's got the name brand right on there, like a Coach bag or something. I was like, oh, you go.
Has anybody said to you, are you using a knockoff of the PSA-1? Has anybody said that to you?
No, but
it's yours unbranded. It looks like the PSA-1, but it's not. It's a cheap knockoff. Is that what you're doing on your channel, Tom?
It still says it on the base. It still says Rode there. So
sure, I don't see it on right camera. Here. Where's it on the ultra wide, like the 10-to-1 aspect ratio camera? Is it there?
There we go. There's a Rode logo.
Oh, it's very small, but it is there.
All right, that's how it is on the old school PSA-1. That's why this mic's not even plugged in. That's where that logo is.
Full screen.
But the the thing about this is I tried like leaving the logo on here for just a couple videos, and I used it in like some Zoom meetings, and every single time people would be like, you realize you're just advertising for Rode, right? Did they pay for advertising in your video? And I'm like, okay, it's very distracting. Even in Zoom calls, I'd be talking to someone, I'd be like, hey Tom, what kind of boom arm are you using? And I'm like, yeah, I know, it's the Rode. A bunch of people were like, just put gaff tape over it and you're done. It's like, cool, put a piece of gaff tape over it. And then literally the next time I did that, I was on a stream and someone was like, why is there tape on your boom arm? Like, okay.
Yeah.
Equally
Everyone
as distracting.
Notices. Yeah.
So the only way to do it was just to get rid of them because it was.
Or you can get an entire sleeve and put it on the whole arm.
Right. It's a great arm. I really like it. It's a great arm. But the freaking logos just did not work for me. So
you know what I'm waiting for? In the movie, in movies, we have to get things cleared if it's going to be on camera. A certain brand, you have to get it cleared. I can't wait for the time that YouTube says, wait a minute. You're being monetized. Rode wants to sue you because they disagree with what you're actually using their products for. You're using it in there. You didn't have permission to use our product in your video. You need to remove that video. And they try to do that, and they start to make a lawsuit about that. I can't wait. And think about it. Think about that. That could be something that happens in the future, because a lot of the times you have people like Markiplier, you have people like PewDiePie, they get millions of views. Mr. Beast, if they start putting in something in a video that people don't approve of, that a brand doesn't approve of, they could very easily, if they start, if they use Coca-Cola or something like a big, huge brand with a lot of money in it, and it starts hurting those brands, and they did not have permission. It's one thing when somebody like EV or Earthworks or Rode sends you or me a product to review, and we review it, they know what they're signing up for. But if I go on this channel and a company I've never dealt with, I start bad mouthing their stuff, I start mocking their product, I start doing things I shouldn't do with their
Putting it in an
product, and
acid bath.
make them start to really lose market share, and they didn't ask for that. Wait until YouTube already, if you put in 3 seconds of a copyrighted song, they'll take all your revenue for that entire video. They don't just say, well, we'll call it the first 1,000 goes to you, the first $1,000 on the video, or first 100, and that's a license fee. Or they don't even bother introducing a licensing program. YouTube could very easily do that if they wanted to. They could say, well, if you have this, they could be the company that sets it up, says, if you want to use this in a video of this size, you can get it. And if you wanted to perhaps pay, let's say $10 out of your, because you're not going to get you're a small channel. You only get like 400 views in a year. They may say, okay, fine, we'll give you a license for that, for this video for $10. That could be a license deal that they do. And YouTube could easily set that up if they wanted to, but they haven't.
That would be the flip side to that whole thing. Is on YouTube, if Rode sends you something and you make a video about it, even if the Rode sends you something and it's not to make a video, they just say like, hey, here's a thing. Like I mentioned a while back, this was ages ago, that I didn't have a condenser mic. And I mentioned that randomly, and like literally 2 weeks later, the NT1 was at my door because Rode was like, hey, we just want to make sure you had a condenser mic. I was like, oh, awesome. And there was nothing, I never had to mention. I never had to put it in a video, do anything about it. It was just a gift, basically. And of course I made a video about it.
In your go video, I saw that.
Yeah, and of course I'm going to make a video about that, though, because it's really nice. But even still, there's no sponsorship, there's no official deal, but you still got to click I received something of value to make that video. So according to YouTube's terms of service, I hit the little box that does the thing, which is fine. I have no problem with that. But movies and TV, on the other hand, I guess, if you really dig into the credits, you can see promotional consideration by, all these things. But when Tony Stark pulls up in an Audi and the logo's right on screen, and,
you'll have those technicians on set if it's like a prototype.
I bet, but it's not as clear to the average person. Like, oh yeah, Apple really wanted this person to be using an iPhone right now, or Tony Stark drives an Audi or something. Even though he can make his own Iron Man suit, he still drives a off the shelf car, whatever.
Yeah, I mean it's just. There has to be clearance because, it's an old school thing. It's just like, listening on the radio, and you can't do payola, pay for play. You can get away with that on MTV.
Right.
And the rules are different in a lot of these different things. That's one of the ways that that MTV became really big with music videos before they started not doing music videos. Is if they would
music on MTV.
Music on MTV. Imagine that. But, back in the day, they did it, guys. Kids out there, listen, they used to actually have music on MTV. That MTV it actually stands for music television. Amazing.
It was just empty.
MTV. Yeah. I have tinnitus. It doesn't give me much trouble until everything is quiet. Then it's quite noticeable. Doesn't seem to be affecting, to affect checking out audio. Yeah. A lot of the times I hear that about people. They say, don't go into a really quiet room because it'll drive you crazy. I always have a little bit of something. I know a couple of guys that sleep with, noise generators on at a low volume, just so that way it's an idle sound that kind of drowns out, the tinnitus. He got it from a reporter site in Europe. There you go. Okay. See time I watch. That's right. His most asked question only fitting. All right, let's see here. Tom, love your channel. Have learned much from you. Why did you leave classroom teaching?
There's the diplomatic answer, and then there's the honest answer. And then there's the one that's sort of in the middle, which is probably the truth, which is I taught for 11 years, taught public high school for 11 years. And most of that time I was teaching digital media, which was super fun because I got to just kind of do this stuff all day with students who were like not broken down by the world yet and still excited about things. So it's like really fun.
They haven't been ruined by the internet.
Yeah. Well, at least when it comes to like that kind of
At
stuff.
least when it comes down to that, yeah.
Teenagers can definitely be ruined by the internet, but it was great. It's exhausting, and if you want to have any sort of like sanity left, it's very hard. Like you give a lot of yourself to that job, as basically all teachers do. I was getting very tired. I was also doing my YouTube channel, which was like I was putting full-time hours into that, more than full-time hours into teaching. Something had to give. Yeah, and then the pandemic hit. Don't know if you guys heard about this pandemic. It came around, and it just sort of like when we were doing online classes, that was kind of fun because I got to like experiment with all this different stuff to like, hey, I'm going to teach this class in a really weird way today with unnecessary technology just because I'm trying to make it exciting.
Did you teach from that desk right there?
Oh, yeah.
In your studio? You did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wicked.
Yeah, I had all the that's where I started getting like, I think that's what I bought the Atem Mini for originally, was so I could, show top down shots and do all that.
Sure it is.
It literally was.
I had to have it for
Great
teaching.
Excuse. Had to have it for work. But that took me out of the classroom, which took away a lot of like the thing that I liked about teaching, and it just exposed all the other stuff. And I was like, the YouTube channel's making money. Teaching is killing my soul. Maybe I can always go back to teaching later. Like I still have my teaching credentials. I can do that if I need to. But I probably won't always have the opportunity to jump in and sort of be my own boss in this way. So I'm going to take that chance and still be able to like teach stuff and explain things. Even the other day, I cornered my wife near the refrigerator and started explaining something.
Oh, leave that out of this stream. Oh, no,
no,
go ahead.
It wasn't nearly that exciting. It was like about microphones or something. I was like, yeah, you just do this thing here. And she was like, you're doing like the teacher thing. And I was like, I just like explaining stuff.
You ought to walk through this house sometimes. My daughter will walk by and I'll get into a lecture and they'll just be like,
I just want to explain things and contextualize.
I just came in here for a glass of milk. I don't need a lecture, Dad. Thank you, though.
Let me tell you where that milk came from. But yeah, so I YouTube is a cool outlet for that. It's for, you can still share stuff. You can still connect with people. You can still feel like you're doing something positive if you want to. But I haven't set an alarm in almost a year. Which is like freaking amazing.
So the question I have for you is, why did you leave mid-year?
Oh yeah,
that's the question I had for you.
So my school district and our teachers union were pretty strong last year, and that was great. And we were doing everything online, and it was going as good as it could go. Not perfect, but we were all getting by. We were in the home stretch. We're going into like the third quarter of the academic year. And we had been told we're going to go online the rest of the year. Cool. And then the state of California, where I live, said, hey, schools, if you open up by April 1st, we're going to give you extra funding. And suddenly our school district said, guess when we're opening up by? Doesn't matter how prepared, doesn't matter how safe, doesn't matter how practical. It's for the good of the kids, even though the kids were like, oh, we're not going back because it's insane to do that.
Yeah.
And I had already given my notice that I was going to leave at the end of the school year, but I gave it like 4 or 5 months in advance because I wanted to allow for them to plan for that. And that happened, and I was like, yeah, no, peace. Like, I'm not going into a classroom with 49 kids sometimes. Nope, because it's a petri dish in the best of times.
God bless California for that one.
Yeah,
wow.
So I just left and haven't looked back because, gosh, what a nightmare. Sorry to anyone who's still teaching, but I feel for you. And
yeah,
I
could never do it full time.
No.
Here's a good question for us. I'll let you take this one. How good is stereo recording for voiceover? I have a stereo shotgun microphone with a 21 dBA self noise in stereo mode, 20 dBA in mono mode, 40 hertz to 20 kilohertz frequency response, negative 28 dB per Pascal sensitivity. What do you think?
I don't feel like I am technically equipped for that, because every time I do stuff in stereo, it just bothers me because I'm like, why am I like, I'm on the wrong side? And so then I'm just like dual mono on everything to like just even it out. So I do most of my stuff for YouTube, and I just basically just try to do everything like mono. So it's just even on both sides, and that's kind of my workflow, for better or worse.
My big question is when what is the purpose of stereo recording? To hear a difference in sound from your left and right sides. When I talk to you, do you hear me from one direction or do you hear me more on the left or right side? You're probably sitting square at the screen looking at me on a screen that's pretty rectangled off to me, right? If you're looking at your phone, you're probably not looking at it intentionally from this angle and you're expecting it to be more on the right-hand side. You're looking at it most of the time pretty square. I mean, like this, just like you're looking at us right now. Why do you need to have stereo for that? I would say you don't need to use it. You only have one mouth, so you can pan that around to different ways in post if you want. Just record it really good with one microphone and leave the rest to post. If you want to put it on one ear, you can. There's really no reason for a stereo recording for voiceover. It's not.
Yeah, you can do fun stuff, which obviously, like, I know you're super aware of, but even in YouTube videos, you can do fun things with stereo sound if, like, I take something and I slam it down over here, and then you pan it so that, like, the crash sound comes from that side. Like, that's you do really fun stuff that people will kind of notice.
This day and age, though, you almost need to tell people, stereo recording, use headphones.
Be
because
like,
a lot of the times,
audio's bad, it's coming only on one side.
Well, either that or people will be listening to it and both of your speakers on one side of your phone. And so it's like, I don't know, that's not really stereo. And if you go vertical with it, it's still not really stereo. So it's like, when your speakers are both inside of where your ears are, your ears are this wide and your speakers are this wide, there's really no purpose.
True.
So it's like, so I look at those kind of things and I say, look, you almost need to tell people if you're going to be doing stereo recording, because I also, most of the time, I leave my headphones on this Mix Pre 6. I intentionally will leave them in left-right mono mode because it makes everything a little bit louder and I don't have to turn it up nearly as loud. Most of the stuff I deal with is in mono, or single channels. And, if I watch a movie or something like that, I'll watch it in stereo. But I will physically go boom, 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 and then done. It's just now changed to stereo. I need to go back to mono now. But yeah, so there's that. 416 or HC22, I'm not using either. Do you know, you obviously know 416. Do you know anything about the HC22, Tom?
Nothing. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm trying to think of all the gear. One of the best perks of my teaching job was the amount of gear that I got to, like, order and play with and experiment with. And I don't think that one came through.
Did you ever review it on your channel?
No.
You got a really cool piece of gear and you would say, well, I happen to have it here. I might as well do a piece of video about this for the Tom Buck YouTube channel.
Sometimes in the early days I did, and I always felt weird about that because I was like, well, it's not mine, but the channel wasn't making money. And luckily, like, how terrible public education is, my school site administration was awesome. And if anybody needed to check something out, like during the summer or whatever, they'd be like, please, like, don't let that stuff just sit there doing nothing for 2 months. Like, take a camera, take whatever. So, like, yeah. Prior to having my own SM7B, like, most of my SM7B videos were borrowed one from that. Because I was like, I need a Shure SM7B, but I don't have one. So, like, I'll check one out and do a comparison with it. And it's super, super helpful to have that kind of stuff happening. I tried to, like, there was a point where I was like, the channel's actually making money, so I'm going to, like, not do that anymore just in case somebody gets a weird feeling about that. And I started renting gear a lot, which is a great way to, if you're thinking of buying something, mics, lenses, whatever, you can rent it for, like, really, really affordable rates, use it in your actual workflow, and then decide if it actually works for you. And that's, like, super, super helpful.
Yeah. You just got to be careful about the rental agreement. If you can get a rent to own, sometimes the people will rent you a video and you say a product and you say, hey, you mind if I keep this and I'll just pay the balance? Sometimes they'll go for it. It depends. Yeah. 416 or HC22. If you want to watch the epic live stream that I did just about 2 weeks ago, on that epic live stream, I started using the HC22, and about 4 hours in, Ray Ortega was there, Julian Krause was there, Bandrew was there, Curtis Judd was there, a bunch of people were there. You might have even been there too, and they said, everybody change mics. I think you were there.
I was.
And they said, change mics. And I think you were there, as a matter of fact. And so we all changed mics, and at that point I changed the S mic too.
I felt so good when that happened because I was like, it was a time where someone could say, hey, everybody, change microphones. And literally every person in like 2 seconds was like, okay, now I have a new mic. And I was like, wow. This is a great group to be in
Yeah,
company of.
you're sound people. You gotta love it. Here you go. Here's a good one for you. Your puns are always intended, Tom.
Do you know, I thought I was good at writing puns, and so I submitted puns to like this pun writing competition. I actually submitted 10 of them, and not a single one won. No pun intended.
Mm,
Yeah, I'll go now.
gotcha. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I'm smiling now. It's hurting because my mouth is hurting already. I was laughing so hard earlier with my daughters downstairs. My jaw is now hurting. It's kind of like that epic that stream that we did, the
Oh
unhacked
my god.
Kevin Basic Filmmaker stream. It was 5 hours of just craziness. My jaws were hurting from laughing so much.
That was just one of the best days.
It was amazing. I heard somewhere that once your ears ring, that ringing frequency is lost forever. I don't know. A quick Google might prove that I'm talking about, but I have heard that what it is, and I of course I'm not an audiologist or anything like that, but what I've heard is that they're alarmed. The little I forgot what they're called, not cilia, but those little fibers that are sensitive to different frequencies. I've heard that basically they're like, whoa, 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 you're starting to abuse me a bit here. So they're starting to go away. At that point, they're starting to get hurt. And that screaming is their way of saying, they're being abused. And
Yeah.
sometimes that happens in time. Sometimes that happens through, loud use. If you shoot an AR-15 without hearing protection every single day for a while, your ears are going to be screaming at you until they're not working anymore. But yeah, that's I think that is an indication that they're in peril, and they're it's a warning sign. I think that's what the ringing is. If they're
Yeah,
ringing all the time.
it's scary. I can remember even as a kid in my teens going to concerts and coming home and like sitting in bed and just having that sound and being terrified that it would never go away. And that was when I quickly learned, like, I'm gonna wear earplugs at concerts. And then the amount of people who made fun of me for wearing earplugs at concerts was absurd. It's like, what? What is it uncool to have like good hearing into your later years? Like, I don't get this, but kids be kids.
Yeah, I went and saw the legendary Pink Dots. I was actually working the concert, part of the video crew on that. And at the very, very end of it, the legendary Pink Dots, one of them went over to the patch bay. He struck some high-pitched noise on his, and there was already so much. It was so loud. And anyway, I really regretted not having earplugs in. And he hit some high-pitched noise, turned feedback on, and killed the patch. So it was just a high-pitched squeal. And it was like feedback in a microphone that he just had it on a loop, and it took like almost 10 minutes to cycle down. It was so loud and it hurt so bad. And I'm like, I want to punch you in the head. Why would you do that to us? But he didn't, and I guess he thought it was hilarious, but it was just like, it was terrible. And I was thinking, oh, this is going to be just destroying everybody's hearing in here. Luckily, I was at the back of the room with the crane. How many times will you adjust a scratchy lob before deciding you're causing too much time? How do you ride that line, adjusting things for capturing better sound versus not being that guy? Here's what I'll tell you. Feel out the actors. This is a lav question, so I'll take that if you don't mind. The main thing is some actors are like, yeah, absolutely, get it right, do it until it's right. They'll say, how's it sound now? How's it sound now? Yeah, if you need to adjust it again, come back. They'll let you know if there's a problem. Some actors will say you get one time. Ben Stiller will tell you, put the lav on, take as much time as you need to do it, but I don't want to end up thinking about it again. I don't want you to have to adjust it again. So this is your one time. Do what it takes to get it right, and don't talk to me again. He wants to forget about it. So that's the way he is, though. He'll just say, do it, and that's it. At least that was the way he was on the watch. So, and he may be different now, but that was the way that he basically, the rule was for the sound department there. So if I would say a scratchy lav is doing nobody any good. Post can get scratch out if it's a little bit of crinkling, popping tape or something like that that's settling, something like that. They can get that out to a certain degree. But if you can make it sound clean and make a couple of adjustments, don't hesitate. If it's like if you're on a full-time show and it's just this one outfit is being really bad and you have to keep adjusting it, they know it's not the norm. They know it's just a one-off thing and that you must be having a problem with the wardrobe. But if you go in there day one and you won't stop fiddling with the live, they might have an issue with it. But I would say feel them out. If the actors seem like they're trying to get thrown off because it's an emotional performance and they're getting, distracted by it, then at that point you might talk to the mixer and say, I can't keep adjusting this thing. We'll probably only have a couple more times before this actor is going to start having issues. We can't throw them off. So that's at least my thought on that. Tom, I got 2/4 to 3.5 millimeter cord you suggested from to run from the Rodecaster to the Atem Mini Pro to PC and running into OBS, and it's crazy noisy. Clean leaving Rodecaster, but noisy at Atem. Suggestions.
My biggest suggestion would be take advantage of Aaron Parecki, who is in the chat right now, because he can definitely answer that question for you. He's also the one, I know he mentioned it, but he's the one that showed me how to do this with the Atem, so I didn't have to bring in other software to go anamorphic with one of my inputs. So thank you, Aaron. But what I would say is that almost, to me, definitely narrows it down to the Atem's preamps or something happening with the audio in the Atem, because if it's clean leaving the Rodecaster, that's good. And the Atem has audio preamps, but it's primarily a video switcher, so that's its strongest point, is all its video inputs. I don't think it has like the best audio inputs in the world, and so I'm guessing like the gain or something in the Atem is just cranked too high and it's super noisy. So if you have a way of lowering that down and then maybe even boosting the signal from the Rodecaster or using whatever software you're running it into to boost it, that'll probably help. Basically just lowering the Atem's gain and trying to raise it in other places might help the signal get a little cleaner. That's what I think, maybe.
Okay. I don't own an Atem Mini, and so cool. I actually was talking to Tom earlier. I was talking to him just yesterday. He just got through releasing a video about the Cam Link and the Atem, comparing the two. And after the Epic live stream, someone suggested that I get one of the really cheap off-brand Cam Links, and they said this is the one that works really well for me. And I said, cool, I'll get it. How much is it? Oh, $20? Sure, might as well try it. And it arrived to me, and then about a day or two after it arrived, Tom releases his video about the Cam Link, and one of the things he says is, don't get the cheap ones because it's hit or miss and you get what you pay for. I'm like, well, great, thanks. Where was your video last week?
Sorry,
and
I scheduled it in advance.
Scheduled in advance, so you actually had it done. You just didn't give me special privileges to watch your content early. I get it.
But yours has been working great, though. Your audio
it works great so far. Watch, it's going to die. It's going to die in the middle of it. The biggest thing that I kept having is the camera kept shutting off until I plugged it up and started using the HDMI plugged into it. The camera has been fine. I look like a ghost, but that's just my skin tone. I can maybe adjust just a little bit with the lighting. But,
I'm also a pasty white man, so I get it.
Oh no, you have some.
I have a lot of color, a lot of adjustments happening over on my eCam inputs over here.
I need to figure out. I need to adjust my lighting or something over there. Let's see here. It totally happened to me as a voice actor. I went hearing. Okay, so that wasn't the question I thought it was. Rush is a great band. Let's see. DPA 6060 versus 4060. The smaller size of the 6060 is nice, but does it sound better than the 4060? In my opinion, yes. It's first of all, it's got core. The 6060 has core. It's smaller. It's a lower profile. It's extreme. It's rugged, actually, surprisingly rugged. It's small. It comes in various different colors at this point. You can get the attachment on it to make it fit out of a poke out of around a button. It still sounds really good. The main thing I hear about people with the 6060 is that it doesn't have a presence boost on it. So if you put it underneath clothing, it can sound a little bit muffled. But then, that's why you have the 4070. The 4070 is a mic that goes underneath clothes. It has a presence boost on it, so it kind of compensates for that rumble or what's the word I'm looking for? The muffle. That's it.
Okay.
I just got through saying
yes.
it. But the 4060 though is the 4060, 4061, 4063. Those entire series, those are designed to be on the outside of clothing too. The 4070 is the only DPA series that's designed to be underneath clothing that is the Lav, as far as I know. But then they're flat, so there you go. But to me, I wasn't lying or embellishing in my 6060 video. My opinion is pretty solid about it. And it hasn't changed in my opinion. I still love the way it sounds. I love the natural the sound of it. To me, it sounds brilliant. So that's the 6060. Let's see. Do you guys ever wear over the ear headphones versus in ear? Why do you guys wear over the ear headphones versus in ear?
I do it for comfort, and they don't fall off when I talk.
Yeah. A lot of the times I'll use them also just for the sake of them being, I like the way that a pad feels on my ear. I can also dial in on the pressure a little bit more or a little bit less. IEMs, they cut out a lot of stuff. If I'm at work and you use IEMs, someone will come up and speak something in your ear and you can't just go, what? And get them to repeat it. You have to go take the whole thing out and then you have to go back in with your ear. Plus, I won't always know. I won't hear it because it plugs up your entire canal. There are times I would use IEMs, like if we do big, loud explosions or something like that, I'll use IEMs because I'll use my high noise, headphones that block out outside sounds. And I want to be able to take those off, talk to people with IEMs in, and then put them back on. But the IEMs I'll usually use are the kind you can hear through. More like the Bumblebee Sidekick, but I don't use that particular brand. I have another cheaper brand that actually I like the way they feel, and they sound pretty good for that particular purpose. But since we're talking about IEMs, do you ever use IEMs at all? Like when you do your drumming?
Yeah, no, they're not. They're over there, so they're just sort of like, I don't know, $50-$60 ones. They're not like super high end. I've been wanting to get like some of the Shure ones that are supposed to be pretty good, but they have totally saved my hearing because when you're drumming, having big headphones is like impossible because they start flying all over the place, and the IEMs that go out the back are great. I love the way they look when people use them on streams because they're basically invisible. But yeah, so it's, it very much depends. Yesterday I was I'm on our city's public arts commission. And so I was at a commission meeting, virtual commission meeting yesterday on Zoom. And it's like, I know I'm not going to be talking a ton, so I'm just going to use the speakers over here and keep myself on mute because it's way more comfortable that way. But if I'm going to be talking a lot, then, I want to make sure to have something in my ears. If I'm doing something that involves other people who spend a lot of time on their audio and microphones, then I'll definitely use big headphones because I want to hear all the work that everyone did in their setup. So that's kind of my logic.
This comment's actually a good one. Good custom IEMs with mold taken by an audiologist while you were biting on a bite block. They won't fall out while you're talking, singing, or even eating. And that's a really good point. I think that was one that was made a point even made during the Epic live stream. Is that they'll usually, if they're taking the fitting, they'll have you bite on a block so that way your mouth is a little bit open. There's a little bit of pressure there. But also speaking about headphones and stuff. Might want to also ask Bandrew about that. Bandrew, what headphones are you using, and why do you choose to use those when you're in a studio?
Sennheiser HD 650s. And I know that's sacrilege because you're not supposed to use open backs while recording. But I don't listen too loud.
Yeah.
My monitoring is at a decent level, so I don't ever really run into bleed. And also, I normally just record by myself, so there's not enough latency. I monitor real time, so there's not enough latency to actually make it back into the microphone and cause that. I'm sure if you've ever done a guest spot with somebody over the internet, you've heard yourself on their end, and it's a half a second later. I don't ever run into that, so that's why I use the 650s. They're comfortable, and I want to make sure that I always have the same playback. I don't want to switch back and forth between 15 different headphones because then I'm not completely comfortable with the one form of playback with the deep presence radio voice, really. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't want to sound like a radio broadcaster. But
you already do because you're swallowing your microphone, but go ahead.
You should. I'll just spit it out.
Well, now we know, in case you're wondering.
Oh, God. Anyway. Am I too
Here's
loud?
the question you've always wanted to know the answer to, audience.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That red is actually my skin tone. It's not.
But yeah, I want to, because I'm always listening critically on the headphones. I want to make sure that I'm familiar with the character of them. So I don't want to switch back and forth between a bunch. So that's why I use the 650s. That took a weird turn.
It did. My jaw is gonna start hurting from laughing again. This is terrible. Oh man. Well, Tom, you said that you only had an hour with us here, so I'm gonna go ahead and thank you. Well, are you frozen? Oh no, you're not frozen.
No, I'm here.
You were
I'm
just,
just,
you were
I'm
just
just,
not moving.
I just don't know how to like transition from our answer to the last question.
No worries, no worries.
So,
But anyway, thank you so much for showing up, Tom. Appreciate you being here as always. We'll have to do this again sometime.
yeah, thanks
And,
so much for having me. Thanks for helping out. Like I don't know, I appreciate you're such a stand-up guy, even when you're sitting down. It's awesome.
Oh, thank you. I
right.
appreciate it. You take care, Tom. Good having
ya.
you.
Bye, Tom.
Well, how's it going there? I've already removed him. He's there. He waved. He waved,
Okay.
and he's probably wanting to actually say, real quick, I'll bring him back for a split second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I was just saying hi. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye. I love
Okay.
you.
Hi, Tom. Bye.
That was and I cut him off again. I'm too fast. Okay,
It's-
Tom, there you go.
Now I'm anamorphic. I was just saying something about Blink-182. It doesn't matter, but
Okay.
that's all.
Apple shampoo's the best one on Dude Ranch.
Yeah, sure. But the Damn It riff is my favorite to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway,
Naturally.
bye guys.
All right. Bye.
I guess he's really done now.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I'll go.
Okay, I'll remove him. All right, there you go. As for the questions that have been asked since half an hour ago when the last question came in that we just got through answering, I will answer those at the end of Curtis Judd. Whenever Curtis Judd is no longer
perfect,
here,
yeah.
I'll go back and I'll answer those. I made a mark a little bit there. I know where the questions were. So we're going to reset the questions now because we have Bandrew Scott in the house. If you're not familiar with Bandrew made 176 videos last year in a year that only had 365 days. So he basically has no life. He lives
true.
for doing content creation, and he will do literally a video every other day. And those are the ones that are public. He'll do others for like members only, I guess, or unless you count those as
Yeah.
well.
I did not.
Yeah, you didn't count those because those are only the public videos. But he does a lot of other things. He's a content creation machine. So if you have any questions for Bandrew, he is here, and so by all means, feel free to ask your questions regarding anything that is Bandrew's realm there. So, has Bandrew ever done a video with his door shut? That's
Okay,
a great question to start us off with.
No, I have not, because the place I live, it's so poorly constructed that the door has dug into the bedding underneath the carpet, so I can't move it. So no, I have not.
Your door literally can't shut.
I can if I pry it shut, but doesn't seem like it's worth it, really. So no, I haven't.
Well, that's awesome.
I did have people asking. So I know people always wonder, why do you do tests 2 feet, 4 feet away from the microphone? Because people asked for it. And I had people legitimately requesting me to close the door and from across my home yell so they could hear how loud their mother would be if they were yelling at them while they were talking to their friends.
That is one of the most useless ideas for a test.
It would be interesting.
I think the forfeit. It's really funny how in your podcast you said that there's 3 times in your videos that you can really express yourself.
Yeah.
When you're throwing the box, when you're 4 feet away from the microphone, and one of the other things is when you play your songs, you can kind of be expressive.
Oh yeah.
You know. But what was the third one there that you mentioned? I forgot.
I don't remember. When I what's in the box?
Yeah.
Maybe the intro.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know where I can express myself.
Well, it's really funny too because you'll quite often do that. You'll and I always watch for those moments. I like it when your personality comes out. Like the video you just released yesterday had me laughing like crazy because if you haven't seen it, he walks into the room and says "Greetings, Earthlings," but he recorded the entire video backwards.
Not the entire video. That would be
Well,
impossible.
that entire
The
intro
intro,
of him
yeah.
walking in. But he said the words "Greeting Earthlings" in reverse, stands up and walks backwards out of his room. But it is the most awkward walk you've ever seen in your life because as he's walking backwards, he's not looking at where he's going. He's trying to figure out where things are and he's trying not to hit things.
Yeah.
So it just looks so awkward. You're like, I when I first saw it, there was conversation going on and I was listening and I'm like, what? Why does his voice sound so weird? Because I couldn't tell with other people talking why it sounded that way, the way it did. And I watched him walk in. I was like, what is going on? It's like, if you've seen Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, Ruprecht the Monkey Boy, or Bring Out the Gimp, but the Gimp's sleeping. It's like, what is going on there? And then it hit me as to what's going on, and I was like, oh man, that's too funny. So anyway. Why is Bandrew called Blandrew?
Because I'm being self-deprecating. Because I find myself rather bland. So it's a play on my name, Bandrew, but then Blandrew. You get it.
Well, yeah, you see right here, it's StreamYard's fault. They're labeling him that.
Yeah, StreamYard, what gives?
Man, I can't
You're
believe
not allowed to pick on me like this. What's happening here?
Let's see. Shut your door. That's how Alan got in. If you've ever seen that
true.
Video. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Let's see. Yes, I'm always genuinely confused about your name. Pronunciation is Bandrew, but it's spelled Blandrew with an L.
No, it's spelled Bandrew. It's just when I go into streams, I name myself Blandrew. I don't know why. I think it's funny. What does Bandrew do for his day job? Okay. So, first off, none of you business. But secondly, I put numbers in Excel all day. That's it.
Yeah. It's exciting stuff.
It's a really thrilling job. And I know people are jealous that I get to do it and they don't. Just Excel. Clickety clacking away on a 10 key. I love 10 keys. I love Excel.
And he likes putting formulas in Excel. That's what he does.
Formulas. Yeah. Pivot tables. VLOOKUPs. I love it.
The proximity test where he gets just a whiff of the mic. Mm-hmm. This is when we hear how the dog would, sniffing the microphone would sound.
Yes, Tom, I do excel at Excel. Just a whiff, please.
All right, here you go. If you actually, all right, here's a fun one.
Okay.
Go back and watch his earlier videos.
Just
go back to Podcastage. Look at his oldest videos, and you'll see that he doesn't wear the beanie. He doesn't fall into wearing the hoodie. He actually started, and you saw his hair.
Yeah.
And you saw him wearing real clothes. And then over the course of
what
time,
am I wearing now? Is this a hologram?
He wears hoodies. Sometimes he wears his flannel. He has this really studly flannel made by an American-made company that he wears sometimes. He'll do that when he's doing his podcast.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, I've been slowly replacing almost everything that I own that I can with American-made stuff. So now I wear like all American-made clothes like a weirdo.
No, it's
as if anybody else cares. There's like 5 people in the world that care.
Oh, it's good. It's good to do that.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried DIY clone mics, going down the rabbit hole of mic building? And some have built incredible BBU-87 clones with boutique clone capsules, e.g. Roswell's sister company, Mic Parts.
I have not. I have not done any of the mic clones or any of that. It's something that I do want to do. Currently, I don't have a proper space to do that in because I would want to actually film it because I think I want to turn it into content. I don't get 176 releases by not filming every aspect of my life So I would want to film it, but I don't have a good place to do that. So maybe one day I will.
All right. Any budget ribbon microphone recommendations for recording classical music solo instrument? Is SE-X1R a good choice? Thank you very much.
Okay, I have been considering buying that, but I'm in one of the months where I just say I'm not spending any money, so I can't buy it to test it out, but that is on my list to try out. All I can say is SE Electronics is I have had nothing but good experiences. I'm trying to think if there are any of their mics I've tried that I haven't liked. SE 4400, SEV7, SE7, SE8, they're sitting right there. I can't think of any SE Electronics mics that I don't like or that I've had a bad experience with. So I can't speak to it, but I like the company. That's the information I can give you. And the only other budget ribbon I've used is the MXL R144, and I wasn't too keen on that one. I wasn't that impressed with it. It's fine. It's just extremely dark and extremely ribbony.
Extremely riveting.
Yeah.
That's descriptive. That's a copyrighted term. It's getting a copyright on that.
Ribbony.
Extremely ribbony. Ribbony. Here's a good question for you. When you do 1, 2, 4 feet, why do you not also do the samples with a gain up to see how it would sound if used from that distance? Jay needs to know.
There's no good reason for that. So the original reason why I started doing those tests is because people wanted to see what kind of decibel decrease there was as you got farther away from the microphone. So if I gained it up, wouldn't be helpful. But I know you're asking because you want to know, could I use the microphone 4 feet away and get a usable sound? I'll tell you right now, in all of our rooms, no, you can't.
Nor should you try. I mean, like if you're using
try.
If you're using a shotgun microphone and you're making do have a wide shot or something like that, then it's acceptable to match your perspective. He doesn't do that. Look at the shot that's on the screen right now. If he sounded like he was 4 feet away, it would sound really weird.
Yeah.
It would be very awkward.
I don't have enough gain to put this 4 feet away. I was going to try it.
See, what I was thinking is if you gained it up, it would defeat the whole purpose of hearing what somebody sounds like far away from the mic, because people don't gain up a microphone, even when they step back for a second. Oh, yeah, hold on 1 second. Yeah, I'm going to grab it right now. Yeah, I've grabbed it. It's right here. You don't say, okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, it's over here right now, and then bring it back down. People don't do that. It's ridiculous. You leave the level the same way, and people, you just totally heard that gate, in the compression, but it was terrible.
Yeah, I think it's two different approaches, two different thought processes on the use of that test, because the way we're thinking about it, it's determining the drop off. How does it sound 4 feet away? What kind of rejection should you expect when your mom's screaming at you 4 feet away from behind you? What's it going to sound like? But Liberty's looking at it, or Jay is looking at it in terms of how useful would it be? 1 foot, 2 foot, 4 foot, 2 feet, 4 feet.
Here's a good question for both of us. For YouTube content, can you guys discuss speech intelligibility versus good sound? I'll let you take this one.
I think good sound is automatically intelligible. I don't think there's anything necessarily different between intelligible speech and good sound. I don't know if there's some kind of accessibility requirements to be considered intelligible speech, but as far as I'm concerned, I think all intelligible speech, I shouldn't say that, all good sound encompasses intelligible speech. I won't say all intelligible speech equals good sound, because you can have very intelligible speech that's painful to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say all good sound
like most of my videos.
Hey, mine too. Because look who's talking.
We're
But
not talking
yeah,
about being an eyesore. We're talking about sound.
yeah.
Luckily,
If you're talking
I'd
about
fail.
this,
I'd fail at that too. I love how
what are
you're
your thoughts?
closer. You're more of a close up than normal in this particular stream because
No,
you centered right on your mouth. Your head's partially cut off, but I love
no.
that
So
you're doing.
it crops. Streamyard crops it in on me. It crops in on me. There's more.
It's
There's
not
more
like
above me.
doing
See,
this.
look. Yeah, see. So StreamYard crops in, and then it makes it look like I'm just zoomed in. Like we could do it. We could. Ew. Gross. That was disgusting.
That was pretty awesome, actually. That's funny. As for me, now, first of all, you define for YouTube content. So discuss speech intelligibility versus good sound. Here's the thing. Most of the time people on YouTube, they have one camera, unless you're Tom Buck and you have all of them. But here's the thing. If I am set up here in this kind of a shot right now, and you have this kind of perspective, as long as I sound like that, it's fine. If I'm in a close up, there is a point where it starts to sound too close up. If you get the microphone up too close, if it's in a wide shot and there's a foot of headroom or something like that, I'm using a lav. You know what a lav sounds like. People have been trained over the course of time to know what things sound like. You see a news person standing on a green screen and they're wearing a lav right here. You know how that sounds on a lav. You know how someone sounds in a movie on a lav and on a boom. Over the course of the past century, people have been trained to know what sound sounds like and what is considered good. The main thing about YouTube content creation is, can you hear the person talking? I can hear Bandrew clicking around. But the thing is, here's the thing. A lot of the times on YouTube, as long as people can hear what it is and it's not distracting because it's overly present, it's too far away, there's background noise, it's just insane, your audio isn't sizzling, it's not clipping, there's no bad things with it, then it's probably going to pass the intelligibility test. You know, Bandrew, it gets very close to his microphones. He gets very close, like he's doing a broadcast on the radio. Me, I back off. I back off for the microphones a little bit, and I use compression to get the level up there. If I didn't, and I just bypassed it all, and I brought my level up here, it would be something I'd have to ride the level a lot more often. You're still going to hear me just fine, but you're going to hear more of my background noise because my gate's not going to be nearly as aggressive. And you may actually like the way this sounds more, but the main thing is, for YouTube content, you've already been trained by a century of what things sound like from movies and television. So at this point, as long as it sounds clear, then it's going to probably pass the test for that. That's at least my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a book from I think the 40s or 50s that I got from Bell Laboratories, where they did a bunch of analysis about speech intelligibility. I was really going to go into the weeds about determining what frequency responses and what syllables and articulations and mouth noises are at what frequency, but then I realized no. But there's research about it if you want to look into it.
There is. Here's a good one for you. What auto does Bandrew drive?
I drive a vehicle.
It's not an interesting vehicle. It's what you would expect from Bandrew. It's a very practical vehicle.
It turns on and it gets me from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Can you tell I'm very paranoid? Somebody does say he drives a Tesla. I do drive a Tesla truck. Absolutely, I do.
Yeah, absolutely, he does. And it runs off of gasoline because he's got one of the really cool ones.
A gasoline Tesla truck, yeah.
That's right.
I had to.
He's got the.
I had to hold Elon Musk hostage to make him make it, but totally worth it. I get all the points for being an environmentally conscious person. People just love me. They say, "Oh, look at Bandrew, he drives an electric vehicle," and then I just fill it up with the dirtiest gasoline I can find that pollutes the most. It's the best of both worlds.
It's funny because a lot of the thing that drives Bandrew's car forward is plosives.
Yeah,
just and it carries his car forward. So
precisely.
Precisely. Now that it's been some time, any thoughts on protecting your YouTube channel from takedown, like backdoor email into the account, not linking accounts to the same email, etc.? He's referring to your channel being banned. So now that it's been a little bit of time, that's a really good question. Is there anything more that you have thought of, or somebody has reached out and said, "Hey, Bandrew, you should also consider this because I watched your video"? Any other good information about preventing your channel from being hacked or whatever?
So I guess I will just share that information in case. By the way, Tom, I hope you're safe. Hope the earthquake wasn't bad. Let us know how you're doing. First thing you need to do with your account.
You should stay. I'm sorry to interrupt. You should stay in here for longer than an hour. If you're gonna, have earthquakes, you should have been in here for more than an hour. I mean, be like me and just, stay in a stream until something happens. I had power go out 12 hours in, and I still came back and streamed for another 5 hours. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so first thing that if you're serious about your YouTube channel, the first thing you need to do is set up two-factor authentication. And I don't mean cell phone. I don't mean text message, SMS. I mean physical two-factor authentication. That's what this little fella is right here. If it'll focus, this is a physical YubiKey. I cannot log into my YouTube account without this. So this will make it much more, I won't say make it impossible, but make it much more difficult if somebody's going to hack my account. Secondly, I had taken steps prior to my account or my channel being banned. What I did is I was starting to think, oh no, I'm starting to see a lot of YouTubers get hacked and then they lose all their accounts. So what I did is I started to split off the majority of my accounts to new emails. And so if one account or one channel or one email was banned, I wouldn't lose access to everything. The issue that I had, yes, and that's a great point, Dan, live on YouTube. Get two-factor authentication tokens, set them both up on your accounts. And then if you have a safe deposit box, throw the second one, throw the backup in there. If you have a fireproof YubiKey, fireproof 2FA token, put it in the fireproof safe, something like that. So that is,
if it gets lost.
There are recovery methods. It's a pain in the butt, but there are workarounds. But you may just lose access to all the accounts. That's why you have two of them.
Can you set up two YubiKeys?
Yeah, you can set up
and like put one in a security, in a safety deposit box, and the other one. But either one of them can use. You can.
Yeah. So you can have physical two-factor authentication. You could have multiple of them. A physical one with you, one in a safe deposit box. You could also use there's a phone app called Authy, which is an OTP generator. So you could that's another form of physical two-factor authentication. It's not as secure, but it's still something that you have because it's only on that phone that you have. But you are able to get a backup of that if you were to lose your phone. So that's another way to go about it. But then also, every single YouTube channel you have, it's a pain in the butt, but make a new email, make an entire new Google account, because then if one of your channels, one of your Google accounts gets banned, you won't lose access to everything. The issue that I made, or the error that I made, is I had my personal account where I was reading Grimm's fairy tales on the same one as Podcastage. I just didn't think, oh, this is such controversial content that it will get taken down for commercially deceptive practices because the Brothers Grimm have been dead for 200 years. They don't
like what you're doing on your YouTube channel.
I know.
They totally disapprove.
So I think
there weren't even microphones around when those guys were around. So
yeah,
there was no such thing as a microphone.
So that's my advice. Physical two-factor authentication and new account for every single YouTube channel.
Do you think that changing your primary account every now and then is useful, or something that you might even consider? Like, for example, let's just say that my primary account that I used for this was sound speeds on, YouTube channel. Let's call it that. And that's what it was at Gmail.
Okay.
Sound speeds on YouTube channel. Sound speeds channel on YouTube. Let's just call it that. And if I've said, well, next year for 2022, I'm going to call it something different. I'll rename it the Sound Speeds channel on YouTube at gmail.com. Do you think there's a reason that you would need to change it over periodically? Or do you think that once you just have it, as long as you don't do anything with that and people don't know about it's existing, then that's enough?
As long as it's not public, as long as you're not broadcasting sound speeds on YouTube at gmail.com, because then you're giving people half of your login credentials.
Yeah.
So as long as you aren't broadcasting that to everybody, I don't see any reason to change it.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you want to get extra paranoid, you should also upgrade your passwords. I didn't even mention that. Use a password manager and use as long of a password as you possibly can, random characters, special characters, everything, and update that every quarter, every half a year. Pain in the butt, but if you actually,
want security,
like if you're building a career on YouTube and you want to be safe, being safe with your account is not simple. It's time consuming.
I noticed a certain kind of buzz with my VT500 Lav. My levels aren't peaking, so it's not that. It's not cloth rustle either. It's like a high frequency buzz and hiss. Any idea what the cause of this is? Could the cable be pinched? Is there a possibility the cable could actually be pinched someplace? That will sometimes happen if your Lav cable gets pinched. As for anything else, if it didn't used to happen, it does now. Have you done anything to your system? You changed your settings at all? You didn't say anything about what it's plugged into, so I don't know anything more about the system flow than just the VT500. But what I would say is, could the cable be pinched? If you gently massage and rub up the entire cable, do you hear it popping in and out, for example? Does it change the sound at all? Is it potentially something that it's plugged into that's giving it an issue? Has the capsule encountered any kind of damage, or could it have been in an area that got a lot of humidity or RF? Or not RF, but humidity, and it could have gotten into the microphone capsule, because that doesn't really sound like a buzz so much, but sometimes it can damage components, and that could be something that's long lasting on there. Did you drop the lav into something that potentially could have caused problems? Anything along those lines. I would also look at perhaps changing your inputs. If you have a multi-channel input, see if it's a different input. It would have that. So like if you're plugged into channel 1, plug it in channel 2. If you see channel 2 is an issue, if you have a second VT500, try it in the same place. So change out all the different variables to see if it's the actual lav in the cable, or if it's just the input or something along those lines. That's where I would start probably. So for YouTube content, can you guys discuss using a shotgun out of frame and what you guys are using? Go ahead.
I don't have a preference for either as I pop the microphone. Well, I shouldn't say that. I personally prefer closer miking. I think it sounds better. It's what my ears like. It's what I've been trained to like growing up listening to the radio, I guess, and listening to podcasts with the headphones directly in my ear. So I have Leo Laporte and Adam Curry yelling in my ears like they're right on top of them. So I have that. I like that. I know. That's how I feel.
At the water. I was cringing at his voice right in my head.
I know. Me
Get
too.
Out of my skull.
So that's my personal preference. But if you're using a shotgun microphone or a small diaphragm condenser 3 feet away, I think it's more than fine as long as you aren't what?
3 feet away.
2 feet away, 1.5 feet away, out of frame. Whatever it is, right up here. Is that 18 inches? I'm bad at distances.
Go on.
No, I feel like I've stepped on a landmine. You go ahead.
I have a video talking that I released about 2 months ago talking about how to properly use the shotgun microphone. especially, and I do tests of against, like, I'm standing in a hall, and I talk about how to properly position it when you're next to it. I talk also about how to use it when you're at a desk. If you watch the epic live stream of 2021, I used a shotgun microphone the entire time. The big thing is, and I'll tell you this over and over again, listen to it. You got to listen to it. Tom, at the very beginning of this video, he said that one of the things I recommended that you do is when you first get a microphone, if you start to put it in an environment like at your desk, don't just set it up and assume it's great the way it is. Set it up, put a wide shot on yourself, and grab the microphone. Like, if you can, put it on some sort of a thing with a stick and position it close, position it farther away, angle it forward towards your mouth, away from your mouth, square up and down, various different angles, and see what sounds good. And really listen to it. Talk yourself through it. You have a wide shot there. So you say, okay, the microphone is currently about 9 inches away from my mouth, and it's even with maybe the top of my head. And then as you start to go up higher and you start to angle it more down toward the desk, you start to hear. So when you watch you'll hear yourself talking through the microphone. The big thing is, don't find yourself looking up and tracking with your face where you're looking. Just continue to talk the way you normally do. If you're doing a podcast, if you're doing streaming for you do gaming on YouTube or whatever, just position it in the way that position your face the way it's going to be on the stream or in what you're doing. And then go along with it, and then try to position the microphone at that point where it sounds best. If you start to hear more reflections, you're probably getting it off of the table. Try to identify what it is that's making the noise that you don't like. If it's low end, you're probably getting too much chest coming off of the table. If you're getting too much balance off of your computer monitor, it's going to sound differently. If you watch the beginning of the epic live stream of 2021, I used the shotgun microphone the entire time. I wanted to see if anybody would point it out and notice it, but no one seemed to until I said, like, 12 hours in, I'm surprised no one has asked anything. When the video started, I was using the HC22, the new Rycote microphone. When about 4 hours in, someone said, hey, let's all change microphones. I changed to the S-Mic 2 because we were going to be giving one away, and I wanted to hear how it sounded different in comparison to the HC22. But I had already set up that microphone for the HC22, and the S-Mic 2 was actually going to it sounded better, in my opinion, than the HC22 did, without me adjusting anything and changing anything. But I kind of dialed in on where the HC22 was going to sound best. And I did not do that on the fly live with the S-Mic 2. But I thought the S-Mic 2 sounded better where the HC22 was. So it's what I would always say is listen, trust your ears, go with that, go with your gut, your feelings on that, and experiment. Play around with it, get a wide shot going, and position different angles and see what you think. And as for what you're using right now, Bandrew, you're laughing.
Oh, yeah, what I'm using. First, spatially challenged. Yes, I am. So I legitimately have 2 pieces of cardboard right here for 3 inches and 6 inches. That way, when I'm doing my mic tests, I can, okay, 6 inches away. Okay, 3 inches. I know exactly how far away I am so I can be consistent, because I would never be able to be consistent. So yes, I am spatially challenged. Yes, I have tools to help me with that. Anyway, I'm using the RE20 right now, and somebody asked, why am I using the RE20? Because I'm going to be re-reviewing it, and I need to use the microphones that I'm re-reviewing.
What do you know?
Yeah. So that's why I'm on it. 6 inches is 12. Yeah. Yes. And 3 inches is 9, right?
I was going to say, which is easier for you to know the length of, 3 or 6, Bandrew?
I plead the 5th.
Oh, we went downhill real quick.
Jeez Louise.
All right, let's get another question. Quick. Another question here. I'm just going to put this comment up. There's a lot of words. Bandrew, I'm conflicted on Earthworks Ethos for being advertised as broadcast mic. The noise rejection doesn't seem okay at best. The icon seems even worse at it, but they do sound great.
So I guess the issue would come down to your environment if you have a lot of background noise and a lot of reflective surfaces. If that is a serious issue and you don't think that it does a sufficient job at rejecting that, then you'll have to look elsewhere.
Mhm.
Just because it sounds good doesn't mean it's going to be the best fit for you. You need to take into account all the aspects of it. So I'm sorry if your room is too reverberant or you have too much background noise and the Ethos won't work for you. But there are plenty of other excellent
Have you reviewed any
microphones.
other microphones that he could maybe potentially consider?
I've only reviewed the Ethos and the Icon Pro.
Okay. One thing that impresses me about Bandrew's content, he's a killer musician, awesome guitar chops and compositional skills, and he's a great vocalist too. You know, I don't know if you heard earlier what I said before is I was visiting my 96-year-old grandmother earlier today,
I did
and we
hear
were
that.
talking about music, and I put on, you mentioned the Blink-182 song, and I put that on. She thought it was fascinating, couldn't understand the words. She didn't understand the music very well, but she was like, "Oh, he's very talented. It's neat what he's doing. That's just him playing, and that's him singing." I don't know the song, I don't know what he's saying, but she thought it was neat, a neat concept, a one-man band.
Yeah, I was watching when you said that. I thought that was very sweet. And then I thought it was even sweeter when somebody said that I have a date with your grandmother now.
Oh,
And I
I didn't
thought,
see that part.
well, I think I'm probably going to be in bed before our date because I have the sleeping schedule of a 97-year-old man.
Well, she actually gets up early and she stays up late, so she's kinda like me in that sense.
Okay.
Doesn't stay up nearly as late as I do. So, you know, anyway,
And thank
that
you
was
very
that.
much for those kind words. And thank you for sharing that with your grandmother. That's very sweet.
Yeah, it was neat. It was neat. Let's see here. Ping pong's leaving.
Adapt, react, readapt,
Yeah,
react.
I'm scrolling down, trying to see if there's any other question. Trying to go through here. Alan is making fun of my name. I don't remember what I was doing or what I was saying, but I wasn't making fun of your name. I was probably
When you
like,
were coming up with Gmail accounts, a hypothetical Gmail account.
"Oh, no, I
You
was just
said
throwing that
sound
out as an
speeds on
example."
YouTube
Sound
Live.
Speeds on YouTube, yeah. Sound Speeds live on YouTube. There's the one I'll use for next year. Let's see. What's another? Here's a question for you. Can you drop a link to the name of that dongle that you use? The U whatever it was called, the YubiKey?
Oh. Wait, hang on. I know that Google has released some now. So I don't know if you want to use Google or
Does the Google ones work better or with in the Google
it's
ecosystem, or is it all the same?
it's all the exact same. I just use it as a physical 2FA token. I don't know if the Google one has different features. This is just a dumb USB stick that has a capacitive touch button. I touch it, it says, "Okay, send this code to this one section that's asking for it." There you go. So I don't know
Okay.
if there's other features.
Here's a question that came up, and then you answered it. How many email addresses do you use to manage a channel? And then you responded. I don't know if there's a limit on how many email addresses for managers, but it would limit. But I would limit that though. More emails is more important of attack. I actually have two. I have two different email addresses. That way, if one of them, if one, and they're on separate accounts, by the way. So that way, if there's ever an issue with me logging in on one, like when Bandrew's channel was banned, I got nervous about how I would be able to gain access to my channel again or any of that kind of stuff if something happened like that. If the YouTube channel was banned for some reason, I would say, okay, well, got to figure that one out. But if it was an email related thing, then I would be like, okay, the channel is still there, but I lost the email. The channel's still there. Maybe I can still upload if I had another way in. So that's when you really had me thinking about that. But I wouldn't really do any more than two personally. I think I have an owner and a co-owner set up, but I don't
Yeah.
have it set up as a manager.
Yeah, and something that I want to bring up since we're talking about this again, this will not protect you if well, it may. It may actually protect you because I was just thinking of Critical. Critical is a headphone reviewer, and he built up within I think 6 months his channel to over 100,000 subscribers.
Wow.
And then his Google account was deleted. and he can't access his YouTube account that has 100,000 subscribers. So he had to start over from scratch. Now I'm wondering if
Did the second channel grow nearly as fast as the first?
He just started it, and he's at about 6,000 subscribers last time I watched a video.
You said a
So
headphone reviewer?
yeah.
What does he do in headphones that makes it so fascinating?
So what is his, not Headfi. He runs a, oh God, I can't remember his website, but he has been running a website for 5, 6, 10 years. I don't know how long. And he does the measurements of them. So the more objective approach to analyzing headphones, and a lot of his graphs get passed around. And he's just really sarcastic and dry and very memey. So he's done some TikTok reaction videos to painful TikTok headphone reviews and stuff. And that's what it was.
I can't imagine, not being able to access his channel and having to start over. YouTube can't help him in that regard, I guess.
No,
that's crazy.
Because it's Google. It's Google, not YouTube.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Let's see. I did the ice water challenge with my Lav where it was completely wet. No problem once it dried. Yeah. If that was the VT500. I've never used the VT500. Bandrew, as a police officer, do you record body cam footage for your Just Fans channel?
No, I actually shut off my body cam because, I won't say anything more.
Okay.
I will not self-incriminate. I mean, crap. I meant my body cam malfunctions. Shit.
The longer I just sit there in silence and just let him laugh and like, please say something, Alan. Please say something. I want to just let it linger there. Just sit there and smile at the screen.
No, I'm laughing because there's bound to be somebody who doesn't know what the American microphone police are and think that I'm an actual police officer admitting that I'm committing some kind of crime.
That's what this joke is. AMP, American Microphone Police. That's what the joke is. Okay, plugged into a Zoom H6. No damage on anything. Humidity is something I did not consider. This goes in and out, especially if the actor is a bit on the loud side. Thank you for the suggestion. Sure thing. Bandrew is using an RE20. Yes. Scroll down here. At sound speeds. Also good to do short recording and listening back as you eliminate hearing yourself via bone conduction. Yes, absolutely. That's actually the reason why what I was suggesting is you set up a wide shot and you listen to yourself and you do various different recordings, then you listen back. I guess I didn't specify that very well, but set up a wide shot, since it was Tom Buck, who I was talking to earlier, he set up a camera from the front or the side. I think he said the side actually. And I said, just put the microphone on him and try different angles, angled in, angled out, angled towards him, higher, lower, different angles, and record it. And then watch the video back and listen to how it sounds best, where it sounds best, that kind of thing, based on where the positioning is. So awesome. Tweak and repeat. There you go. Rode Lavalier plugged into a Rode Lav wireless Go transmitter set at 0 dB to receiver DSLR camera. Audio levels peaking at negative 12 dB. When I edited the audio from the channel, it's clipping issues. Why? What was the, what was it? You said going into the DSLR camera. What were your audio settings on the camera? You said audio levels were peaking at negative 12. Sometimes, I would almost say double check that. Sometimes cameras are really goofy regarding their levels. Try lowering it a little bit. See if it still sounds the same way. Maybe if it looks like it's peaking at negative 12, the line is actually wrong. And maybe that's a 0 dB peak. Sometimes cameras are weird. I would say lower it a little bit and see. Go ahead.
Dumb question. Is it possible to set the gain at the transmitter so you're actually clipping, but then at the receiver set it so you're outputting at a lower level so that the camera would only read negative 12?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's if you clip, and that is a good point here. If you actually clip it at the transmitter, then it would sound clipped by the time it gets into the camera, even if the camera's level is shut, right? So it could also be the Rode Wireless Go. Normally, I mean, it also has a limiter though, so it just depends on the sound right there. But what I would say is look at your gain staging. If your camera is peaking at -12, I would say if you know that the transmitter is not peaking, then I would say drop the level down from below -12 to maybe below to -18. See if that changes it at all. Because if it doesn't, it could very well be with your Rode Wireless Go, and in which case, set your gain on the lav below 0 dB. I know that when I tested the Deity, the BPTRX, the BPTX, the Duo RX setting was actually 0 dB was the best setting on the Duo RX, but on the transmitter, you actually had to apply gain, and usually like 8 plus 18 dB sounded fine. Andrew at D&D said, sometimes plus 21 dB would be fine. It just depends on your voice and what you're recording. But if you know your gain is set right on the Rode Wireless Go, and you plug your headphones into the receiver and you're listening to it there, and it sounds good, then check your camera settings. That's the thing I would say go to. Lower the camera setting preamps and see if that changes it at all. So got some good ideas there. When I shoot my talking heads, I'm sitting and pointing a shotgun up towards me. Logic being that I know the best pickup pattern is out back there too. Better my carpet than my ceiling. Good logic or no? It depends on how it sounds, dude. Dave, you just listen to it. You've been doing content creation. Nothing really stands out as being bad when I watch your videos. So. I don't look at it. I don't watch your videos and just be like, oh, jeez, no. None of that really irritates me. So if it's pointed upwards towards you, cool. What are you shaking your head at? Is there
the latest comment? Yeah.
It's funny because in private chat, I asked him a little while ago if he still has any of the Zipfizz I gave him.
I do. I still have one or two, but I have work in the morning.
Yes.
And I'm a responsible adult.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get up at 5:30 like I normally do and work.
You don't want to take a Zipfizz?
Oh, I want to. If this was going on Friday, I would be making a complete and utter fool of myself.
Just stay here long enough for it to be Friday.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually working on Friday. I have passed all of my COVID tests, and I didn't even study for them. That's awesome. So as of now, provided that the show comes back and ends their hiatus, we will be back shooting on Friday, which is going to be nice. It'll be nice to get back to work. Whoa, wait a second now. What did I just see here? $10 donation. Thanks for the balance versus unbalanced video. Absolutely, Darren. Thank you very much for that. That's amazing.
Go
ahead.
Because you got that super chat, might I make a request on Darren's behalf?
Mm-hmm.
Can you please demonstrate what RF interference sounds like?
Which Bandrew knew that when I recorded that video, it was like 2 a.m. and he watched it and he knew instantly I was hyped up on Zipfizz. He said, "Oh, when you recorded that, I knew you were going to be hyped up on Zipfizz for that." But yeah, basically. That was the RF noise.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So, that was awesome. And it was totally worth the $10. Thank you very much. Every time I get a $10 donation, expect that sound. This will be the worst stream ever. I'm constantly hissing. And people will be like, why does he do that? Well, this isn't Asian Andy. You give me $20, I'm not going to rip his shirt off, thank God. But, I'll make a distortion type noise for a $10 donation.
Precious.
Sure. I'm shameless. My precious. My precious. And that is a question that went back earlier. What's Bandrew using RE20? What am I using? T-Bone ST400. I've tried various different microphones here, and it seems to reject out my screen the best. It still pulls out my voice. Super cardioid pattern. It's the best of all worlds. And I've tried pretty much I've tried my entire mic locker here, and it constantly sounds the best. I don't know why. Thank you very much, Decom, for the. Oh, but did he? Wait a minute. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, it is. All right, cool. It's really weird. That's my my new ringtone. Thank you very much, Greg, for that one as well.
That's excellent.
That's so funny. My friend Thomas, he went over to my mother-in-law's place, and she had a very bad upper respiratory infection and got into this like hacking cough, and she was like just like dying. So Thomas pulls out his sound recorder on his phone, hits record, and starts, recording her coughing and hacking. Then he turned that in for about 8-9 months. He turned that into his ringtone. So it's like, you'd be sitting there and almost, and you're like, what is that? It was Thomas's ringtone. And he's like, oh, well, I know it's my ringtone then. I'm like, you sure do, Thomas, because no one else is going to use that as a ringtone. It was so funny.
So I think that's the exit strategy from YouTube, ringtones. You have your RF interference, and then maybe a month and a half ago in one of my podcasts, I was talking about how evil capitalist pigs existed, and I had clipped evil capitalist pigs, and somebody said, you need to turn that into a ringtone. So that's my exit strategy. Sell me denouncing capitalism to people who hate capitalism. It's $1 billion idea.
Yeah.
$1 billion.
Well, it's funny because you could also, if you wanted to do like, you could probably get away with doing ringtones. I know somebody who back in the 80s had a really, he had a really deep voice. He would actually, somebody would call up and say, can you leave a voicemail for me? Have my voicemail thing. And so he actually would call up, someone would say, here, press the button, and then, he would leave their, you've reached whoever, and he would do it in this really deep voice and be like, wow, who's that? One of the things I did for, again, Thomas, is I started a video business back in the 90s. And so since he was like getting a bunch of junk calls at the time, I said, well, let me leave a voicemail for, advertising my company on your voicemail. So he says, sure. So he calls up and says, hey, you've reached the voicemail of Thomas. I said, yes. Well, welcome. Hold on a second. Yeah, let me say something here for this. And I jump in there and start talking about my business. And then he's like, wait a minute, you can't do that. And so we started to argue about it. Then it goes beep. And so people were like, if it was a company that was going after him for, for spam, they'd be like, what's going on here? But if it was a family or friend, they would laugh and say, oh, they're just being goofy again.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was a pretty fun thing.
Greg has the brilliant idea of selling the ringtones as NFTs. $1 trillion idea, my friend.
There's your trillion idea. There you go. Let's see here. I think your studio, Bandrew, was mostly empty long ago. Where did all the stuff come from? It's funny. If you watch Bandrew's channel, his first videos were I think they were in that same room, and there was nothing in there. It was he. I think I don't know if you privatized those videos yet, but there's like a couple of videos where he like has a wide shot of his floor, and there's nothing on it, and you see the shadows of him walking around the item on the ground.
Oh,
this is
that was the very first video, and that was in my living room. I had nothing in my living room, and yeah, the first videos on podcasters are still there. The room was empty.
Let's see. Going back to noisy environments, have you guys tried some of the advanced noise cancellation, such as NVIDIA's RTX voice? Seems like they can make even LDC mics, that's large diaphragm condenser mics, viable in less than ideal circumstances. Thoughts?
I do not have a Windows machine, so I do not have access to NVIDIA's RTX voice, so I can't speak to it. I've heard some people enjoy it, but I was helping a streamer, I'll say that, try to get their setup exactly where they wanted it. And they were using an RE20 running into an Audient. And they said it's too noisy, too much underlying preamp noise. I'm unhappy with it. They hated how RTX voice sounded. It was too aggressive. It ruined their recording. So
Yeah.
the solution we ran into was actually, it was when Isotope, whatever the cheapest Isotope bundle was there, she was able to actually use the voice denoise, train the plugin to notice the preamp noise and use that in real time to clean up the audio. And that was $30. I don't know if that's viable on a single computer setup though. On a dual PC setup, it didn't add any latency, any over use of the CPU or anything, but that's the only experience I've had with it. One person telling me it was too aggressive.
And when the demonstrations first came out with like Barnacles and stuff like that, look, I have NVIDIA here, but it's an older processor. I can't use the RTX plugin on mine. And believe me, I tried. Thank you, by the way, for the donation there, Liberty Dude. Here's the thing, though. Would you rather actually concentrate on good quality audio, or do you want to just have a bunch of background noises and rely on your system to take care of it for you? I mean, to me, it's like, if you're going to be doing good quality sound, then why rely on something like RTX, which is just going to overload and overprocess your audio? It's going to just sound crazy by the time you start doing that. Why, if you're trying to do a podcast inside of a lumber mill or inside of a steelworking factory, that's a dumb decision. And why would you rather use something like RTX and do it on the fly as opposed to doing it in post later? Here another interesting point on that is, if you're doing a live stream for one of those environments, it makes sense because it's going to be in your background for it to be on camera. It would actually be kind of funny if you heard somebody, sawing in the background. You say, "Oh, well, that's a good reminder that we're shooting this in a sawmill." It's not like you're doing a news report and you have a green screen set up and you happen to be shooting in a lumber mill. That's ridiculous. At that point, shoot anywhere else. So, there you go. And then someone else says he uses RN noise in OBS. I've never used that.
I don't think I have either. The last comment, Isotope voice denoise is a real-time plugin, but lets lots of noise through still. That goes to what Alan is saying. If none of these plugins are really going to fix abysmal audio with excessive background noise, the troubleshooting that I was working on was they were unhappy with the amount of preamp noise. It wasn't trying to remove hammers in the background. So letting noises through is fine.
It's funny, DCOM 20 used to rebuilding is tough. It's like the first Clerks movie made with $26,000. We were just talking about that literally last night, Bandrew.
Yeah.
that if you look at that original budget that Kevin Smith used, he had it down for, was it $1,200 or something like that for sound and 3 lights was his rental. And 37 rolls of 400 feet black and white film was $3,600 or something like that. Mm-hmm. Something like that. It was like this really, really, quite a bit higher price. But if you look down at post, sound was like $7,600.
Yeah,
because it was something like that. If you look at the credits, though, the credit for boom operator is whoever grabbed the pole. So Kevin Smith learned really quickly that if you don't prioritize sound on your low budget film, you're not going to have the money for ADR or something like that. And it's going to cost a lot of money. You're basically shooting yourself in the foot if you don't prioritize your sound on a low budget show. On the big budget stuff, you can easily say, you know what, it's fine. I'm not going to even bother doing, with caring anything about my sound quality there, because it's going to be, you're going to have all the actors on contract. They're going to be able to do ADR and that kind of thing. So it's like, at that point, you have the budget to not prioritize it if that's really what you want to do. I don't recommend it still, because production audio is always going to sound better than it is if it's ADR'd. But you at least have the budget to do that. On smaller projects, though, you don't, and you should not rely on that to do anything of the sort. Real quick here, YubiKey 5, you said singles $45, two-pack is 90.
Tupac.
The Tupac is 90.
Alan's a big gangster rap fan.
I tell you. Let's see here, and then there's a whole bunch of other comments in there. Here,
lots of
awesome.
props for your Gollum impression.
Yeah, you know what? If nobody has seen it, watch my Gollum juice video. I don't do the whole precious thing in that, but you see exactly how bad in the kitchen I really am. It's a wonderful video. So that's a video that I had a lot of fun with. Let's see here. Spectral Denoise plugin, quality settings, max out 2 seconds of latency. Yeah. My budget was probably higher, no pun intended, than their sound budget. Quite possible.
So I used to follow Kevin Smith a lot. I don't think he started doing drugs until he was in his 40s, like in the mid. It was when he did that Zach and Miri make a P word. I don't know if that'll get the stream demonetized. So yeah, they make a movie together, and it was with Seth Rogen. That man is made of marijuana. And that's how Kevin Smith was introduced to it, apparently.
Awesome.
And then after that, guess what movies came out? Tusk, Moose Jaws. What was it? Yoga Hosers.
I've never watched any of them after that.
Yoga Hosers. Oh my goodness gracious. Yoga Hosers, you can tell that he was doing something because it's a movie about Nazi sausages, bratwursts, that attack a couple of girls who are clerks in Canada. Little Nazi bratwursts. It's insanity. I saw that opening night at a special Fathoms event.
Gollum juice version 2 Zipfizz with honey. Yeah, maybe.
Do it.
There's someone I really want to see take a Zipfizz. I tell you, I would love to see Curtis Judd take a Zipfizz.
Oh my goodness, I don't think that would be a good choice.
Here's my introduction to Curtis.
Thank you very much. I came in at the weirdest time. I've been in the green room here just watching and listening to this. And when I first came in, what was Bandrew saying? It was kind of jarring. I wasn't ready for it. I'll say that. I wasn't ready. But it's good to see you, Bandrew.
Took a moment to recover.
Well, Curtis.
Yeah, it's been like 2 weeks since the Epic live stream, I think.
I know.
So,
yeah.
It's amazing.
And the stash is filling in nicely.
Don't encourage this. Don't encourage this, Curtis. I'm just preparing for my role in the Perfect Storm remake. I'm gonna go man the crew for the Andrea Gale, and I'm gonna drown with Mark Wahlberg. It'll be pretty sweet.
I wish you all the best.
If he fell overboard, they'd make him shave before they pull him back. No, we're not going to pull him back on. Hit him a razor first. Yep, I don't care if the high seas are raging,
Call me crazy, but the idea of being a fisherman in the 90s just seems appealing to me. It seems like a ton of fun.
I'll have to tell you a story that's very interesting about... I'm not going to tell it on the stream, but because it wasn't my story, but I was working with one of the people that worked on A Perfect Storm, and she told me some fun stories about working on A Perfect Storm. I'll have to tell you about that sometime. But it was a big trip. Anyway, I know that you are. It's probably about an hour and a half past your bedtime, Bandrew. Thank you very much for coming in here tonight, man. Appreciate you coming by. I'm going to stick you to more or less an hour, which is what we got you for. Curtis will be on with us for the next 6 hours, though. That's why we're ending with him. Look at the face.
Where's my agent? That's not what my agent said.
Anyway,
there's a reason your agent ran.
Your agent, there's a deal memo that's specifically for if you join Alan in his live streams. No, certain things go out the window. Anyway, thank you very much. Anybody interested in Bandrew's channel? One of them, it's Podcastage. Tell us about your other channels real quick there, Bandrew.
There's Podcastage. There's the Bandrew Says podcast. There's Bandrew Plays. There's
That is only
Watchcastage. Watchcastage, where I talk about watches. There's Bandrew Scott. There's Podcastage 2. I think that's it. I think 6 of them. Nope. Geeks Rising. That's another one.
There you go. And
7.
This is the reason why he does so many videos every single year. And he basically he's a content creation machine. So there you go. And I'm going to also say, because I failed to, I made this ID for Tom. I never put it on the screen. I'm going to at least put it up there now. Say, hey, if you have not checked out Tom Buck's channel, make sure you check him out. Tom Buck, youtube.com/Tom Buck. So I'm at least going to put the graphic up there since I did make it. But anyway, thank you very much, Bandrew. Appreciate you coming out here.
Stay frosty. Stay frosty, homies. Peace out.
Okay. Take care.
See ya.
Hey, that was a much more eloquent exit than Tom had, where I just cut him off and then had to bring him back 2 or 3 times. Did you not see that?
No, I was. You
had a life?
I was in a meeting with a producer, and yeah, that's all. That's all I'll say. Well,
that's all he was saying. That's his agent he was talking about.
No, that's different. Yeah, no. My agent is like a one of my other personalities. It's me, yeah. But somehow the 6-hour thing didn't get passed on to this Curtis.
I see. Well, it's you got out lightly with the epic live stream that went on until 5 a.m. which
unreal.
It was pretty awesome. It was a lot of fun. Okay, so again, I've reset the questions now that we have Curtis in here. So questions directed more towards Curtis now, as opposed to Bandrew, would be ideal. So we are, and of course, any questions that we did not get to while Bandrew was here, I will be going back and playing catch up on those after Curtis leaves in 6 hours. So we will play catch up on that. I'll play catch up on the questions. So that way, if somebody does want to watch the replay, you'll at least have them. I'm not going to do what many other people do and just simply stop stop answering questions just simply because I'm long-winded. I will just continue to talk and talk and talk. So, let's see here. Oh no, coffee. I didn't. That's an old thing. Okay, let's go ahead and reset the questions, and let me find the first question here. How have you been doing, Curtis? By the way, I haven't seen you in a while. I admittedly did not tune into your live stream this last Sunday, but I did see that. I did not listen, I should say. I entered it and I looked at it on the screen for a little bit, but was not listening to it because I had my kids in the room. But
yeah, and we cover all sorts of stuff on my stream that are inappropriate for children. So just kidding.
So you have to check that little box there.
No.
I can't imagine.
I'm just kidding. No, but that live stream was a disaster.
Really?
Not from a content point of view, but from an audio quality point of view, it was a disaster. So here. Should I tell the story?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we invited on a person whose name is Jerry Palumbo. She's an A1 mixer on big sporting broadcasts, like broadcast television. And she does NASCAR, she does NFL, she does NBA, NHL. And sometimes she's the A1 mixer. Sometimes she does some of the other roles. She's on the RF committee. Sometimes she did the Rose Bowl this year on the RF committee. In any case, my producer, who is a guy named Rob, he got in touch with her, got her on the show. What we failed to do was a tech check with her ahead of the show. So she dials in to Streamyard 15 minutes prior to the show starting. And the USB microphone she was planning to use, she couldn't find the cable or the adapter or something. So she's got her.
It wasn't a wireless USB?
No. Oh, yeah, it was a wireless USB, and we couldn't get anything out of it, Alan. out of that wireless USB. So she had, she had her earpods in, and she couldn't get, I mean, the meters were peaking out at -40. And so I had to make the call. I'm like, okay, crap, what are we going to do? I can cancel, like reschedule.
Unplug the USB microphone and just go on the camera mic and see what happens.
The USB, she'd already given up. That was already unplugged. She just had the earbuds in at that point. And we spent 10, 12 minutes trying to problem solve. I think there was something going on with her computer. I don't know. So my choices were I could drastically drop my levels, match them, make a pretty horrible experience for the live audience, but then I could make it private as soon as we were done, download it, boost the levels. At least we could still, get the content. And so that's what we ended up doing. So from an audio standpoint, it's really awkward. And the thing that's weird about that is that when you have someone like that you convince to come on your show, and they're taking their weekend to do it, it's not really their main thing. They're just doing it as a favor to the community. It's like, what do you do? And I think the lesson really for us was we have to start doing those tech checks. And if someone says, you know what, I don't have time, then we're just going to have to say, well, okay, we understand.
So the audio level that I was listening to it on, which was basically muted, was probably in line with the stream.
Pretty close.
I would have listened to, gotcha.
Basically, if you were on your phone, you would have had to boost it probably to 100% or close there too.
Do this number, listen to the speaker. You didn't hear what I said to Tom Buck at the very beginning of this, did you?
No, I was off.
At the Epic live stream, I had an issue with sync with using the ZV-1, the Sony ZV-1, which is what I'm using right now.
Right.
I was coming out USB streaming mode, and it was like 2 frames off. And I looked at that and I said, well, geez, I want to at least have it in sync for a bit, not realizing that StreamYard falls off of sync whenever it wants to after about 3 hours in. And so for the rest of the 14 hours after that 3 hours, it was pretty much, hit or miss on everybody. If you were in the stream for more than 3 hours, you were going to be out of sync. And so I actually went back and forth with StreamYard about that, and their technicians stopped responding to me when I pointed out timestamps. But anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna have to think about what I want to do next year and how I want to do it. But anyway, when I wanted to use the ZV-1, and one of the people that was in the comments, I said, shoot me an email and let me know what. If you have an idea that would work better for me. And he said, use HDMI. I'm like, well, I don't know how to use HDMI on this camera. I've never really done it. I don't have a Atem Mini or an HDMI thing. And he says he has a solution. Email me. And so I said, email me. He emailed me and said, well, this is what I use and I've used for a while. It's like a $20 little HDMI to USB. I was like, sure, might as well, spend that and see what happens. And so I connected it up. Right after it arrived, Tom Buck did his video about the Atem Mini versus the Cam Link, and he says, I don't recommend those cheap cards because you get what you pay for. I'm like, great. Where was this video a couple of days ago? And the funny thing is, I did what you're not supposed to do. I was like, earlier today, I was goofing off in here and was not testing it and seeing if the new, because I also bought an HDMI to a mini HDMI camera for this, because I didn't have one. I was like, it's a mini. I have a micro, but not a mini.
Right.
And so, I have a mini, but I don't have a micro to HDMI. So I was like, I got to get a cable. So when the cable arrived today, I did not plug it up or test it or anything until about 15 minutes before we went live with this stream. And so Tom was texting me and says, hey, I'm in here. I'm ready. I'm like, oh, cool. Well, I was helping put my daughter down to sleep tonight. And as soon as I basically, came back to the computer, I'm like, all right, cool. Now let's undo the packaging, open this thing up and plug it in. And as I'm doing this, I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be bad.
I
turn on my camera. I turn on my Sony ZV-1 there. I have it on, and then it powers down because it powers down after like 3 minutes. I'm like, crap, where's the setting? So I go through the menu looking for the setting, power down, idle, something like that, sleep. And I'm like, I don't see any setting like that. So I plug in the device on the back of the computer, and I don't see a light come on. I'm like, is my computer installing anything? I'm looking around. I'm like, no, it's not installing anything. I'm going to plug it up, plug it into the camera. Please don't shut off. And I go into the thing, and I'm like, hey, Tom, how's it going? Well, we'll see how this goes. But luckily, as soon as I plugged in the HDMI in that camera, plugged it into the back of that device into the computer. I don't know how the sync is. So you can tell me.
It's a little off.
A little bit off.
On my end. I don't know what the audience is seeing, but yeah,
probably
I'd
the
say
same kind of thing. It's
Actually,
probably
do that.
about the same as it would be coming out of the USB stream. I'm sorry?
clap one more time. Yeah, I'd say 6 frames, I'm guessing.
Really? That much? It might have been better than if I used the USB streaming mode. I'll have to do some comparisons because I need to actually, experiment with it. We're approaching like 2 hours and 20 minutes on this stream. And StreamYard's been having issues. I already paid for the month subscription for it, so I'm using it for this, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. All right, let's get into some of these questions that are slowly starting to accrue here. Let's see here. Let's see here. There was a question here. Let's start with this one, post-colored gear. So does this mean that if I finally make my podcast and have you on, Alan, I should clear a 6-hour block? Let me tell you something. Yep. Kevin, basic filmmaker, had me on. He said, Alan, I'll have you on as a guest for like an hour. We went on for like 3.5 hours, and it was and that was generous. I mean,
and that's not just you, Alan. That's partly Kevin too.
Yeah, that's partly Kevin. So
yeah.
It's pretty rough when you have the two of us together. How does the audio of a 2.4 gigahertz wireless system compare to the wired connection using the same mic, assuming perfect wireless environment with no RFI and no dropouts? Curtis, why don't you take this?
How does it compare? Well, it really depends. It depends partly on the preamp in the wireless transmitter. That is going to be a factor. It also depends on the 2.4 gigahertz wireless system. So, what the converters in them, the analog to digital converters in them are like. Sometimes too, if they're doing, this is probably not as much of a factor, but some of them are 44.1 kilohertz, and then they're converting back to analog, and then it's going into another analog input, which then has to get converted back to digital again in most cases. So there are just a lot of things in that signal chain. What I find is that when you simplify the signal chain, that can reduce risk overall, but it just depends on so many factors in that whole signal chain as to which is going to be better. But generally, I would say a direct wired connection is certainly going to be safer in terms of dropouts. And if you're using the exact same preamp that the receiver will feed the audio into, then, it just depends. It depends. What do you think, Alan?
You're basically talking about a hardwired versus a wired connection. Mm-hmm. Differences between that is you're going to have full fidelity of anything that's wired, provided there's no RF issues or running it around something that makes noise. You're going to have a better dynamic range if you go hardlined than you are going to be on a wireless, generally, because on a 2.4 gigahertz wireless, because it's going to have to compress before it sends. Even something like the DAD Connect system says it's not compressed. They said it's lossless. But here's the thing: you still have to compress a little bit in order to send it out, and that's just part of the nature of wireless. And so you're going to have a little bit of a higher noise floor simply because of that. So if you go hardline on it, you're probably going to have increased dynamic range, lower noise floor as a general rule. Plus, you're going to have better quality overall from your preamps, like Curtis said. You're not going to have to worry about the wireless analog digital converters. You're going to have usually a better one of those in a recorder or an interface, something like that. Then you're going to be able to get into a tiny little bitty 2.4 gigahertz transmitter. So there you go.
Although I will say that a lot of even off the shelf converters that they're using that are available today, even the lower cost ones, are way better than they were 10 years ago.
Yes.
Way better.
Very much.
Yeah.
But then we really didn't have a whole bunch of 2.4 gigahertz more than just a couple of years ago. So, I mean, that's really been...
Like the first big one was Rodelink, wasn't it?
Rodelink.
Yeah.
So, and Rodelink sounded pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially for what it was. And it's still, some people argue that it sounds better than the Go, too. I mean, it doesn't have the feature set, but people say the actual sound quality. Some people will say the sound quality might even rival it. Here's a good question for you. I'm using the newer NW700 on a newer boom pole to a Fi-Fi wireless To Aton Kantar X3, my sound is not good. Please help.
Nick, that's the best question I've ever seen in a live stream.
I would love to see how you got an NW700 into a 5-pine wireless, though. What adapter did you use? That's going to be great.
Yeah.
Kantar X3.
I'm glad that your X3 can actually take the signal from the the earlier part of that signal chain. That's great.
Yeah. Talking about 2-digit microphone and wireless system to a 5-digit recorder, which is great. That's a great question. What are your thoughts on real-time DPS processing through software like Equalizer, APO, or Blue software for Yetis?
Well, you're asking in the wrong place. I don't know that Alan's much of a fan of the Blue Yetis. In fact, I think he roasted one on the last live stream that I was on with him. Literally roasted one,
Yes.
not just like said mean things about it, but actually stuck it on a fire.
Yes. And if you have not seen that video, you definitely look at my Yule log video.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think DSP processing has its place. I don't have experience with those two particular that you list there, but for example, Atem Mini Pros have some processing in them, and the processing seems quite good. I think it's going to depend on the particular one. I have found on the, for example, Shure MV7, a dynamic microphone, you can use it in USB mode. It does have some DSP processing. The limiter is okay. I don't think it's an analog limiter, so it's post conversion to digital, and so limiter, they have their uses, but they're not always going to save you from overloading the microphones, the signal it's going through the converter. So they're okay. I think they are potentially helpful, but I still, tonight I'm working with an analog channel strip with a compressor in it, an analog compressor. It's much more expensive. It's much bulkier, but I think it usually gets you better results. So, but for the price, I think it's useful.
That's kind of a segue into this here. Anyone know of an audio interface with an analog limiters, or is the Mix Pre 3 the most budget-friendly option at this point? The Volt.
This is the Universal Audio Volt. This one's the 276. There's a 176 model. The 176 is $250. This one's $300. It does have a Universal Audio classically created a compressor, an analog compressor called the 1176, used a ton in recording studios. This has basically an analog limiter that is modeled after that. So this is actually, I used this actually, Alan, on your Epic live stream. This was my audio interface that I used. And this, I would say, I would actually prefer to use this for live streaming than a Mix Pre 3.
Really?
If that's what you're doing. Yeah.
How much gain do you have on that?
I think it's 65 dB.
Mm.
There's also this vintage mode. I'm not as much of a fan of that, but it's there if you're into that. But it basically does a tube emulation. But the compressor is actually quite good in this. We'll have a review of it at some point. But
how do you decide when to start with a budget option or an upgrade option? For example, should I get...
There's a follow-up there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't see a follow-up. I'm scrolling. I still don't see a follow-up. And I'm current. So maybe he's saying, so what should he get? Maybe that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, we're not talking specifics here, so it's hard to say. But I think if you're going to, if you have, I think that there are different parts. The one advice I got from somebody that I respect, somebody once said, the best place to invest your money as far as sound recording is concerned is in the transducers. What that means is the microphones or the speakers if you're doing mixing or, like in a mix suite or a studio. I think that microphones are a really good place to invest first. So if you're going to splurge a little bit more in one place versus another, I would start with microphones personally. What about you, Alan? I'm curious what you'll say.
There's a phrase that we basically say in the film industry. It starts with one microphone, and that's the boom. So it's kind of the same thing. I mean, by the time you get up to a certain level, you can't really tell much of a difference between recorded on a Kantar X3, recorded on a Sound Devices Scorpio, recorded on a Diva 24 Zaxcom. You can't really tell the difference between those, but you can certainly tell the difference between a Shep CMC 641, a Shep CMIT 5U, a DPA 4017B, a Sennheiser MKH 416. You can hear the difference between those very easily. Maybe not be able to say, well, that sounds to me like it's one of these. And you can definitely tell that a microphone is brighter. If it's brighter than a 416, it might be a Shep's CMIT 5U. If it's got, and you can tell certain aspects of it. So what my answer to that would be is exactly what you said. Start with the microphone and then work your way up. If you're concerned about your interface, if you're concerned about your recorder or whatever it is, there may be something to that. I mean, if you're trying to mix on a bag, you don't want to start off with a handy zoom. Start off with a field zoom, not an H series zoom. You'll start with the F series zoom, unless you can go ahead and get something like a Sound Devices. But I mean, but to Curtis's point, starting with the microphone is the ideal place because that is going to dictate the quality that goes down the line the best, provided you're using quality gear. All else being equal, the thing that you can change, if you can spend $100 on, more on a microphone or more on a recorder, more on certain aspects, what's going to get you the biggest or difference in your audio quality? It's probably going to be a microphone.
Yep, agreed, 100%.
So
maybe 110% if that's possible.
I cannot imagine Curtis saying anything not safe for work.
Well, we're not going to test that tonight. So next question.
It would be worth having a live stream of mine get privatized, demonetized, just to have Curtis do a spiel of bad language. I would so love that. Now, Bandrew, of course, dropped the 4-letter S word earlier, which I usually don't. I usually don't do profanity on the live stream, but he dropped one and I didn't bring attention to it. So it's kind of like, when you say a bad word around your child, you don't say, I shouldn't have said that, because they're going to say, what did he just, I'm going to remember that word and I'm going to use. Right. You don't do that. You just let it slide and pretend like nothing ever happened. So, have you guys ever had a chance? Yeah, garbage. That's exactly it. I use that all the time around my kids because I trained. And here's the reason why. When my oldest daughter, who's now a teenager, when she was a little bitty girl starting to learn words, I came home from work. I said a word around her and it slipped and she repeated it. Now, granted, it was only crap, but she said "bep." And it suddenly occurred to me that she's going to be a little, replay machine. Mm-hmm. And the last thing in the world I need to do is bring attention to that and say, don't say that word. Don't say that. Don't do that. Because it's just like if you tell your child, don't say the word stupid. Then as soon as they hear someone say, oh, that's so stupid. Oh, he said stupid. He shouldn't say stupid. Stupid is a bad thing. Well, stop saying it then. If it's bad, don't say it. And they're like, but I was just pointing out that he said the bad. Well, you just said it 4 times. So if by you pointing it out, he said it, one time, you've said it 4. They don't think that way though. Right, so little kids are interesting. Have you guys ever had a chance to use the 8060? Supposedly the modern 416, but has a slight nuance differences in how it sounds. What are your thoughts?
I have not used the 8060. I've used the 8050 extensively, but not the 8060. So no, I have not. How about you?
The 80 series, the difference between that and the 60. Now, here's what I'll tell you: the 8060 is to the 80 is to the 60, kind of like the 8070 is to the 70, like the 8050 is to the 50. They're all in the same series. They try to kind of emulate the same kind of sound with the 8000 series. The difference is you don't have nearly the reach on like the 50 and the 40 on the 80 series that you do on the standard series. So the MKH 40 is going to have a better reach than the 8040, and the MKH 50 is going to have a little bit better reach than the 40. But the thing is, the diaphragm is bigger on the 50, for example, and the 60 and the 70. Those are all the entire the 20 through 70. They're all 25 millimeter diameter microphones versus the 80 series, which is 19 or 20. And so the difference in that diaphragm size means more low end. The MKH series that's 20 through 70 has a little bit more in enhanced bass, more looks extended bass. But the difference is that kind of muddies up a little bit in comparison to the 80 series. So it's the 80 series, because if you think about it, I think I might have even said this earlier today. A measurement microphone, Curtis, has what size diaphragm?
Well, small.
Very
I don't know
small.
Yeah, very small.
Exactly, very small. The reason why is you want to have a small diaphragm because it's going to better and more accurately pick up all the frequencies. It's not designed for you to try to embellish or extend a bass or to have a peaked high end. It doesn't do that. It's going to be very natural in picking things up. Part of the reason is the bigger the diameter is, the more it's going to be picking up. First of all, it's going to be changing the bass frequencies. When it hits off axis, it's going to be changing the sound quality on one side of the diaphragm more so than the other. So if you talk off axis into it, the larger the diaphragm is, you're going to be having timing issues if you're trying to do measurements. For example, the smaller the diaphragm is, there's less of that, but the smaller diaphragms are also going to have a higher noise floor. So that's one of the differences in the trade-offs. But if you have a smaller diaphragm, then you're also going to probably have more detail than you will a huge diaphragm. So the big difference between, I would say, with something like the 8060 versus the 60 is that you're going to have maybe not quite as much reach, which isn't really an issue with the 8060 because it's already a short shotgun, but you're going to have a little bit more detail because it's a smaller diameter. Now, the processing, the way that they actually make the electronics and how they make it sound will sound very similar. But one of the reasons why some of the like, I think the 30 and the 50 are the only two MKH series microphones that are still that haven't been discontinued. The 20, the 40, the 60, and the 70, I believe, have been discontinued.
Oh, okay. The originals, right? Yeah.
The originals. The 30, I believe, which is the figure 8 pattern. The first one, I believe, was the 20. The first one was released, I believe, in 85 in the MKH series. I think it was the Omni. The next one, I believe, and I could be mistaken on this. If you go and look at, you can either Wikipedia this if you want to, or look at the NKH story. But it talks about it. One of them was released in 85, one was 86, one was 87, one was 88, and then in 91, both the 70 and the 60 were released. I think that the Super Cardioid 50 was the last one that was released in 88, maybe 87, something like that. Trying to remember it. I don't remember all this, but it's basically they released one per year and then they delayed until 91 before they released the 60 and 70. The main catches here is the 8060 is modular also. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's designed to sound more like a 416 because it's not. It's different. Like you said, it's a different tonal quality, but I would say it's a closer match for the 60 if you can not extend the bass, not give it if you can not extend the bass nearly as much, increase the detail a little bit, and it's going to have maybe a little bit less reach than the 60. That's really the difference.
I know I can say that on the 50 and the 8050, we use the 50s in my studio at work, and then I use the 8050 for booming indoors oftentimes. They actually have a fairly the sound is substantially different in my experience. I think that the 50 is a little bit more mid-rangey. I mean, it does have plenty of bass too, but it also has quite a bit of mid-range, whereas the 8050 seems to have a little bit of a dip in the mid-range, which is actually kind of a flattering sound on a lot of voices, but it does sound a little bit smoother to me. There's some
the
people,
8050?
An 8050, yes. And I don't know if you've noticed this too, Alan, but there are certain mics, like if somebody has a really mid-rangey voice, there are some mics that just are grating I mean, especially you booming for hours and hours and hours at a time. There have got to be times when you're like, I can't listen to any more of this. It's going to drive me crazy. Like I find that there's some people we get on the MKH 50, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to get to post where we can apply some pretty heavy EQ here because this is grating.
Yeah. Well, there's different people when they talk. There's usually the thing that will get me is the sibilance in someone's voice. When someone is just they start sounding like that, I'm like, I really wish that my headphones had had an ability to roll that off. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that will drive me crazy. That will be the thing that drives me craziest first. There are people like Keith David and Greg Allen Williams, who is these guys they have really deep, strong male voices, like just amazingly deep, almost like James Earl Jones, like a really deep, not like, abnormally sounding. They're very strong voices, and they just sound so good on your ears. You put them on a 50 and you close mic them, and they sound, they sound like it's already that you don't even need processing on it. But at the same time, it becomes overwhelming to me on a 50 unless you back off a little bit. A 50 really, to me, is better when you don't have it right on the hairline, when you back off a little bit more. You back off about 8 or 9 inches, maybe even a foot, because that's when it's going to start to flatten out a little bit more. It's like a 50 was originally, how they I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but you know how they test microphones. They test it in an anechoic or a virtual anechoic chamber at a distance of 1 meter away as a rule. Even though some manufacturers do it closer distance than that. But no one really ever uses a microphone at that distance, which is why microphones on paper, their specifications or frequency responses almost always look flat. They might have a little bit of a presence boost, but they almost always look flat. You get them closer, every single microphone sounds different. It's because they're not being used commonly where they're tested. And Ray Rayburn, who I did that video with, which is Can You Trust an Advertised Frequency Response? And then I later released the entire Ray Rayburn interview. I interviewed him a couple of years ago. He passed about this time last year due to COVID. God rest his soul. I hated that because brilliant man. But he had extensive knowledge in the Audio Engineering Society and testing microphones. And that video that I did, there was so much stuff I learned because he was just an absolutely brilliant man. And that was one of the things that really was very telling. Is I even asked him, I said, if we don't use a microphone where we test it, then are the specifications really anything we can trust? And he said, well, that's a good point.
Yeah. At least this frequency response, certainly. Yeah. Self noise, probably.
Well, that's measured differently.
It's always tricky. Yeah.
Self noise is measured in a little chamber that they basically,
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, but the frequency response, I agree. I would never want to make a choice on which microphone to buy solely on a frequency response chart provided by the manufacturer.
Yeah. They always seem very smooth.
Yeah, they're way averaged. Yeah, tons of
even the way we talked about it on the Epic live stream, you held up the actual paper for the 4017B of yours. And here's the thing. It may have a center line. And the measurement, the microphone that it was based on may have been perfectly engineered to be dead flat. And that's what they're going for. But it could still fluctuate a little bit plus or minus 2 dB according along, the entire frequency response. It may be a little more bassy. And then the humidity changes a couple hours later in the manufacturing process, or as the machines heat up or something like that. And it could very well change the way that the capsule is made, or the technology in how things were soldered. More solder, less solder could also change some stuff. And so so there's a lot of different stages in the manufacturing process where the sound can sound different. And that's the big thing right there, is that these are guidelines. These are what they were designed to be. But if you look at the actual specifications of your individual microphone, it could be plus or minus 2 dB. And that's on a presence boost too. Your low end on that microphone may end up being 2 dB boosted than your friends, exactly the same microphone. And that presence boost that bumps up 4 dB at the end could drop down to could be plus 2 dB and match the low end. And so it'd be more of a smiley face. And you won't know that unless you actually measure the microphone yourself.
What's interesting too is even on that chart, and I can get it out again, they even show some tolerances. So there's the line, but there's also this gray area around the line. Let me pull that out.
Yeah. So this is something that we did on the Epic live stream, but we'll do it again right here. And it's very telling because DPA prides themselves in very flat frequency responses. Let's go full screen with Curtis right here, and he'll show you. If you look right here on the screen, I'm gonna take this comment away. If you look right here on the screen, you see that it's the center line that goes directly down the middle. This is the actual measurement of Curtis's 4017B. It starts on the low end, just below 50 hertz, at about 40 hertz. It starts almost about a 1.5 dB below zero, like the center line. And then at about 100 hertz, it's flat. And then from there until about 800 hertz, it actually goes above all the way to just over 1 dB. And then it comes back down. And so if you look at the entire frequency response over the course of the line, this is accurately produced off of the measurements of Curtis's actual microphone. You can see on this, it talks about the barometric pressure, the ambient temperature during the test, the humidity. It says the date that they actually made this manufacturing of this microphone. This is the exact sensitivity, 20.7 millivolts per Pascal right there. Everything on this is exactly for that microphone. That is a written thing. But if you look at the actual 4017B microphone online, it will show it as dead flat. But you will see on that frequency response chart right there he just showed, it looks like it fluctuates a little bit. And that's within the tolerance that he was talking about. It goes slightly, bluish in tint above and below about 2 dB. And provided it's within 2 dB, they consider it to be within their standards. And that is very consistent. Many microphones will probably deviate and go even more, maybe 3 or 4 dB. So if you have an NT1, it could sound different than my NT1. And that's not just poking at the NT1. It could be any microphone that I choose to do that with, even the MKH50 or the 8050. There's a lot of these microphones, they will sound different because there's no way to consistently make every single one of them to follow the exact specifications of the microphone that they're based on.
They could get closer, but it would cost a lot of money, and it's probably not worth it.
And when you see matching microphones, where they say matching microphones, usually those serial numbers are only going to be a few off. And those were usually in a series produced. They may say, oh, well, we started with serial number 1124442 this day, and we went to this other serial number. So at the beginning of the day, let's see if we can get a couple serial numbers off in that run. So that way we can try to listen to them. And what they'll try to do is dial in on the ones that sound the closest, because chances are if they were produced within the same 10 or 15 minutes of each other, they're going to probably have the same humidity. They're going to have the same tightness of the capsule. It's going to have many of the same, whether if they were handmade or if they were assembled by a certain tech, it's probably going to be more or less the same as the next one coming down the line. So that's when you see matching microphones. If it's not matching, then it could be like, 400 or 500 serial numbers off because you bought it from a different store and it was made a completely different day. It could be close. It might not be. It's a gamble. So,
yeah.
Let's see here. Some of the other, there was one. So there's that question in the bag. Where's another one we should take? There was a question that I was looking at right here. They're talking about the USB things. Okay, realize that 2.4 gigahertz wireless isn't as reliable as for professional work, but Sennheiser/Sony UHF systems have very noticeable noise floor and companion artifacts, while my Rode Go 2 sounds very clean.
Yeah. If you're getting better results with the Rode Wireless Go 2, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
Use the tool that gets you the results you are happy with. And if you're doing, if you're within a few yards or meters of the receiver, 2.4 gigahertz is actually quite reliable in most circumstances.
Oh, very good. Ecamm versus OBS if StreamYard is giving you grief. Oh, that's good. I'll look forward to that, Tom, because I don't know what Ecamm is. I know that when I joined him, he had me join him for his for a collaboration video that we did that's coming up. But and I dialed in on it, but I have zero experience with it. The biggest thing I kept saying is, "Am I soft focus? Am I soft focus?" He's like, "Oh, you look fine to me." I'm like, "I look soft focus on my screen." So
Ecamm is a Mac. It's a Mac only commercial encoding app. Yeah.
But you really can't use OBS very easily for a guest unless they want to stream to you and then I restream out something, right?
You can do that. We do that at work. We use this. There are different ways. There's something called VDO Ninja, which it's basically you open up a browser window and you share your stream with the person who is remotely, has their OBS set up, and you can actually bring that stream into OBS and then stream out from there. And there are other commercial services as well, but it's another topic for another night. Let's let Tom Buck educate us on that, shall we?
Yeah, Tom, you're in chat. You should just come back in and join the discussion. If we're gonna go down that. Let's see. Are you using audio or manual exposure settings on the ZV-1? I am using on the camera. I usually go manual with everything, but Andre from Worth It or Not said that if I'm going to be streaming with it, I should turn it into auto intelligent movie mode, I think is what he said to use for a live stream. And the manual even said that too, because I was like, why is this thing looking dark? It looks different on my screen there. It looks like I'm overexposed, but on the camera, on the screen, it looks fine. Like I just saw it brighten up a moment ago. Oh, that's because I'm blocking out my light. That's why. But on my screen right there, the little screen that's flipped out from the camera, it looks like I'm overexposing my face. It looks like I'm all blown out. But on the screen here, it just looks I'm pale. I don't think it doesn't. It just looks like I'm over. It looks like it's a little bit overexposed to me. But it could just be because everything else is black except my face. Everything else is like, and it's probably trying to expose properly for this, the microphone. Everything literally is black except for this little line here, my OK Boomer shirt, which has a boom operator, and then my skin tone. So it's probably, that's actually one of the interesting things when you used to watch back in the old tube era, the old tube camera era, and even when we got into the CCD cameras and stuff. That's one of the things that was usually very interesting is they had to light differently when they had Caucasian versus any other skin tone up on the screen on the same kind of shot. You had to intentionally darken lights on Caucasians that were very light skinned and brighten the skin tones. And it's still the same thing. It's still the exact same thing now. We have to expose differently, and we'll add different lighting on sets too, because you have to make sure that the dynamic range of the camera is able to pick up everybody's skin tone. Here in Georgia, we used to have, it would be like the mayoral debates that would be on the TV. You would have everybody wearing dark clothes except the one very pale white-skinned guy that was going to be there, like Jack Jersiewicz, and they would never expose his skin properly. He'd be blown out looking like he was a ghost. And it was hilarious because it was just like, well, it's okay. We don't really need to see Jack anyway. Definitely exposed properly for everybody else's skin tone. That's much better. But it always cracked me up. But to answer your question here, I'm using the intelligent auto setting on the ZV-1 because it's because I don't have to adjust the manual settings and stuff like that and really dial it in. I should probably find out something that works well with me. I'm playing around with the lighting. I started doing that only a couple of days ago just to see if it's any better. If I kill this side light, what do you think? Is it better?
I think the camera is overexposing you a little bit for the exact reason you just cited, because everything, your shirt, your sweaty, your hoodie, the background is all black, so it's trying to pull it up a little bit. I mean, it's just like auto gain. It's exactly like on the audio side. Yeah. You're good. That's good there.
That was all the way off.
I'm pretty sure that your skin tone is not that much lighter than mine.
So that's this light right here.
Oh, okay.
If I were to crank it up more and more and more. So if I have it at 1 out of 100, it's there. 1. If I go down one little click, it goes off. And you see the camera adjust. But anyway,
you can see the camera.
I'll just leave it off. Off. I'll leave it off and see what happens. I really like, just as a side note, if you've never experimented or played with these, Curtis, I had for a while the Sound Speeds podcast. This thing is actually really cool. I was turned on to this by Michael Wynn because he has one over his follow card. Yongnuo Digital, the YN360. It's a fascinating light because you can actually set up multiples of them, and you can set it up like if you do like P9 is if you had multiple setup, you can actually like H1, H2, H3, you can actually set it on different series. So like I could have some lights that if I adjust one, it's going to adjust them all. So like I could set that as H1, or I could program them to be whatever I wanted it to. But it also like coarse or fine, like big adjustments, small adjustments. color temperature. Like if I drop this all the way, I'm going to turn it back into coarse. This is 5500. I can also turn it all the way down, turn up 3200. I can also add some 5500 into it, or I could turn it in and adjust red, add in green, add in blue, or
RGB.
whatever else. You can dial in on the exact color you want.
Cool,
So it's actually
cool.
incredibly cool in how you can dial in on everything. I usually,
That's nice.
usually start with it all the way off and then start playing with it. But it's actually pretty powerful. And it's like 75, 80 bucks. But it also, so it's not that bad at all. But it also has this little, it's magnetic off the back. So you can actually,
Put a little gel.
add,
little
a little, it's like
tungsten.
it's like a little sun type filter thing. And
Mhm.
so if you want to have like a golden hour type look to it, like that's way overexposed.
There we
but
go.
like-
Let's put that on you. Put that on you. Let's see. How
Yeah,
it
put that on me. That's going to be the lighting that we go with. We'll just do this the rest of the stream and see if anyone
that's
notices.
actually.
Say, this is a sound.
This
Oh,
could be
that's-
like a Star Wars fan film. That's what I'm. That's the
Oh, is
first
it?
thing that came to my mind. Ooh, there we go. Yeah. Ooh.
At least I could see
You-
that my eyes in focus. I was
you
having issues with
always-
focus earlier.
You always wanted to be a ninja, and basically, a Jedi is very close to a ninja. Really, right? I mean, it's kind of the
Kind of,
same
yeah,
thing.
pretty much. It's let me
So,
see. Let me turn
it
on
suits you.
one. Let me turn on one. What do you think of that? That's kind of
That's cool.
accenting off of
And it's actually
not
you're getting
bad.
a little on your face. too.
one.
It's
It's not bad. Let me see.
Not bad. Yeah.
I turn this back over here.
Lloyd says, crank up the light and point it at the wall.
Crank up the light and point it at the wall.
Yeah.
Back over
See
there.
what that does. Yeah. See what that does to your exposure.
Okay, well, let's just turn this into a lighting thing. But
Okay. Actually, we need to get back to the sound.
look at
Come
that.
on.
Look at that. That's
There you go.
I don't know. I might need to.
And work with
off.
that a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play with it a little bit more. But those are the settings I'm using on the. Yep, virtual cam and everything would be pretty great. Tom says. DaVinci Resolve or Audacity for free
Resolve.
any day of the week. Audacity is much easier. Resolve is got a little of a learning curve, but it's definitely a lot more powerful. Once you get the basics down, it's very. Resolve, the big thing about it is it's a learning curve. And if you
Yeah.
have an older PC or older computer, it can be a bit resource hungry.
True.
So,
True.
especially
all
if you
of
do
those.
anything with video.
But your digital audio workstation that you typically use is Reaper, is it not?
Mhm. Yep.
Okay. Reaper's a
That
good
is
one, too.
correct. Oh, I like it. Yeah. Any tips for best workflow when deliver audio to small indie productions with editors inexperienced with editing, syncing, mixing audio captured on separate recorder or camera?
Yeah, I wouldn't give them a mix as a start. I would give them ISOs only. That's been my experience. If
Yeah.
you give them a mix, they get all messed up. They totally get confused. They have no idea what to do with it.
Or tell them that's a reference.
You tell them that, and they still. Then you know what you get in the final piece? You get the mix plus the ISO. So
We stopped putting the mix-
I recorded
Go
this
ahead.
beautiful audio with a boom and lavs. Did a great. I mean, it was like an 18-minute boom shot. I was holding the boom for 18 minutes for this interview because we hiked back into the woods and nobody was willing to bring a C-stand with us. So I'm like, that's cool. I'll do it. 18 minutes. And what ends up in the final piece? The mix plus the ISO out of phase. And I like, oh, actually, it was the mix plus the ISOs. So it was the mix plus the boom ISO plus the lav ISO. And it was just, oh my gosh. Oh.
That's one of the reasons
Why-
why we
why did
stopped
you
giving a
hire
courtesy
me?
track. Yeah.
Yeah.
We stopped
don't
giving a courtesy track on the camera itself, where you
Yeah.
where you hop to the camera on like scripted or movies or TV. We stopped doing that. Sometimes on like infomercials and commercials and that kind of thing, they'll still insist on them. But we stopped giving them because what's going to happen is for simplicity of workflow, they're going to start using that.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, that's got heavy compression. It's got a higher noise floor. That's not the mix you should be using. Use the mix from the actual recorder. And they're like, well, that means we have to actually go in there. I'm like, yes, you have to do your job. Heaven
Well,
help you
I
if
mean,
you have to do your job.
The thing is, too,
sync
though,
something up.
Alan, I mean, on those productions that you're working, especially if we're talking TV or film, you're using time code anyway. What's the big deal? I mean, a time code it's not like sync is hard with time code, right? In post, it's not.
It's not at all.
Yeah.
But even then, I mean, if you're talking about a courtesy track that's on a camera, and if you're going to be that simple about it, you can very easily just align those two tracks to the point where they don't echo.
True. Yeah.
And they're still going to be a couple of frames off, most likely. But you know, if you match it to the audio that's on a camera, a film camera, it could be a couple of frames off. But you know, the big thing is you want to use the actual recorder's ISO if you're going to use anything, or mix track if you're going to use anything. But yeah, to your point, you know, definitely give someone ISOs and encourage them to remix it and use what's on camera themselves, unless you are absolutely confident in your mix.
Yeah.
So,
on an indie film, probably not. Because who's doing sound for an indie film? It's usually a one-man sound department, right? And they're not mixing. They're holding the boom, most likely, and they can't actively mix.
and also you might consider communicating with them, talking to them, and saying, so before the fact, if you're concerned about it, talk to them and say, so what are you going to be doing this? What are you going to be editing on? How are you going to be concerned? What would be most helpful to you if you talk to them and see, and their answers, if they say, oh, I'm going to be doing this on this and this and this, you know that they have a little bit of experience. And they're like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm thinking about mixing on Audacity. You'll be like, oh, okay. You know, you're going to realize their experience level real quick.
Yeah, we have.
And you're going to realize what's going to be. Yeah.
We have the perfect format for you, and that's ISOs. Period.
I'm going to blend everything into one channel and give you that and say, there's your movie. Mac just there's your faders right there. They're all going to be up, and you're going to love it.
But it's Eric. That is a great question. I'm glad you asked that though, because it happens all the time. And while Alan and I are joking about this because we've felt the pain of doing that before, it is a reality. It happens. Even on, I worked on the one I just described where we had to hike back into the woods and I did the 18-minute boom thing. That was actually a $20,000 budget one-day show. I mean, that's a small budget relative to what you do, Alan, right? Uh-oh. Am I frozen? Or are you frozen? You with me there still? In any case, what I'm saying is, I'm just saying that.
Yes. Oh, I see the Streamyard. It looks. Oh, goody. I think this is the guy saying this is Curtis's time. Curtis is supposed to be done at midnight. So.
Oh, it is. This
is the God telling you to disconnect.
Yeah. Well, let me finish the story at least. All I was going to say is that was a $20,000 budget piece, a one-day shoot. I was hired as a location sound mixer. And even on that case, I figured, I was a little bit earlier in my career doing this, and I figured, okay, they're spending $20,000. They probably have a post team, an editor at very least that understands this whole idea of here. I even told the director that was there, I said, okay, here's the sound report, tracks 1 and 2, left and right mix, track 3, boom, track 4, Lav 1, track 5, Lav 2. And what did I see in the final piece? They just threw it all in there. Every one of those tracks, because more tracks is better.
Yep. More must be better.
More must be better. So all I'm saying is that, be really careful. If you do get the sense that people really don't know what they're doing, they haven't really thought it through. I think ISOs, usually what I found is ISOs is going to be easier for them. They will figure that out eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe just boom mic. Like if the boom is good on all the shots, just give them the boom mic.
Here's a good question for you, Curtis. Did you use any colorful language at the end of the Rose Bowl?
No, but that was a good game. I don't watch a lot of football, but that was actually a really good game. That was edge of our seats totally. But no colorful language. I thought the Utes did pretty well. My daughter is a Ute, by the way. She was in the marching band, in fact. So we were rooting for the Utes. They were kind of the underdogs. They got really close.
Obviously, this is your time. So at any point you want to bail, you absolutely can. don't feel obligated to stay on. But there's a backlog of questions that I'll go through either way. But until the point when you feel like you need to leave, I will continue to ask. Sound devices MixPre 6 and 3 plus noise it says plug in versus post processing for noise with isotope. When would you choose each option?
You want me to take a first shot at that?
I'm as you know, I'm opinionated, so.
Well, I probably share the same opinion in reality. The Noise Assist is a neat plugin. Don't get me wrong. I think it has its place. I think its place is primarily going to be for direct broadcast or live streams or something like that. I would not generally use it for anything that's going to have a post-processing. But if you did want to put it on, it's not so much on the MixPre, but certainly in the 8 series from Sound Devices, you can route it to a particular bus. So if you wanted to record a bus, a mix to a bus with the Noise Assist applied to it, you could do that. I just wouldn't want to destructively apply it to anything. So that would be my main thinking. Now, if you're doing a live stream and you're in a really noisy place, yeah, maybe I wouldn't dial it up past 3 or 4. Once you start getting past there, unless you're close mic'd, it's going to fall to pieces pretty quickly. And if you are close mic'd, you could actually push it a little bit farther. That's my take.
Yeah, it's a lot better than NVIDIA RTX. Absolutely.
With the 300 milliseconds latency or whatever it is.
Yeah, something like that, whatever it is. But the big thing I would tell you is how I've known people to use like the Cedar DNS boxes and noise assist and stuff like that. You get it on a channel as an additional. It's you don't want it to replace your regular mix, because here's the thing. Isotope is amazing, but it takes a little bit of time to tweak things the exact right way. Mm-hmm. And it's never going to be, and I say never, and watch, somebody's going to release something and it's going to completely invalidate this. But as of right now, there is nothing that on the fly can duplicate and do better than what RX can. And I don't know that we'll ever be in a circumstance where on the fly, we're going to be able to produce better sound than we can in post when we have all the time in the world, plus hindsight and in retrospect, being able to look at the situation and say, oh, look at this. There was a little noise that came in here. Let's dial that out. Or, oh, this little area here, the ambience was a little bit higher. Let's change that a little bit, versus just running it through DNS. DNS is used more for live stuff when you're having to have it adjusted because it's live and on the fly, versus something where you have control over it in post. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not normally a big fan of something like the Shep CMIT, the Super CMIT 2U, because something like that does have active noise cancellation and can process digitally audio on the side, on the fly, it's cool to be able to do. But in all honesty, Post is able to do much more with that than that microphone will be capable of doing. If you start to go off axis, you start to, because that microphone is still has noise canceling microphones around it. And if it starts to dial in on something that's a little awkward or weird, it can start to make have some weird effects on your audio track. So I know that you can take the noise cancel and the noise canceled version out of the microphone at the same time. I would strongly suggest you do that anytime you're going to use noise canceling of any kind, whether it's the Cedar DNS noise reduction plugin, because you always want Post to have that as an option. What I've seen people do is use something like the Cedar DNS box as a proof of concept of whether or not this is an issue. They've sometimes given that as an additional option, sometimes even not even labeled it in the sound report. And so that way when Post finds it, they say, woo, what is this thing? It's not labeled. That was me running it through the Cedar DNS just as a proof of concept, as something that gives people an idea. Some people will say, I absolutely will not do that because I want the director and the producers and everything to hear what environment they put us in. But sometimes people will say, I want it to sound really good on the dailies. So they run it through there because they want it to sound as good as possible. Other people say, absolutely not. I want the director to suffer with us and to hear exactly what they put us through when they accepted this location. So it just depends.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, what does this one say? I forgot to ask it when you were in here. What was your, that's a different question here. I can't decide between an 8050 and an MKH50. Which one would you recommend? And at Alan and Curtis.
Well, as I mentioned before, I use both of them. If I could only choose one, I'd probably choose personally the 8050. I think that other people have a very different opinion, and I think that's legitimate as well. Alan, you're a boom op. You have a very. I'm dying to hear which one you'd choose.
I would say between the two, I would say the 8050 is more versatile, and you're not losing much. I mean, you're losing a little bit of reach, I think, with the 8050 over the 50, but to me, it's flatter sound. It's. I put this. I mentioned this to Tom Buck yesterday, but there is an accessory chart that you can get on that if you can look it up with Sennheiser, and it talks about. I might even see if I can look it up right now, but it is actually. Let me see if I can pull it up live here. But what it is it's an accessory chart that actually shows what everything looks like in the 8000 series universe. Let me put this up on the screen right now, and I'll just show it to you. Share screen window. Here we go. All right, this is an accessory chart that they put out there. Can you?
Not seeing anything.
I'm seeing it. I'm adding it right now.
But
let me zoom in here and show you what we're dealing with here. If you zoom in, you can see these are different capsules. The 20 is the Omni, the 40 is the cardioid. This is super cardioid. 8090, I still don't know what really that is. I don't know what pattern that is. But this talks about the audio signal, it talks about mounting accessories, but it shows the windscreen right here. This allows you to have a 10 dB pad or a roll off. You can add that. There's different modular. You could add this capsule to the end of this and have a podium type mic. You could put it on a swivel, very similar to the Shep's GVC. You can add it on top of a little arm here if you want to float it down for something like that. And these are like different Colette options here. You have very much low profile options. There are digital preamps you can add with this. There's a whole bunch of different accessories and different things that you can add to it to maximize what you can do with the 8000 series that you cannot do with the 50, because it's just a standard. You cannot do that with a 50 though.
Yeah.
Because a 50 is just, it's got granted it has a built-in roll-off and it has a built-in pad on it. But you do not necessarily need those all the time. You may like the roll-off that you have on whatever your wireless transmitter is, or whatever you have going into your next signal. You may say, I don't really like the pad on the microphone. I'd rather use it on the recorder. Or you'd say, I like the pad on the wireless just fine, so I'd rather use that. But this right here shows you just some of the accessories that you can get that allow you to maximize the usage. If you want to talk about low profile, add a swivel. You're going to be very low profile with that, with your 8050. You want more reach than an 8050 will give you? Well, I mean, that's certainly an option. But at that point, you might want to even go something more along the lines of a longer microphone, unless you're going to get in there for coverage, in which case you're probably fine. But personally, I would say between the two of them, an 8050. I was working on P Valley with Bud Raymond. I was filling in for his boom operator for a few days. Bud has a great ear. And one of the things that we were shooting in a very reverberant room, and we were using a 50. And I thought I needed it for the reach. But he said, you know what? Let's try the 8050. It cut out a lot of that bass, that extended bass got cut out of the microphone. He was spot on. And I was like, that was a great idea, Bud. I said, your ear was it spoke the truth, and you were spot on in that suggestion. I was like, that's great. Because when he said, let's try the 8050, I'm like, that's interesting. But because that environment was very, reverberant, mainly in the bass frequencies, it picked up beautifully on the 8050. I still got all the fundamental vocal frequencies. I still got everything just fine, even when I had a little bit more headroom. But, I tell you, you don't always need to have an extended bass. And the 50 is very bass heavy.
Yeah.
Even when you close mic, it sounds too much to me. So I'd rather go with the 8050 personally.
And don't anyone get the idea that the 8050 doesn't sound rich? It absolutely can. I mean,
yes.
if you do get it a little bit closer, it will still pick up plenty, in men's voices. It'll still get that nice rich low end.
Tascam DR-100 Mark II, still worth it? I'm not familiar with that one.
I used to have that one many years ago. if you're buying new, it probably wouldn't be my first choice, or even a used version. I mean, it depends on your budget. If it's not a bad place to start if you're on a really tight budget. But I don't know what the context is there, Jan. If you kind of need to know more, but it's not. I mean, the Mark III definitely has cleaner preamps than the DR-100 Mark II. So I dropped mine and it broke. Sad day.
What'd you replace it with?
Oh gosh, this is way back. DR-100, the little brick one that fits underneath the camera. I think it was that I replaced it with. Anyway, short version, I probably wouldn't be my first choice. I'd be curious. I mean, if you want to give us like a budget, I think between Alan and I, we could get you pointed to something interesting.
All right, this is almost more of a troll question here, but I'm gonna at least throw it up there anyway because it's fun.
Coffee, good.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he's trolling me on this one. NW700 to Blue Yeti.
I've never used either one of those, so you're gonna have to answer this.
I don't get along with USB microphones at all, but the NW700 is not detailed at any, you know, it's all mids. Blue Yeti at least has a little bit more than that. If you really came at me and said, well, I want to buy something, should I get the NW700? If I can't talk you out of buying the NW700, and you said, well, these are the two things that I'm going to get. I'm going to get the NW700 plus an interface or the Blue Yeti. Between the two of them, I'd say you're probably going to get better audio quality out of the Yeti, and you should get that. I hate to say it, but that's probably what I would say is if those are the only two options and you're giving me those, you're not going to get much of a difference in quality. You're not going to see much of a difference in quality anyway. You might as well simplify it and go with the Blue Yeti as opposed to NW700 plus an interface. It's going to be probably easier for you if you do that.
I like Bandrew's comment here. Clip that. Alan is recommending the Blue Yeti.
If you notice, I keep saying I would recommend you to get that if that's your only two choices.
This is where you need to go to Bandrew's channel. There are so many other roughly $100 USB microphones that are so much better than both of those that you should look at those before you look at either one of those two. But I'm with you. Oh No Coffee, I think, sent that question over with a tongue in cheek and a wink wink. Just to get under your skin, Alan. Are you doing okay? You fading on
me? Oh no, I was looking for the comment again.
All right.
You looked tired when you first came in.
Oh, I was.
You know, I was like, oh no, I work
for a living.
I know you work for a living. I'm looking for that comment though.
So do you.
Yeah, well, I haven't lately. I'm happy because I negotiated a very good deal for myself on the show that I'm starting with. But it was all contingent on me passing the COVID tests. And because Omicron is so spreadable, and I have not been going anywhere doing anything really, and I don't really normally anyway. I go to work and I come home and I see my family and I do sound speed stuff. And but I was convinced that if there was ever going to be a time, I have 4 months of work lined up and I've already negotiated a great deal. I was convinced that if there was going to be a time, since they said, oh, provided that you pass the COVID test, and, you know, it's not something you can study for. So it's like, you know, it's not. So I looked at that and I said, if there was ever going to be a time that I go to the grocery store and end up with Omicron or something like that, even I'll be completely asymptomatic, not know I got it and test positive, be like, great. You know, that's going to be the time that I get it is when my deal memo is writing on that. You know, it's like, you know,
but I knew that was on the other hand, isn't I'm curious, just out of my own interest, a film set or a TV set is actually one of the safer places to work, isn't it? Like they have a lot of protocols built up around that. They do testing frequently. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. PCR tests are done if you're in the red zone, which is next to the actors. They call it different things. Which is me, because you know, I'm working right next to and within 6 feet of actors that are not masked. Yeah. So that is my life. So they will test me Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, sometimes even more often. But when you're on a show, you don't go out and do anything. I mean, if you have like
right.
this weekend at the time of this video, we have the Martin Luther King holiday coming up on Monday, and that's recently negotiated new holiday. So there's going to be people that are going to have a 3-day weekend, and they're going to go out of town. So guess what's going to happen? Anytime you end up having, you end up having Thanksgiving, people go off to see families. You end up having the Christmas break, people go off to see families. The show I'm working on and starting soon, we were supposed to start a week ago Tuesday. We came in, they brought in the Red Zone and the principal crew members on Monday for testing. I did not know that because I wasn't full time on the show when I signed up. So I signed up on Sunday. I took my COVID test, and then they realized that there was an abundance of cast and crew, both cast and crew, that had tested positive for COVID, most likely Omicron. So they said, you know what, we're going to delay the hiatus for 10 days so that way it gets out of everyone's system. And then they brought us back in. They're bringing us in. So they decided to do that as opposed to say, well, geez, this cast member and then this crew member and this is a camera operator, or I don't know if the camera operators did or not. I don't know. They don't share that. HIPAA has prevented us from giving names or anything like that. I'm just throwing that as an example. But it could have been anybody that and I do know one person who definitely tested positive who it surprised him. He was like, I did not expect to have a positive test, but still. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, anytime you have a group of people and a holiday, if people have an extended weekend, 3 days, something like that, they're going to leave. If you have 2 days off on a regular weekend and there's a concert or something like that, people may do it. But most of the time, if people are full-time on a show, they're going to be exhausted. They're not going to want to go out and do anything. It's when people are not on shows that you end up running into problems because that's when they're going to go out and do things and live their lives.
Right.
So,
right. They have time to go do
They have
all that
time.
stuff.
And they have time to sleep. Do people buy multiple models of expensive microphones to test them and then return the word model like photographers used to do with lenses?
I haven't done that, but I think some people probably do.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your take on? There are some places that won't take microphones back once they're all. In some cases they say all purchases are final. Depends on the place you go, but
yeah.
What
I
would be
would never
really
do that
cool?
either. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it'd be really nice if there were more places. I know, obviously, for production sound, that you can rent a lot of the kind of the standard model microphones that are used a lot in that world. But it would be nice if there was a place to rent a lot more options, like what we might use on a live stream or for podcasts or something like that. And I just don't know. I think I found one place once, and they had a few different microphones you could rent. You could get a U87 or a couple of other options that are much less expensive than that, like an NT1 and maybe a couple of others. But it'd be nice if there was a place that had a bunch of stuff you could rent, and try out a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've known people that if they want to do that with studio type equipment, what they'll do is they'll find a recording studio in town, has multiple mic locker, has a lot of mics in the mic locker, and they'll rent 2 hours of studio space and say, hey, can I just test a bunch of your things? Yeah. And that's all I want to do. And they'll say, oh yes, let's geek out. And they'll do that kind of thing. I mean, we'll record sometimes in recording studios. I love the noise floor, first of all. And then I'll usually say to the people who let us in here, so can I go look at your mic locker? And they're like, yes, come on. And they're more than happy about sharing that. And I'm like, ooh, look at this. Can I listen to this? And they're like, yeah, sure. And they're more than happy to geek out. So.
It's what I imagine it's like to go to Bandrew's place. Like you walk into Bandrew's place, and I imagine you just start tripping on microphones all over the place.
I obviously won't talk about Bandrew's place unless it's what you see on camera. But I will tell you this: we were talking about, and we were talking obviously when I was visiting him for a few days. We were talking a lot about microphones and a lot about sound and stuff, and I would just sometimes say, oh yeah, there was this one microphone, I forgot what it was like a 641. He's like, oh, I have one of those. And he goes in and he opens up a case. He has to go find it. He's like, oh, here's a case has 2 of them. I'm like, what are you doing with the EV 641s? He's like, oh, I bought them because it was a good deal. But I'm like, why didn't you? I didn't know you had these. He's like, oh yeah, well, I will eventually do a video about them. I'm like, sure you will. When people stop making microphones for you to review and stuff, then sure, you'll get around to it. But this is a vintage microphone, and there's really no urgency. But it was really funny because we would just talk, and he he was like, oh, well, let me pull out that one. And then let me pull out this because we happen to mention it. I'm like, geez, it's just hilarious.
It's unreal. Wow.
It's pretty trippy.
I have this vision in my little brain about, you know how you go into like university libraries and they have those movable stacks? Like at some point he's going to have to invest in something like that where you have to go type in a special code and it goes, you know, all the stacks open up so that he can get into that row. Oh yes, that's up on, let's see, shelf number 7 on the right-hand side, about halfway down.
Well, he doesn't have a system like that, but what I will tell you is that every time we got within about 10 miles of his house, I had to be blindfolded. I had to be blindfolded, and he had to walk me in. Once I got in the door, he would close it, he'd lock it, he'd secure it, then he'd take the blindfold off. So I didn't know where I was.
Yeah.
Because his location is protected and secured.
Good.
So
Good. Okay.
that and you know, I was just happy that you know, he told his bodyguards to back off a little bit. Because that was something that I had to be a little bit nervous about. He doesn't let them into his studio, luckily. They would stand outside, but you know, it was kind of fun. And this was a clarification of the question. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I was going to say there's some good. Oh, there's do people.
That was the clarification. It was a mistype.
Worst model.
Do people worse microphones? People probably might do that. As long as you don't return them all, just buy a whole bunch of them and then return them. People get mad when you return everything, and you basically just make something. Yeah, I mean, you basically make an open box item at that point, and nobody really wants that. But usually, like to Tom Buck's point that he made earlier today, just rent the thing, rent something if you can, or you know, find a place. There's still mom and pop sound shops, and there's places like Guitar Center that will sometimes let you try something while there.
Yep.
We used to have like Mars back in the 90s. You could let you listen to go to the Mars recording studio. And you could listen to a bunch of different things, try different speakers and stuff like that. It was amazing. I don't know what happened to him, but Greg Palmer, I'm sorry, yeah, Guitar Center. Sure, SM7B appears to be such a standard for podcasting, yet a really strange frequency drop around 6,500 hertz. Is there a better mic choice?
Oh yes, I think there are. SM7B is fun. I'm not. It's a classic. Yeah, it's weird. It has its own character, and I think that's part of the allure at some level. But Greg, as you know, I mean, if you really want to get very particular about it for podcasting in particular, my take on it is you want to find the right fit for your particular voice. What do you think, Alan?
I personally like the 7B without the windscreen.
Oh, okay.
When I take it off, it sounds much different. To me, the actual windscreen that comes on it, it muffles it too much for my taste.
Yeah. Has that very broadcasty sound to it.
I find there's a lot more detail in it when you take that windscreen off. And so I said that earlier in this live stream as well, but you know, I've done podcasting with the SM7B. And people are like, why'd you take the windscreen off? I'm like, because I like the way it sounds better. Mm-hmm. You obviously don't want to talk straight into the thing and kill it with plosives, but then it has, you know, an internal shock mount kind of built into it a bit, the humbuckle coil or whatever it's called. It has a bit of that in there. But I mean, it's like, to me, it sounds better without the windscreen. You don't have to use the windscreens that come with microphones, just so you know. Mm-hmm. The microphones, when they're tested, it's not with that windscreen. Like if this microphone here had a windscreen on it, it would change the way it sounds, depending on on the density of it, the weight, depending on the design of it, the fiber content. If it could be a denser foam, a less dense foam, could be thicker. There's a whole bunch of different aspects to wind protection, whether or not you use it or not. And the SN7B to me doesn't sound as good when you use it with the windscreen that comes with. And so that was one of the things that we even talked about earlier when Tom Buck was here, is that the windscreen that he uses, the blue one for his SM7B, he did a video a couple of weeks ago where he talked about it. And he takes it off. He does an audio sample with a standard one on there and put this one on. And he says, yeah, they don't really sound that different. I'm like, let me try, you know, because I was like, I hear a difference. And, you know, I mean, you know me, Curtis, you know, instantly I'm going to be jumping on that. But I mean, it's like, to me, when I listen to it, I'm like, it's actually surprisingly more detailed. It sounds better in the higher frequencies when you do it. And to me, it sounds, to me, as soon as I started recommending people use it without the windscreen, and it provides you know how to use it, it sounds much better It really does. Then starting to tame the highs, because that may be what you're referring to there, is when you're talking about the drop at 6,500. That could be right where it really starts to be affected by the windscreen. So I'd recommend, Greg, that you try it without the windscreen and see what happens. See what you think.
I think that's good advice. Yeah.
Does Curtis drive a loud Harley with a headband on and ripped t-shirt off air?
No. Next question.
Do you have green hair?
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
On the weekends?
No. What you see is what you get. Basically.
It's so funny. It's so funny seeing people in the outside world, because what people will have, what people won't have. You'll have, you've seen my car in videos. Is the blue kind of sporty Civic. I blur out my license plate because it is sound speeds related, but I'll share it in like Discord or something like that, and I blur it out just because. I mean, even though you can't technically really run a license plate very easily legally, I still blur it out, even though it probably wouldn't be that difficult for you to guess if you know me.
I drive an electric car. I'll say that, but I don't
You
drive
do?
very much. Yeah, not very much these days.
Do you drive a Tesla?
I do.
You do?
Mhm.
I can
Model
see
3.
that, actually. When you said an electric car, I'm like, I can't imagine you in a Volt or something along those lines. I would imagine it to be a Tesla. You would need to have more range than a Volt would get you. And
Yes. Yeah.
you've said in
So
your videos that you live on a mountain.
I live on a mountain. That's right.
That's what you've said that in videos before. I think you said that in one of your live streams. Someone said, "Why do you always look like where are you
You're gonna
always
climb
wearing
a
a coat
mountain.
like you're like you've been climbing a mountain?" You're like, "Because I live on a mountain." So it was funny when
It's
you
true.
said that. Let's see here.
There was a question. Oh, you're getting to it. Another question
Yeah.
might be Resolve or Reaper. I agree.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Personally, I like Reaper.
Yeah. I used Reaper in the past. That was actually my first like serious DAW, and I like it. It's a good one.
Let's see here. All right. Why do interfaces with both a roll-off and a pad cost around $1,000?
Well, that's a good question. And I assume, yeah, I mean, the thing is that with, okay, my take on it is that there's a very lucrative market. It's called the consumer market. And in the consumer market, pretty much nobody cares whether or not something has a roll-off or a pad. They're looking for a great price on something that sounds good, that or good enough for them. So there are a ton of interfaces that are there. Now, to implement a good roll-off, a good high cut or high pass or a low cut and a pad, I mean, if you're going to do it right, there's a little bit of engineering that goes into it, a little bit in terms of the actual, components that go into that. So you can do it cheaply too. Like, for example, a lot of the consumer grade, like the handy recorders from Zoom, not trying to knock them. I own some of them, but they generally implement that in the digital stage. So they're not implementing any sort of analog low cut or high pass or pad. I think a lot of it's done. The pad, maybe it depends on the device, but a lot of times they'll implement it as digital. And in those cases, in some cases, the damage is already done because the audio's already gone through the converter, and then you're rolling it off. Those are some thoughts. I don't know. Beyond that, I think there's some other things. Alan's dying to say something, and I'm dying to hear what he has to say.
Oh, I mean, not really. I was just going to say, I think you're spot on. I mean, most of the time, people are not going to really do anything with those kind of things. If you want to spend the money to have the actual physical control on an interface, then they're probably going to charge you for it, but it's not something they're going to focus their engineering on and their costs. If they want to stay competitive, they're going to put themselves against other things that don't have that kind of price point. And in talking about around $1,000, at that point, it's more of a boutique type interface, and they're going to be looking at some sort of a a niche there. Like a Mix Pre 6, what I'm currently using, that's when I bought it, it was like $900 or something like that. And I think the price just recently went up, but that's also the Mix Pre 6 too. So at that point, when you start playing around with things like roll off and pad, and you're not going to be using something that's built into some sort of software, like a plugin, most of the time people are going to be using plugins. You know, if they're going to be going for a more discount interface, they're going to use something. If they need it to be to have a roll off or a pad or something like that that's on the fly, they're going to straight up do that software wise in a plugin. They're not going to necessarily need it and want to spend the money on something like that. So by the time you want to add in, like Curtis said, that engineering, it's going to be more expensive. And by the time they add it into an interface and something that's going to be good enough quality that it's going to actually rival something that you can do with a VST that's, you know, real time, you know, that does require some money. So yeah, that's part of what you're buying there.
There is something you can do though, Bob. There are inline high pass filters and inline pads that you can buy. So you can actually kind of create your own little thing there if you wanted to. I know Shure makes some. I'm sure like Whirlwind, Radial Engineering. Those are the companies to look at that do that kind of stuff.
DBX even makes some that are
DBX,
you know, and you know, there's also, you know, you could also get a 500 series if you really want to invest in it, but then you're at $1,000 again. So, have you ever used a monopod to help you hold the boom pole for long interviews if no stand is available? I use one on location all the time, and when working reality TV shoots covering OTFs with Cast. I
haven't. I think I know you've reviewed something like that, Alan. It's not. It wasn't just like a regular monopod. It was a purpose built.
Yeah, it was actually a device called the Boom Swinger. Now, Fleetwood Films, the company that originally I was talking with, by the way, I think he reached out to me. Keith over there at Fleetwood reached out to me. I think it was right around Thanksgiving, and he said to me that he is retiring, getting out of the industry. So for a while, he said I'm going to try to find a seller. I'm going to try to find somebody to buy this rather to take over for me, the Boom Swinger and the Boom Buddy. And when he told me that he was discontinuing it, I got bummed. I said, can I buy like a stock of them? He says, they're already sold out. And I got really bummed because I was like, all it takes is me losing the one I have and that's it. But I got word last week that Mac Audio, which is in, I believe, the UK, they have taken over ownership of the Boom Swinger and Boom Buddy, and they're going to be continuing. If you watch my video on the Boom Swinger, I put the information for Mac Sound in the description down and how you can go about getting it, because they have not started to fulfill the back orders from the transition from Fleetwood to Mac, but it's MACK Sound. And I don't think Mac Sound or macaudio.co.uk works right now. Neither does Boom Buddy, boom-buddy.com. Those websites were down when I looked at them a couple of days ago, but they are definitely going to be up soon. But to answer your question, though, that requires you to actually have a secondary pole, like either one of the 6 foot like K-Tech interview poles. You could get yourself a completely separate boom pole. You can get yourself a monopod at that point, something that actually supports the Boom Swinger. Have I used them? Absolutely. Do I use them often? Not at all. The reason why is because you ground yourself at that point. If somebody walks in and doesn't deliver all their dialogue to people standing there without walking in and out, I would much prefer to just hold the boom here at my chest, get back a little ways, bring them in as needed, and just sit here, right here. If I have to be closer to them because of walls or something like that, and I have to go over my head, if they're just two people staying there talking, blabbing, then sure, I'll bring it out. But it's situational in use. And personally, I prefer to just back off another couple of feet, extend out a pole a little bit longer, and just boom, with it rested here as opposed to over my head. It's a much better feeling.
I have a question on that topic.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, what percentage of the time do you have your hands over your head when you're booming versus more like in this area?
Maybe 5 to 8%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So 5 to 8%, because
no, 5 to 8% of the time over my head. Most of the time, I'm right here.
Ah, okay, good. That's same here. And I always just figured, okay, I'm tall.
But you're tall, yeah. But you see, I'm 5'10", so
You're not
You
short.
you can put your chin on top of my head. I mean, it's like, but you know, I'm quite a bit shorter. But the thing is,
But
though,
you can't do this very long. Like nobody can do this very long except
I've had to. I mean, yeah, I can do it. The thing is, at that point, you start relying on muscle shifting. You have to you have to start playing things. And sometimes I'll be backed into a corner. There's lighting all over the room,
Yeah.
and I have to be against a wall. And usually that's when it's really uncomfortable. You'll be over your head, and you're going to be at a weird, awkward angle with your arm, trying to get over an AC because they're trying to cram too much stuff into a room. And the AC will decide they have to be in there. Director with their monitor has to be on set. The DP has to operate from wheels with his stand right there in the room. And you're like, why can't you be just outside the room? Well, I like to be in the room when I'm operating. Well, why don't you get behind the camera? Why do you have to bring in this separate throne thing? You know, I mean, it's just like, you know, that's when I'll start to get a little amped up, but you know, and frustrated. But when I'm uncomfortable. But the thing is,
I like
most
that you
of the
call it
time,
a throne.
well, that was the last DP I worked with. He called it his throne. They used the DJI Ronin a lot. And
Yeah.
so he brought in this big, huge I'll have to send you a picture of it. It was this big monster-sized thing that would come in there, and it was like he had the wheels on there and everything, the big, huge monitor, multiple monitors if he needed it to look at other cameras because he would operate, and he would see the other cameras at the same time. And it was this big, heavy-duty thing with built-in batteries and everything else that if they couldn't get power to it, it could run. And he called it the throne. They said, bring in the throne, please. And he put it right on set where I was standing. Well, can I put this here? I'm like, why does it have to be literally 6 feet away from the actors when they're acting? Why does it have to be here on set? DP wants it there. Why does the DP want it there? Go talk to him. I'd have to say, Mike, can we back you off just a little bit, please? So that way I have a place to work too by the time you're done lighting. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, he just didn't think about it though. You know, he was totally cool and happy to accommodate. It was something that he liked to be operating there from set. So,
Yeah.
How about this one? I want to use, what were you going to say?
No, I'm ready. Hit
I
me.
want to use my
Hit me.
RME ADI DAC FS IEM output to my monitor, my audio coming from REM UC2. They're connected by Toslink cable. Are there any downsides I should know of? What to look for?
Yeah, so these are RME audio interfaces, I assume. Or
Oh,
DACs.
okay. I'm not familiar with those at all.
Yeah, so the more studio type gear. Okay, so you're using an RME ADI DAC2 FS in-ear monitor output to monitor my audio coming from my RME UCX2 connected via Toslink. Are there any downsides? Ugh, I don't know the answer to that.
That is so outside of my realm.
I don't know.
I don't even know how to. I don't even know. I have no idea.
I'm sorry. You stumped the chumps.
That's a studio question, dude. I that's totally out of my realm. Sorry. It's a good question though. 8050 is also recording past 20K. So for something like 30 or 50K, so good for sound design. Thanks for the answer. Is it really? I was just talking to Nathan Smith about this. He uses the CS100 Senken, I think, to go up to 100,000 hertz. I don't know that I would necessarily trust the frequency response when it goes above 20,000 hertz because it's not really designed for that. The 8050 is designed more for vocal frequencies and for like Foley or something like that. What the human hearing frequency range is, even though it may look like it's flat on a frequency response curve, I don't know what it is above 20K because I've never cared. I just know what they sound like. I wouldn't necessarily trust it for something like that. Nathan was pretty clear about microphones being, you have to be pretty specific about the ones you get when you go above 20K, that you're going to be slowing down your sound and pitching it down and things like that.
I know that the Earthworks kind of philosophy, the founder of Earthworks was an advocate for this idea that even though most of us can't necessarily, well, he actually took issue with the fact that we generally assume that 20 kilohertz is the kind of the limit of human hearing.
Mm-hmm.
He actually felt like there was some sensing going on even beyond that, and it was important to capture those frequencies. It was just kind of just an interesting gee whiz kind of thing. I don't know what kind of research he did to come to that conclusion, but that was kind of one of the design philosophies behind the Earthworks microphones. Is it's important to capture above 20K.
I think that's interesting. I mean, I'll feel pressure of frequencies I can't hear. I'll feel the pressure on my ears. I'll say, "What's going on? Why it doesn't feel
something's weird?"
I feel like my head will start hurting, my ears will start hurting. I'll feel a pressure, and I'm like, there's got to be something there. I'll feel it, and then and I'll sometimes be like, at that point, I'll be like, "What am I missing?" And I might pull out my phone, and I'll see that there's like a really weird tone, like right below 20K, and I'm like, "Oh, I can't hear it," but it's definitely very loud. And my daughters are funny because we'll be out someplace and they're like, "Wow, that's so loud." I'm like, and I'm like, "Yeah, I feel the pressure of something." Like, "You can hear that?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't hear it. I feel the pressure." But I'll mess with them also. I'll turn on like a frequency sweep app or something like that. I'll be sitting there next to them and I'll turn on like 20K and turn up the volume all the way on my phone and hit enter, and both of my older daughters will be like, "Ow, Dad!" I'm like, "Oh, you can hear that. Good ears." And I'll hit stop on it, and they'll be like, "Why'd you do that?" I'm like, "You could hear that." But there's like an app called Annoy a Teenager,
Right.
which you can set like the minimum frequency or whatever, and you could just sit it on your table when you go to a restaurant, and it'll start blasting out random tones or whatever. And so that way, teenagers won't want to sit near you in a restaurant. It's like, that's the idea behind the app, at least. Thought that was hilarious.
I've noticed that there are some lights that do put out some tone. This one here, you can't see it in the shot, but it's a Lupo panel light, and it puts out a 17,490 hertz, pretty solid little tone. I can actually always see it in the spectrogram trace. Every single shoot I do with that.
How loud is it though? Is it just a little thing, or is it?
No, it's actually pretty intense. Like, I can't generally hear up there that well at this age, but
yeah.
It's definitely showing on the trace. And I imagine that, come to think of it, Emma's been in here with that on and she's never said anything, but maybe she's, I don't know.
Well, I remember being a kid, turning on the TV and hearing a high-pitched noise.
Yeah, that high-pitched.
I remember hearing that as a kid. And I remember killing the TV and hearing it die. And there's also, it's funny, I've worked on TV shows before where all the people in post are old school guys. And that's another way of saying that they're old, because there have been sounds that me and the sound mixer have heard and said, "Man, that's so bad. That's so aggressive." And then when we watch the show, we're hearing, I'm like, "That sounds terrible." It's because as they cut back and forth, they didn't hear the sound. They didn't have a chance to just roll off everything above and below certain frequencies because they were expedited. There was one show that we did about 10 years ago, and we're like, "Gosh, that sounds terrible." It's like, why is it cutting in and out like that? It's because as they cut back and forth between certain shots, the tonal quality shifted and they couldn't hear the frequencies in post. But those were so loud and so aggressive as they warbled, it was actually changing the sound of the normal audio quality we were hearing of our voices. And they were not adjusting it. They were like, "We encountered a little bit of something, but we didn't really think about that." And we're like, "Well, it sounded like crap when it went over the air." Because there was a high-pitched noise that was just driving us crazy, that was killing it in that one scene. And they're like, And then they go back and look at it and they're like, "Oh yeah, well, none of us heard it." And they're like, "Yeah, we didn't have a chance to, because we started to fall behind in our schedule. So we started to we fell behind." And so they didn't do it. But next question. Any recommendations for a sound cart?
Well, I can tell you what I use. I have one that I use. It's a Sound Cart is the name of the company, and it's wait a minute. What's the model? It's the Sound Cart Mini is what it is. So it's a relatively small one. So I'm in my mixer is in a bag on that cart. I've got a tray that comes out for, if I have a laptop with me. I've got a little arm that I can put my iPad on. I'm using as Sound Devices 888, so I've got the app on the iPad that I can monitor. It's nice. It's got the pneumatic wheels that are 10 inches or something like that, and then the little casters on the front. And it's got the
use
wheels.
The casters on the front.
Yeah,
the little casters.
They get a little messy in certain circumstances. So
big wheels first. Always push it. Big wheels first.
Big wheels first. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. But it's been good for me. It came in around with, was it around $1,000 or $1,200, somewhere in that price range. So that's actually made by a guy in the UK who I don't know if he's still a sound mixer. He was a mixer, and I don't know if he just went into the cart business or what. But it's been good for me. What about you? I looked at Zuka bags. I didn't end up with a Zuka bag or a cart. Excuse me.
I know people that will use a Zuka, but it's usually situational. They'll use it more for if they have a specialty situation, like they're shooting out in the middle of a woods or something like that. They'll scale down their cart. They don't even use it for car work, because at that point you're going to go into a bag and you're going to throw it up on a thing. But the advantage of a Zuka is that you can sit on it, really. Yeah. So, but I don't really know any people that, people in my realm don't really use the Zuka bags. When Whit Norris did Fast and Furious 5 and went to Cuba, I think they were doing some stuff in like the woods, then some places that you couldn't get his cart into. So he actually had a local Cuban sound utility that had a bag, and he started remoting all of his stuff in that. His utility carried this bag, this backpack around. And so Whit would just he would go there and he'd say, this is Whit from the Epic live stream. And the utility would set it up, and then he'd pull out the chair and he'd mix from that, and then they'd pick up the bag and load it up and go to the next location, and the utility would carry the antennas or whatever with it. That was 10 years ago, though. There's other options that people might resort to now. Like, one thing is the Nova, is that you could easily have 6 channels of wireless and a recorder in a 6.5 pound package that you could use if you're going to be going off into. I mean, I thought that was a brilliant design, and I think that Zaxcom should have won the AES Audio Award, the CAS Audio Award for that one, because I thought the design was brilliant, and that was just my personal thing. Here's a question for you, Curtis. What is going to be your next purchase?
Well, I'm not doing a lot of location sound right now. I'm working almost exclusively in studios at the day job, and I just haven't had time to do freelancing. I will say this. I purchased just one of these so far, but I may purchase some more. This is the Audio Limited A20.
Ah, yes.
The mini transmitter. No screen. You control it all via app on your phone. But it's really nice and small. You can put it in a little thing here if you want to use it if you want to clip it on a belt. But if you're going to be burying it in wardrobe, this is a lot more convenient. If this one pans out and I end up needing more channels, I'll probably buy more of these before anything else.
I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Have you tried one?
When I first saw it announced, I reached out to Sound Devices, but when I started seeing things like the battery life is 3.5 hours, and when I started to see things like everything is controlled off an app, to me, personally, if I'm using the A10 and I suddenly need to enable a pad, I would first of all, I wish that the gain on the A10 in boom mode wasn't 36. I wish it gave you the full gain range without you having to enable a 20 dB pad. Or a 10 dB, whatever it is. I think it's 20. But I mean, I would rather just have the full gain range. But personally, being able to take a boom, bring it in, and go click, 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 boom, done.
No,
as opposed
that makes
to
sense.
Okay, hold on 1 second. In the middle of a take, I'm still holding a boom, and I'm like,
no. No, I think for your situation, the A10 makes a lot more sense. It really does.
Yeah, really.
I think if you're burying something on wardrobe, that's when this may make more sense.
Yeah.
3.5 hours, though, that is potentially problematic. I mean, that's a lot of...
Isn't that what it is?
I haven't tested it yet, so
I think that's what I read originally in the initial thoughts. And I remember, I think that's what somebody had said. And I remember saying, oh, yikes. Because at that point, I was actually talking to Sound Devices, and I was speaking to one of the higher ups there. And I remember talking about trying to get my hands on the A20 and the receiver, the RX. And I remember as soon as I started reading some of the things, I said, you know what? Not interested anymore. I'd rather have an A10. Granted, the biggest thing that be concerning me is that I don't like a lot of the filters that I've seen and run into on the A10. It really irritates me how over the course of time, if you'll have issues because the cable, like there's a common cable made for it that's like $120, $130, and they have a floating ground on it. Really irritates me because you put it on a microphone with a floating ground like a Neumann KMR 82 and it buzzes. You put it on a 416 without a floating ground, it's fine. But that really irritated me. That was actually something that I did a live stream at one point because I was at work. I was really irritated. I said, you know what? I'd be willing to bet you, since it's happening on the Neumann, but it's not happening on the Sennheiser. I bet you that if I ground tied the pin number 1 to the case, it would go away. So I just unscrewed the cable and I touched a little piece of metal, like a screwdriver, between the two of them. Instantly, the buzz went away. I said, you know what? So at that point, I did a live stream where I basically tried to solder it. I tried to solder it, and I say try to because it's such a tight little thing that it was so difficult. Even though I have like a soldering tip that goes down to it's like a 1/64 of an inch, it was such a tight little bitty thing, and how I had to bring it over, jump it over. It was a bit of a chore, and I did that as a live stream, and I had no way to test it. I took it into work the next day, and the cable didn't work. I was like, crap. So I basically had to at that point, I basically said, well, crap, it doesn't work. And I said, bring me another cable. And I grabbed another cable that we knew worked and still had that issue. We were using a Sennheiser microphone at the time. And it was funny because my team said, oh, well, this is the new cable we had, and sent it back and sent it back to True Audio. And and I had removed my mod from it already. And when it was sent back, it was funny because True, they turned around and they said, "Is this the cable that Alan soldered last night?" And I was like, "Was it?" I said, "Was it?" Because I've had issues with those cables before, and it wasn't just that one. It was that, oh, this one's buzzing. This one doesn't work at all. This one doesn't work at all. Send it back. Get another one. This one doesn't work at all. Send it back. Get another one. This one works. Now it works like for about 2 or 3 days, and then all of a sudden it starts buzzing. So I don't know what's going on with the filters and stuff like that, but I sent it back. And so it's funny because I said, you know what? It checked out perfectly on my multimeter, but when I got it in there, it started acting up. But considering that the cables are so, cantankerous, I was like, you know what? I don't think that was necessarily my solder. I think it was just the cable being the cable.
Yeah.
And so I told True, I said, if I did take that one apart, apparently, and I will gladly pay for it if that was the case. But they were really cool. They went to bat for me, and they said, no, you know what? Don't do that again, but we'll take care of it this time. I don't know what they did, but they were amazing. True is a great place, and the people that work there are gems.
Yes. Agreed.
Any chance either of you will ever review any Comica products? Their UHF system is pretty enticing from a feature to price point. I'll tell you, my answer is no. I try, I tell you, the BP TRX video I did was so difficult. It took me forever to do that video. I don't do very often reviews. Yeah. I don't do very many reviews because they drive me crazy. At some point, I have to cut them off. I have to finally cut off. I'm in the middle of trying to do my review for the Mighty Boom. It took me months to try to get that script finalized. I tested the thing for a long time. Then it took me a long time to formulate all my notes. Then I finally got the notes right. I had to write my script, and I wanted to do a really good job with it. I've shot the first 4.5 to 5 hours of it, and I got it to the point where, what do I think of this product? And that's page 7 of 11. Ugh, and I got to that. Tomorrow morning, I'm waking up and I'm going to finish that video. I'm going to probably shoot another 4 hours. And that's not even including the voiceovers. So I'm hoping, I was hoping to try to get it done before Thanksgiving. Then I was hoping to get it done before Christmas. I just can't seem to finish it because I want to do the Boom Pole reviews correctly, really do it correctly. And I already have.
You're the best source for those reviews that I've ever seen on the internet.
So I appreciate it. There's good. And it really does deserve it. It's a boom pole that really does deserve me to take my time. And I'm very pleased that that K-Tech is being very patient with me on that. Because they could have very easily said, oh geez. I mean, they even donated the Stingray hit bag to the Epic live stream that we gave away to somebody.
That's right. Yeah.
And that was, I have not actually technically done anything for them yet. They sent me the Hodges counterweight. They sent me the Mighty Boom KP16. They've spent a lot of time sending me pictures and videos and a bunch of different information. They even sponsored the thing, and I still have not done the video, and it's been in my possession now for 10 months. It's not as bad as the articulated segment, the QDS ambient that took me 2.5 years to review. I mean, I'm seriously, this is why I don't do a lot of reviews of things, because it takes me forever to do.
It's hard, yeah.
So that's my answer.
I don't have any. It's tricky. I had kind of a bad experience a few years ago with Comica. They sent me something. It wasn't exactly what they had advertised it to be. I said, no. Happy to send this back, but I'm not going to review it. And they got all mad. And the particular person I was working with, and they said, you will either review it or you will pay for it. We are not taking it back. And I was like, I mean, part of me wanted to say, I tell you what, here's my address. It's going to be sitting out at the curb. You're welcome to come get it if you want it.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. I just paid the price for the product and moved on. But I'm not really inclined to review their products anymore.
Oh no, I wouldn't either. I would love it if a manufacturer said that to me. Oh, I'd have a field day with it.
I would. Next time that happens to me, I'm going to say, can you please contact my agent? His name is Alan Williams. He's based in the Atlanta area. Here's his contact information. Please coordinate with him on how we're going to handle this.
Yeah. And I tell you, I wouldn't like go out of my way to humiliate them or whatever else. But
No.
But if the company, because I'll be extremely direct about my interactions with people in their customer service, and if they told me you will either review this, I would say, wait a minute, you're trying to tell me how to run my own channel? Send me a self-addressed label or send it back COD. But one of the things that I will do whenever I accept something is that you have to agree to my terms, and my terms are basically, I copied it from Kevin Basic Filmmaker and send it off. The exception is if I really want to get my hands on something, I'll say, I'll just make sure that it's clear. This is my review, my way, and I'll be brutally honest with this.
Yep.
And I'll say, I'll continue my terms of service if you want regarding my if I review something, but I'm very selective about the products I review. I won't just accept everything from anyone. And there have been like I've called you before on a couple of these. I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to be very direct and very brutal. And I remember I did. I won't say the company name, but you can go back and look at my boom pole reviews. There was one Made in America boom that I was like, I'm gonna have to. I said, let the truth be known. It's not what a boom pole should be, but it's very well made. And then I decided to do this entire section where I said, so what do I think of them? Well, I said, let me actually explain, let me tell you my thoughts over a nice cup of hot chocolate. I went into this 2.5 minute long thing on how to make hot chocolate. And it's, if you haven't seen the video, it's pretty funny because I remember when I sent it to you, you said, I forgot your exact comment, but it was something like, oh my, oh Lord, or what is you're gonna put that out there? I think a couple of people were like, you're gonna air this? I'm like, oh yeah, because I think it makes my point very well.
It did.
And
it made the point perfectly.
And the funny thing is the company, I sent this back to, I was like, I feel terrible about this, but at the same time, I had to be direct and I was very educational. I sent it to the company. And they were like, okay, cool. This is our first sound product. This is going to be something that we're going to look forward to it. They actually sat down. They had their owners and they had their managers of R&D and marketing and stuff. And they all sat down and they watched it in a meeting. And I talked to, and that was actually how they watched it. And it was funny because at the very, very end, I forgot who they told me was the person. I think they said it was one of the owners. Turns and looks at the R&D people and said, "What are your thoughts?" He made some assumptions. Is he right? And what I was told is that the R&D people kind of looked at each other and says, "It's like he's a fly on the wall in the room. He nailed it." Is what the guy I talked to. He said this and this, and it was he's right. And he said, "Okay, all right." And then they had to start thinking about what they were going to do with their line of audio products after that. Were they going to continue them or were they going to discontinue them? But
And incidentally, this company produces actually very high quality camera rigging products. Very
and I
good.
told them, I said, look, like I said in the video, there's not a thing made that's poorly made about this particular product.
Mhm.
It's not poorly made at all. It's very well made. It's just not what it should be. And if you knew what it should be, you would make it different and it would be amazing.
Yep.
And I said, now, if you want, I said, I would be happy with there's a market out there because I saw that when a particular manufacturer stopped making boom pole, I said, you know what? There's a market out there that you could actually seize if you wanted to. And if you want, I can help you to find that market because I know what it is and I know what people are interested in. And they said, we're contemplating what we want to do with our audio line going forward. So they were hesitant. I said, well, if you change your mind, let me know. And they said, we will. They said, we actually would contact you back. We think you were fair.
Yeah.
And I said, well, good. Thank you. Even though they weren't happy with the review, they're like, of course, we're not happy with it, but we understand where you're coming from and we think you nailed it. They didn't say that I nailed it. They said, we think you were very fair with it.
We think you were honest, at least. Yes.
Yeah, that was the thing, is that they said that because it wasn't just me ripping on it. It was me saying, hey, look, they said this in this video and I found this and they said this and then I found this. Now, this is a difference in the way that it originally was. And they were like, yeah, he's right on it. Yeah. Money, no object. What's your Holy Grail mic?
For what purpose? For booming? For streaming? For podcasting? For what? But
that's exactly what I was expecting you to say.
4017B for booming. I'm sticking with that. I love that microphone.
Yep.
For live streams.
Before I knew that was your desert island microphone, I actually loved. Oh, what you got?
Keep going. You're good.
I was going to say that 4017B, I've been very open about, is my favorite microphone, and it has been since I first heard it. It very quickly became a microphone. It was actually the reason why I changed. I was going to be teaching a class on plant microphones, and then as soon as I heard the 4017B for the first time, I said, I'm changing it. I want to do a boom microphone class, and I want a representative from DPA at that class, bringing it, and so I can hear some more of their stuff and ask them questions. And that's when I first met Leonardo over there at DPA. Oh, what is that?
This is the Earthworks SV33.
SV33.
It is a small diaphragm studio condenser mic made for vocals. And it's dreamy. That's my favorite streaming mic.
How long has that been out? I've never seen that before. Maybe I mean it's not my world, obviously, but
I don't know how long it's been out. It's not new. It's new to me, but it's not a new microphone. They're not cheap. They're $2,400, $2,500, something like that, with a shock mount. Studio mic with a Rycote style shock mount, which is pretty unusual.
Did you say it's a dynamic or condenser?
It's a condenser, small diaphragm condenser.
Small diaphragm condenser.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Hey, it's 1 a.m. your time, Alan.
Yeah, I'm just getting started.
That's
your way of saying that's your way of saying that it's
done.
We've now gone an hour after you said you would be here. I understand completely.
Yeah.
And very much appreciate you showing up here. Curtis, if I'll put this up on the screen right now, if there's anybody that's interested in seeing more about you, Curtis, and your world of do you still do a whole lot with camera and lights, or are you mainly focusing on sound?
Lights and sound. Lights and
sound.
Mostly sound, but some lighting as well.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yep.
So youtube.com/Curtis Judd. And do you also have Curtis Judd audio?
Yep. Also Curtis Judd. Curtis Judd audio is where we do the live streams.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
cool.
Awesome,
Thank you,
awesome.
Alan.
Thank you so much for showing up, as always.
It's always a pleasure. I always love these sessions. My wife always, whenever I tell her about them, she goes, "Oh, you're going to be on there for 6 hours."
I'm never going to see you. I'm not going to see you again all evening. Okay, fine.
Right.
Be quiet when you come to bed.
That's right. So thank you again. I very much,
Absolutely.
I always have fun with these, and it's always great to catch up and to talk. So
Well, thank you
thanks
very much
again.
for coming by, Curtis. I really appreciate it, man.
All right. Talk to you
You
soon.
take care. All right.
Bye.
So that was Curtis, and of course, this evening we had Tom Buck, whose channel is up on the screen right there, youtube.com/Tom Buck. We had Bandrew Scott. One of his channels is /podcastage. Then we had Curtis Judd, whose channel is youtube.com/Curtis Judd. As you know, I'm long-winded. I'll just keep going. But basically, I wanted to say thank you to all the different guests that showed up tonight. Tom, Bandrew, and Curtis. Highly appreciated them coming by, especially since I only just this whole idea of a live stream. I wanted to do a live stream tonight. I didn't know what I wanted to do or how I wanted to do it, and then did a video thing with Tom yesterday, and then we just started talking. I said, you know what? I want to do a live stream. You want to come on board with it? And then he said he was going to be there an hour. I knew certainly that I was going to go on longer than that. So at that point, I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can get some other guests on too. I'm about to start a show, so I'm not going to be doing a live stream. Most likely, I say this, of course. I'm going to probably be doing almost 14-hour days every single day on this particular show. And they're a show that is about an hour one-way commute for me. So I'm basically going to have 16-hour days every single day. I'm not looking forward to that at all. But if they give us a minimal turnaround, I'll be coming in pretty tired. But normally they give a little bit more of a turnaround, so that way you or me rather will have a chance to have a little bit more time off. But then at that point, then what I run into is I start the week off at 7 a.m. call times. I end the week with 5 p.m. call times, and we've been on the stage all week. So we'll see what happens. I may not do a live stream for a while. I'll just be concentrating on the content when I come home at night. We will see what happens, and that's the best way I can put it here. So let's continue going through these questions here, and then when I get to the 1 o'clock hour, I'll jump back to where they were at the beginning of the call, at the beginning of the video with Tom Buck questions, and then we'll continue from there. Let's see here. Entertaining 6 hours, Curtis. Thanks for staying here. Assuming a budget of 1,000, would you recommend the MKH416 or 2 NTG5 mics? There are situational. This is one of those things that there is no real one fix for all circumstances. I would say I have heard more and more times of people having issues with the NTG5 with regards to RF noise and interference since I did my video review. Some people have swapped them back and then gotten them multiple times. I don't know what the circumstance is. I don't know if it has a floating ground, because I always use my own personal cables that I make. I should maybe start doing video reviews using more standard kind of cables, discount cables or something like that, so I could really compare. But the thing is, though, I use cables I make and stuff like that, which don't have issues. So I might consider starting to do something like, using regular cables or something for the videos that I do. 416 is indeed bulletproof, but like you said, you get one of them. NTG5 has a full kit. It's not just the microphone that you get. It has 2 different options of windscreen, one for lighter wind, one for heavier wind. It has 2 different. It has a clip, I think, and I think it has a shock mount option that you can use for when you want to take it into a little bit more windy environment. So you don't have to spend more additional money on something like a softy, an upgraded shock mount, or anything like that for a 416. You don't have to do any of that like you would with a 416. So it's a one-stop shop for $500 versus the 416, which you'd have to get a Zeppelin, Dead Cat, Super Softy, Wind Killer, something like that for it. Sinella product, Cozy or whatever. Well, it wouldn't fit in a Cozy. But it's really a judgment call. I would say get a 416 if you want solid as a rock. 2 NTG5s is certainly something to consider if you need 2 matching microphones and that is your budget. You can definitely give it a shot and see. I've never had a bad experience with my NTG5s. Granted, I don't use them a whole lot, but I've used them for tests. Recently, I did them for some tests that I did for a video. I have not admittedly edited that video yet, so I don't know. I've edited the audio. I basically, since I recorded 3 different microphones at a time, what I did is I took each one of those and I exploded the audio in Reaper, and then I pulled each one of them in there, and then after I level matched it with the others, I basically put it straight through and rendered it. and I did not listen to it because I'm going to honestly listen to it when I edit it. Then I'm going to formulate my opinion. Then I'll do the presentation point on that video. But that's basically what my criteria would be. 416 is bulletproof, and it's something that if you only need one microphone, I'd say get a 416. If you do have a need for two of them, two microphones that are pretty good, then I would say the NTG5s might be a good one-stop shop, because for that you get the accessories and everything that you would need indoors and outdoors. In the 416, you would need to still buy, $200 or $300 worth of shock mounts and extra accessories in order to actually use it. You'd have to get an indoor shock mount. You'd have to have outdoor wind protection, different things like that. Lloyd, your point of the 8050 is spec to 50,000. I was not aware of that. That's good to know. Another question, if you will, what mic would you install in a telepresence stand, which could be used in an office lobby? Something with super cardio pattern. Any particular mic model recommendations? Telepresence stand. I would tell you that I am a big fan of the DPA 4098. The 4098 actually comes with, you can actually get a stand for it, and it would sit on a podium, very low profile. It has a little goose arm. It has a longer stick. There's the DPA SC 4098 BP or BM or WM 15, 30, and 45. So the difference is it's the SC series. So it's the 4098 microphone. Then there's the white model or black model, WM or BM. Then there's the 15, 30, or 45. Those are millimeters in length. So 15, 30, and then 45. I would say probably get a 30. If you want it for a podium, that's going to be something, because it's a super cardio weight, it can be farther away, and if it's going to be a permanent install, I would say a DPA SC 4098 BM 30 is going to be what I would choose for that. So that is the exact microphone that I would choose for something like that. You can get some other podium style microphones that you can actually install on the podium, and I would say those would probably be other options too. If I'm reading this correctly, telepresence stand is, I'm guessing what you're talking about is kind of more like a podium. Somebody comes up and addresses it, but I would say that it's got great rejection off axis. I've used it many times for plants. 4098 sounds wonderful. So that would be my choice right there. So, let's continue down the products. Hey guys, would you point us to to get carpets for absorbing footstep sounds on set? I got Fernie pads from Home Depot, but carpets, I have no clue what to look for. Apologies if this answer is not obvious. Okay, here's the thing about that, Morgan Chan. They used to sell them at Home Depot's website or Lowe's website. They sold a black 3x5 carpet with rubber back, and that's pretty much the standard that most people will get. Some people will get a little bit longer one, heavier duty ones that are thicker, have a little bit more dense type material, and they will, and there's two different schools of thought on it. Many people, what they'll do is they'll just roll it straight on up. So when you have a carpet that's on the ground, what they'll do is they'll have it on the ground like this, and what they'll do is you roll it not like this, where you're rolling it up so that way when you lay it down, the ends are curled up. What you would do is you would lift up the carpet, like usually from this side, and you would roll it under this way, so that way when you're done with it, it stores up evenly. But then it would also, when you unfold it, it will curl itself downwards into the ground. That's one school of thought. Another thing is fold it into thirds, and it will be flat like this, and you can then lay it stacked on top of other carpets, and you could go around with it on something like a mag liner laid flat. Now, I know that didn't exactly answer your question, but most of the time people will opt for the rubber back carpets that you can buy from places like that. So if you do a search for what I would tell people is something, try to find someplace like, I don't know if Grainger has them. I don't think Office Depot has them. I'm not Lowe's and Home Depot have had them in the past. It's kind of hit or miss whether or not they're in stock if you look on their website. But 3x4, I think the last time I bought them on online someplace. I think it might have even been Amazon as a test thing. But I do know that there are companies that you can buy them from if you do a search for 3x4 rubber backed carpet. It's like what you would find on an entrance into into a shopping mall or something like that. But that's usually the standard size. You can get them bigger, 4x6. You can get runners that are 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, 10 feet long. But those are usually what I would say consider getting something like absorbing footsteps for absorbing footsteps, rubber backed. I have a video on how I recommend taping down those carpets, and it's called like how to tape down carpets and cables or something like that. But if you do a search for Sound Speeds tape or Sound Speeds carpet, it'll probably come up, and you can see that. So, okay, real quick, I'm almost caught up on all of these questions here, and then I'm about to jump back. Okay, one last one from Liberty Dude here, and then I'm going to jump back to Tom Buck's questions. Oh my goodness, there's Cujo is now joining us. Insomnia is killing me one night at a time, and I jump in the rabbit hole and see y'all live streaming. Howdy from Cujo. Cujo, if you're still there, it's hilarious. I was working with Michael Wynn at one point on American Soul Season 1, and we had finished at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Then we parted ways. We had like a 7:30 a.m. No, I take that back. We had probably, it was like a regular turnaround, so it was probably 10 hours, maybe 11. But whatever the case was, he wakes up at like 3 a.m. and he goes to the restroom and he decides he's going to sit down at his computer and check email, and he sees me live streaming. And he's like, "What on earth are you doing live streaming at 3 a.m. on a work night when we have like an 8 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. call, whatever it was?" It was so funny because I got to work. He's like, "I was tired. I went to sleep. I was asleep for a couple of hours. I wake up and I look over and you're over there live streaming." And I was like, "Yeah, well, that's me." Good times. Much appreciated, Alan. Thanks for the video answer on the carpet. Sure. Continuing from the 416 to NTG5 discussion, thoughts between the NTG3 and NTG5. A lot of people will say NTG3 because it's more bulletproof. It's more of the poor man's version of a 416 if you're trying to save $200. It's more probably a match for the 416. Personally, I like a flatter sound on a microphone, so I would opt for an NTG5 personally. If we're just going for sound quality. Again, I don't use the NTG3 or NTG5 on set, and I don't use them very often at all. The only time I've used an NTG3 is for my video reviews when I compare the NTG3 against the NTG5. I also used it in I borrowed an NTG3 in a video that's going to be coming up, hopefully in the next couple of months, a review. But if we're just talking about sound quality, I personally like the flatter sound of the NTG5 more so than presence boosted mics. I like flatter sounds. One of the reasons why I love the DPA 4017B. It is my favorite microphone still that I love the sound of, and it's a brilliant microphone as far as I'm concerned. I don't need coloration in my microphones or anything of the sort. So there you have it. Let me see if I can bounce back all the way to the beginning of the stream here. In my comments, I can see back to, we're passing the donations. Oh, wait a minute. We're going back. Okay. I think we're catching up with some of the questions when we bailed on them earlier after Tom Buck. Okay. Oh, man. Doc Justice came in from Halter Technical, and wouldn't you know it, at that moment, I jumped ahead because that's when Bandrew came in. All right, we'll pick it up from the conversation here. Good IEMs with Molden taken by audiologists. But that's the last comment that we had before. So never aim to mask out tinnitus with blue or violet noise. It's very harsh on your ears and will worsen over time. Good advice. I can't remember my color and noise video. It was almost 5 years ago at this point that I did that video, about 4.5. But I remember there was one that when I was doing the research, it said that I thought it said violet noise was used in the. No, that's the noise that comes in from hydrophones sometimes. But there was one noise, maybe it was brown noise, that they said was sometimes helpful in brown or red noise was helpful in treatment of tinnitus. I can't remember now, but I've heard people say that sometimes just having a regular white noise generator on will sometimes help to just mask out general sounds. And so if you have tinnitus, I don't know if that's a general medical practice. Obviously, don't take medical advice from me, but that's something that I've heard, is that white noise is helpful to people, and I don't know if they have tinnitus or not. But that's a good advice there. saying thank you. Better to use some quiet, more dynamic sound to distract your mind away from the ringing rather than masking it. That's always a good idea. Same thing when we're shutting down noises. You want to shut down noise so that way you're not hearing or feeling anything. Then it's better to not just try to cover it up. Now there are exceptions like with dithering. If you try to, for example, remove a whole bunch of, if you're in post and you try to remove all the background noise out of something and you start to hear a little bit of digital artifacts, sometimes people will add, they'll add a little bit of a low end type noise just to cover up some of those low artifacts, but that's very low. I mean, we're talking about like negative 70 dB, negative 65 dB, something like that, where it masks out some of the undesirable sounds that low. Then it's probably okay. If we're talking about it's that low, but chances are your tinnitus is going to be have a much higher noise floor than that, so you want to be careful. Good advice. Okay. Ono Coffee says I got a full spread of the Halter technical monitors last week. Good to know. I'm sure Doc will be very happy with that if he saw that in the chat. It's easy for me to laugh about Mike's look being important, but looks are the only thing keeping me from getting a neat worker bee. I guess looks so matter for me. But here's the thing. Sometimes people look at a microphone and they're like, ooh, what's that? Like that SV33 that was in here that Curtis held up a few minutes ago. That was a really cool looking mic. I'd never seen that before. But then studio mics are not normally something that I see a whole lot of on set. But that microphone was very cool looking. It was very different. It had a very retro look to me, and it looked to me like something that was very much old school. It looked like it was designed a long time ago, and had a very it looked very dense and heavy duty. So I thought that was pretty awesome. But don't let that distract you from the Neat Worker Bee. Neat Worker Bee is a great microphone. When I got it, it was like $90. So awesome. Do you guys need side tone when doing this type of live broadcast discussion? Do you guys need side tone when doing this type of live broadcast discussion? I don't know what that means. Sorry. I don't know what side tone is. It's not, again, not in the world of film audio, that a term that I recognize. Again, like I said, in my channel video, my intro, I don't claim to know everything. If it's in my wheelhouse, I probably have an opinion and I can tell you my thoughts on it. If it's outside of something that I deal with, then I'm not going to BS my way through it just to try to give you an answer. Sorry. And I cannot answer that one. A live broadcast discussion. So I don't do live broadcasts. So there you go. Don't know the answer. Sorry about that. New Rode PSA 1 Plus mic stand is a non-starter simply because the branding is so in your face. That goes back to what we were talking about with Tom Buck about how Rode was very big and bold with their branding on the side of the PSA 1. So, but if you see a blue mic, you know it's a Sheps. Very much possibly. There are gray versions of that now floating around, and I think I saw like a dark gray even. There's lighter gray, and I know there's dark gray. Let's see here. Let's get rid of that comment. I'm looking through. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. I believe you both made videos about the Rodecaster Pro. What dream features would you like to see in the successor product in the future by Rode or another manufacturer? I think that the Rodecaster Pro might be in upgradable via firmware to actually unlock quite a bit more power. Perhaps, I don't know if they'd want to add a DSP to kind of cut down a little bit on the noise. The EIN is a little bit higher than I would hope it would be, especially when you use some of the dynamic microphones with it. So you might have to use something like an activator to get a low enough noise floor for your purposes. When I last used it, I can't remember if it was before I upgraded the firmware and did my last video about it, but when I remember at one point when I brought the audio in and I listened to it, I remember when I played it back in the Rodecaster Pro, I could not solo each channel and listen to it. Like I wanted to solo just one channel. I was not able to do that inside the Rodecaster Pro when I hit playback. I think I was only listening to the mix. I might not have known how to do it properly, but it might have also been one of those things where it's just not capable. The biggest thing I would say is I think it's upgradable, and I think that it's quite powerful for what it is. I would like to see real numbers that correspond to decibel levels for the gain, though, personally. When I was using it, it was like 23 ended up being the gain that I needed to add to the microphone I was using. And I remember saying 23 is not doesn't seem to be a realistic or real world gain level. So I don't know if it's true dB or not. It didn't seem like it though, but it might have been. It might have been. I could be totally mistaken about that. So don't take my word on that. But I personally think that Rode could probably do a lot with the Rodecaster Pro that they're not currently doing simply by upgrading the firmware. But if you're talking about what would you like to see as additional features or something like that, I think they're starting to mess around with that a little bit with that's like, well, actually that's Zoom, never mind. But I think Rode has a pod recorder or something like that. But as for future products or something like that, maybe have more channels. Maybe have it accept line level, maybe take a microphone level so that way people can use instruments on it. Something along those lines. Have it be like a Rodecaster Pro with instruments and the ability to take line level. Let's see here. I love this comment here. Come on, Alan. No one does YouTube to earn revenue. I know I certainly don't, because spending so much money on this channel, it's hilarious. There's been videos that I have bought, spent a few $100s on them, done one video about it, and then the product is sitting on a shelf over there. There are two products literally right here next to me that I bought and have not done anything with. And then there's another product right there that I'm looking at that I bought and I'm not doing anything with. I'm terrible. I just can't ever seem to get videos done. But in order for me to do it to the way that I'm thinking of, I want to do it a certain way. Oh, this is an interesting point here. I told Rode would love to see it with the next generation. Rodecaster could be an interface with control service for Fairlight. That'd be awesome. Interesting thought. So let's see. That's a hilarious thing right there. You've made millions from YouTube. Surely you can afford some more logos. And then video killed the radio star. That, I believe, is the first music video they put on MTV in 1981, I believe, if memory serves. If memory serves. We just talked about this the other day in Discord. That's not the show. Money for Lovin'. That's Dire Straits. Never mind. Okay. Video Kill the Radio Star is a totally different video. Wait a minute. What is this? I could have sworn I saw the thing that said that more times than not, the bad guys in movies are always show with the Android phones and the good ones with the iPhones. Really interesting to me. I don't know that's necessarily a thing, but it might be. I'm gonna now that you mentioned it, I'm gonna have to look it up because I'm gonna have to think about that one. And then Bailey actually says he heard that too. Atem Mini or one of the more advanced models. Well, obviously, Tom is no longer there. So, Liberty, sorry, this is 3 hours after Tom is gone now. I mean, Tom, it's technically like what? 10:30 p.m. now in Tom's land. Tom, if you want to jump back on the stream, if you're awake and want to join, by all means, pop back in. I'll see you and we'll add you back to the stream. If you're still out there and you have a desire to do that, that's perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. But there have been people, Tom did do a video. He's talked about in his recent video, Cam Link versus his Atem Mini. He talked about the Atem Mini and he talked about it against some of the other Atems. So Tom's got a great resource for video. So check him out. Don't suggest. Oh, here's a question that's kind of about that. He originally got the Atem Mini, but bought the Atem Mini Pro ISO when he realized that the base model didn't have all the features he wanted to make videos about. There you go. And then you got the Extreme after you met me. Tom's bank account is thankful. He didn't follow all your purchases. Let me see if I can find some more question. Another question for Tom. Sorry. Can't answer that one. I'm not a Mac guy. Sorry. Here's every piece of equipment essentially a Mac, M1 Mac. It's so funny that I'm going back and trying to answer these questions later. Some of them are, I mean, these are definitely stuff that Tom would be answering. And it would be really cool to hear his thoughts. Oh, let's see. Ordering it now. Atem Pro Max Plus Mark II, I guess is what he's talking about. Booyah and booyah. Sorry, there's some dead air here. Trying to figure out the next actual question here. Something. Oh, there you go. Here's a good one. Not to blow smoke, but I think Aaron content with most info for career content 2020 and 21. Aaron is a great resource. If you're not familiar with it, it's this guy's name right here, Aaron Parecki, I believe it is. And he's got some great videos talking about things that streamer that people that do content creation definitely want to. Aaron was a guy that during Kevin's unhacked live stream that we did in March, I believe it was 2021. Kevin did not realize that StreamYard was something you have to go into the website and you have to log in and you do everything from there. Kevin started the stream on his desktop computer the way he normally does and did not connect to StreamYard. He was seeing us and interacting with us, but none of us were on the live stream. So if you watch the unhacked live stream for like the first 15 minutes, but as soon as we realized what was going on and we were seeing the chat and Aaron figured out what was going on, Aaron actually talked Kevin through his system live. While we were live on the air, he talked him through how to fix it. So that way he still had multi-camera ability and used his audio and stuff the way he wanted to and was using StreamYard. So Kevin was able to switch channels in his own studio and was able to connect it to StreamYard. And it was amazing. I really wish somebody would have been recording behind the scenes in what we saw behind the scenes because I'd never seen anything like it. And then what you hear in the video is, okay, now disconnect it and we should be good. Are you sure? Yeah, it should be good. And then you hear him say the same, you hear it with all of us on the screen because he said disconnect it and StreamYard should pick it up and it did. It was amazing. And so Kevin is, or not Kevin, but Aaron is the real deal. Definitely check out his channel. It's spelling that you see on the screen right there. I know we're getting Tom Bucked. Does the Rodecaster do line out? I don't think it does, but I may be mistaken. It would make sense for it to have a line out. Just check the you could go to look at the manual online and it will tell you. I don't know that it does. Oh, Rodecaster Pro outputs are super noisy when run unbalanced. Okay, so this is someone that does know. Use balanced out from the mains, balance in on the target device, which the Atem Mini does do, I believe, is dead silent. So balanced. There you go. Balanced again is good, but unbalanced is bad, which goes back to the video that I just got through releasing on Monday. Aaron says he's waiting for Rode to send him one. So Rode, if you happen to actually watch this video or somebody wants to clip it and put it online, Aaron Parecki is definitely someone that you should send a Rodecaster Pro to. He does a lot of videos that really help out YouTube content creators. And he is someone that if you send him a Rodecaster Pro, you'd probably make your money back very easily off of him because he does a lot of content that I think you would very much appreciate having him using your Rodecaster Pro for. You're a creator. When in doubt, ask other creators. That's very much my motto because I don't have all the answers, nor do I pretend to. All right, this is a good one. I suggested $20 cam link. I've got 2 and have not let me down in over a year. That's good. Well, I'm using it right now. The one that you recommended, the $20 version, I think it was like with a coupon from Amazon, I think it was like $18.36 or something. And it was maybe it was less than that, but it was dirt cheap, and it's what you're looking at me on right now. Streamyard, in fairness, is $7.20 unless I wanted to pay the additional money, which I didn't, because I don't want to spend $40 just to get it for one thing. Plus, in fairness, they did a Black Friday sale, and I knew that if I bought the $10 version they had for the Black Friday sale as opposed to the $25 that it normally is, I could use it for the Epic live stream. And granted that it should technically have been past me now and I shouldn't have it anymore, but my attempt to cancel did not apparently cancel, so they rebilled me at the same renewal rate of $10. So as soon as I realized that they billed me, I went ahead and canceled it. So I had ended up having it for another month. That's why we're using it tonight. Thanks for the answer regarding the lavs. Nice hearing about the option to season pro. Cheers, Alan. Cool setup, Tom. No wonder people ask you about the film cover. Yeah. That's pretty much accurate right there if you're familiar with ping pong. $7 421 took all the luck. I don't even understand that reference there. But yeah, this is not Bandrew with a deep presence radio voice are on the RE20 tonight. That was funny. Okay, so yeah, Tom left shortly after that. Okay. And then we got into Bandrew questions, and let me zap ahead and look at the questions after we were through there. I don't think there was very many questions after Bandrew left, but we'll at least look for them and see if we can take them. Let me hide that question. We answered it. Spectral Denoise plugin with quality settings maxed adds like 2 seconds of latency. That's a lot. At that point, you would hope that you can actually, delay your video as well. If you're going to do something like that, you definitely want to delay your video. Oh no, Coffee said he did a location sound. He did a location with Kevin. That's Kevin Smith in 1997. That's cool. Waiting for Bandrew to go full Duck Dynasty. We're talking about the whole whatever. Are you saying AOIP like Dante starting to take off in location sound? Is it so pretty niche? I would say depends. It depends on the person and their workflow. I do know people like Cujo, who's Atlanta sound guy here in chat. He loves Dante. There's a lot of people that deal with a lot of channels, and there's other people that say, look, I don't have a reason to go to Dante because 16 channels that I have on my Scorpio or whatever they're using is enough. And so at that point they say, no, I'm not going to run Dante. They'll run, AES. Or some people will run AES, some people will run Dante. I honestly have not dived really deep into Dante and really know a whole lot about it. But I do know that it really depends. Some people say, oh yeah, definitely Dante. Some people say, oh no, don't use Dante. I don't care anything about it. I don't need it. It's not part of my workflow. So I think it's kind of, to answer your question, I think it's still kind of niche. People will either love it and use it constantly, or they say, no, I really don't have much of a need for it. So there you go. I think I got through all those questions. Now let me jump back to current, and we're going to see. Okay, what boom mics do you actually use on set? Well, it depends on what the mixer has. As much as I would love to actually use my favorite microphones or 4017B all the time, what I would say is that most of the time mixers have microphones they like the sound of. Usually people will use the MKH50. They'll indoors. They'll sometimes use a CMC 641 Sheps. They'll sometimes use something like a Shep CMIT 5U constantly indoors and outdoors. The mixer I'm about to work with on Legacies does that. She loves the sound of it. It pulls out, it extracts sound very well. If you know what you're doing with it, you can pick up good sound even if you're in a room with a lot of reverb, and it's reflecting all over the place. Let's see. Sennheiser MK8 series, 8000 series, which are really good ones. Those are a lot of ones. The Sanken CSR2 is used on Cobra Kai because of the rear rejection quite a bit. It's a great sounding microphone. I love the CS3E. A lot of people I know like the CSM1. I'm not a fan of it. Let's see. But the CS3E I love. If I could convince Sanken to send me a CS3E, I would love it. It'd be amazing. It'd be in like a lot of videos. Aside from that, yeah, I think a lot of Sheps. We're talking about boom microphones. Sheps, Sennheiser, Sanken. Yeah, I think those are the big ones that we usually see on sets. Sennheiser, Sheps, and Sankens. A lot of those. We'll see Neumanns like the KMR 81 and 82. We'll see those. Definitely the Sennheiser 50 and 8050 and things like that in that series. So there we go. Meant something. Oh, telepresence boost. Okay, I meant something more like an install inside a metal box behind a grill, so it's not exposed to the public, not gooseneck. Oh, DPA's max price is one of the is out of the price range for the project. Well, if the DPA SC4098 BM30 is out of your price range, what is your price range? You said inside of a metal box behind a grill. So it's not exposed to the public, not a gooseneck. I need more details. It's like I assumed it was a podium. I ended up being wrong on that. I'm not going to assume again. If you're still here, clarify for me. I need more details. Even then, it's still difficult to recommend. That sounds situational. Inside of a metal box, that could be very reverberant, and there's a lot of resonance that could happen if you're depending on the voice that's in there. Is it treated at all? I mean, I know it's a metal box, but is there any kind of carpet or anything like that? Any more budget-oriented alternatives? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Video Kill the Radio Star was the first video on MTV. Yeah. Yeah, I'm awake during one of Alan's live streams. Happy coincidence. Yeah, David Peterson, you were also part of the epic live stream. You were the guy that basically was there for the last 5.5, 6 hours, and you were even the host for a bit when my power died. I think Rode seems to claim the NTG5 is their best yet. Better than the NTG3? Question mark. Yeah, the NTG3 priced higher than the NTG5, about $300 higher. Is a local guy here in AKL, New Zealand, who uses a Rode NTG5 as his primary shotgun microphone for TV, drama, and film. He's someone at the level can easily afford any shotgun he wants on the planet. Assuming a budget of $1,000, would you recommend an MKH416 or 2? That's what he was referring to. Definitely go for the 2 NTG5 and get an NTG5 plus a hypercardioid such as an Audix SCX1HC. Any chance isn't their quality control basically AWOL? I think Curtis Judd has an extremely bad experience with him. All right, he did talk about that. How to record room tone noise without hiss noise. How to record room tone without hiss noise? I'm not 100% sure what you mean about that. The room tone itself is the sound of the room, and if you are properly doing a room tone where your microphone is pretty much square in the room at the angle that you were using it in, which is most likely up and down, then then that's what you need to get. Room tone without hiss noise. That's what you do with a room tone, though, is you basically are just recording the room. So that guy I mentioned in AKL New Zealand is using NTG5 shotguns. I think this is the first location in some mixture in New Zealand to use Dante with his Scorpio. Yeah. Sync and CS3E and Sync and CS1E are my two most used mics. Just finished a feature film with only that. Aside from that, AKG CK 631 used fairly bit plant mic as well. May too much gain create the hiss? I mean, maybe, but I mean, you know how it is when we record EIN or when we test EIN, it's going to be at maximum gain, so maximum signal to noise ratio. So if you have a lot of hiss, it might be because your gain is up enough to hear it. And with everything else quiet, that's what you're hearing. It could also be because there's, lights ringing or anything like that. But that's the way room tone works, basically. You basically have a room tone, and whatever that happens to be in your room is the base level of sound that room basically creates. So if you are trying to see how quiet a room can be, that's the room tone. You kill every single sound that you possibly can, and stop people from talking and moving around and everything, and you record the sound of the room. Now that doesn't mean you change lights. Like if the lighting is set and cameras are there, cameras, their fans come on when you hit stop, and then when you hit record on a camera, the fan shuts off or it goes into a lower idle mode that you can't hear anymore. At that point, what you're looking at is a room tone is the lowest possible noise floor of that room in that particular setup. So if there's a hiss there, record it, because it's very important for you to actually record, so that way post knows what to deal with it. I think it's because room tone might be so quiet, hopefully, that if someone is then cranking up the volume and hear the equipment noise, but that's the problem. You shouldn't yank up the gain. Yeah, you shouldn't really make any adjustments for the room tone. Think of informational desk stand, vertical metal box with a screen, a TV oriented vertically with bulletin speakers and a microphone. You use a kiosk to talk to a remote operator. Information desk. Vertical metal box with a screen, a TV oriented vertically with built-in speakers and a microphone. Use a kiosk to talk to a remote operator. Well, geez, it could be practically anything. It could pretty much, probably, depending on the noise of the person who's actually talking. Think of an information desk stand, vertical metal box with a screen, TV oriented vertically with a built-in speaker and a microphone. You could you use a kiosk to talk to a remote operator. Yeah, it could probably be anything. Probably get a dynamic, or anything would be fine. In that environment, I would definitely recommend a dynamic and a vertical metal box. So something like the SE Electronics V7 would be $100 option. That's a good microphone. You could get a whole bunch of things. But yeah, pretty much a dynamic is what I would say. How many Zipfizzes are we up to, Heather? Well, we're almost 5 hours in, and I had one. I had an orange one that I had in the last bit of water that I had before. So Liberty is actually mistaken there. I did have one, but I did not take it straight. So as you can start to see, I'm starting to drag right now. I have to get up early tomorrow, and I have to record the last 4 hours of this review that I'm hoping to finally finish. So I'm not going to be here pretty much too much longer. So yeah, Bandrew party pooped. Epic. It says, hi, Heather. So Heather's coming at the very end again. She says, and then hi. We love Heather. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the answers. Absolutely. All right. Questions have dried up. Heather has arrived, so it's time to end the live stream again. But basically, we've had a good live stream. We had Tom Buck here for the first hour. Tom's channel is right there, and then after Tom left, after the first hour, we had Bandrew Scott from Podcastage and Podcastage 2 and Bandrew Plays and Bandrew Scott and Geeks Rising and the Bandrew Says Podcast and Watchcastage. The guy is like a content creation machine. So those are all the different sites. Then we have Curtis Judd, who also has Curtis Judd Audio as well. So he was here for 2 hours, even though he promises only one. As always, I give you more of Curtis than you're going to get on his own channel in a week. So there you go. That's awesome. Aside from that, no worries, Heather. It's great. It's always great to see you for when we get you at all. So no worries. Great stream as always. Epic live stream mini, not quite. Epic live stream is when you have a lot of epic guests and it just fills up and we get so many people in here. We just keep adding more and more people. It's just amazing and epic. So that's what happens with the epic live stream. But that's not what we did tonight. Tonight it was just me with Tom Buck, then me with Bandrew, and me with Curtis. But still, yes, I agree. This was an epic live stream. It says good night or morning, as the case may be. But that's it for us tonight. Questions have dried up, and I am going to leave. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in tonight for this this live stream. Wait a minute, what? What's the final tally for the DAV donations? Oh, let me actually answer that question real quick. The total donations that I know that I took a screen capture. Hold on one second. Let me go and I'll pull that up real quick because that is a great question. The screen capture I got. Come on now. That hard drive, the hard drive that this is on, it brings up the list, but it didn't actually bring it up. It goes to sleep. All right, stats and picture. Let me see, final donations. So I will show this real quick, even though it's very small. It's going to be very awkward to have on the screen. Share screen. There we go. So adding this in here. This is such an awkward size. The total donations from the Epic live stream, and this is the screen cap I got of it, was $3,074. But one person wrote me and separately forwarded me the receipt and said, here's my $25 donation. I cannot make a donation through YouTube. So please accept this donation that I had to do at the DAV's website directly. So please send this to Video Mantis so I can get the free course. I said, absolutely. I verified it. From the donation email that said, thank you for donating to the DAV. I do also know that one other person sent me an email saying that they had to do the same thing because they were in a country that could not donate. And that was a $100 donation. Mark Mangini, who is our guest, I think he came on at about 10 p.m. Great post guy, Academy Award winner. He asked me the following day to send him the link to the DAV so he could make a donation himself. So provided he donated at least $1, we had made at least $3,200. DAV does not or did not have a way to actually test or to tell me how much people donated because they do not have a note section. When I donated on their website after the fact, that would actually take us over $3,200 also, I guess. But when I donated after the fact, then I realized that was the first time I realized that there was no way for me to actually put a note in. It was basically, oh, donate, give us money. And then that's it. There was no they'll add a note here. So I told people when you donate, if you donate directly from the thing, say that you were sent from SoundSpeeds. And I would send a message that says, there is no way to actually note it. And I later found that out. So it was somewhere over $3,200. That's all I know though. I don't really know what it was over that. But hey, $3,200 for a bunch of people just sitting around talking about sound is pretty good. That's about, what, $200 an hour, roughly, that we made for the DAV? And I think that's a pretty awesome win. So there we go. I should have been on here. And then for in the box mic, maybe a super cardioid small diaphragm pencil condenser, maybe. I would still say a dynamic, though, unless you need to get a little bit off of it. Samson CSO2, maybe. And so, yeah, John actually got his socks. He was the guy the male person that got the socks online. got it, and so that was awesome. Great fundraising. Carrie was the person that got the female socks winner, and I sent her those as well. Absolutely, thank you for the fundraising efforts, and thank you so much, Heather. So there you go. We're almost 5 hours in on this live stream, so let me real quickly here say thank you again. Let me go scroll back up again and thank people for the donations that came in. Oh, can I not scroll up that high? Oh well. Let me see. Let me see if I can scroll up in StreamYard. I'm going to thank everybody one more time and then we'll call it. Oh, there we go. Starting to get him. Okay, so thank you again to Darren Land for the $10 donation. We thank you also DCOM20 super $2 super sticker. Greg LG, his new ringtone was me making the hiss noises and stuff like that from my recent video on balanced audio, where I made the RFI EMI imitation modes. And then of course Liberty Dude, thank you very much. Alan, never tear your shirt or any clothing off in the stream. $20 donation. Thank you very much as always to everybody who just did that. I very much during the stream very much appreciate it. We are at 4 hours 59 minutes and 24 seconds. I'll go until 5 hours and then we'll call it right there. So thank you very much for tuning in here. Oh, wait a minute. Gotta get your money's worth for the StreamYard subscription. Yeah, well, there you go. That's it. But you know what? As far as I'm concerned, StreamYard is very helpful for being able to get multiple people on camera when I did the Epic live stream. Now, I'm not familiar with another way of getting 10 guests on that's similar to StreamYard. There's probably ways. I'm going to probably start to look, start to do a little bit more research in advance next year to see if there's a way for me to be able to do it without people having to stream all their video to me to send it out, because that would just bog down my connection if I'm downloading and then uploading it right back out. So we'll see what happens there. But anyway, thank you very much for joining tonight. 5 hour live stream, even though it was promised to be 3. So everyone take care. Aloha. And good night to everybody. Thanks for coming.